All right, we are live, UFCX, all part of International Fight Week. I'm TJ DeSantis. That's Pearl Gonzalez. Over there is Jason Anik, and we are Extra Rounds. Appreciate you joining us as we are live in the fight capital of the world. And Pearl Gonzalez has a weapon, which is terrifying me, to be honest with you.
Why? Good morning, everyone. We are ready. I don't know about you, but I'm ready. I'm ready to shoot my arrows. Who can I shoot?
Oh, don't shoot the cameraman, please.
Really?
Well,
can I?
I mean, I don't know. I have a feeling like, oh my goodness, that was way too accurate.
I'm telling you, she saved it for when the lights were on.
I guess.
It's getting better.
I was going to say, whoever you shoot, I don't think you have much control of that, but apparently you do, because that was right down the middle.
I'm learning here. I'm getting the hang of this thing here.
I mean, do we have the bow and arrow in honor of the UFC's light heavyweight champion? Is that what we're thinking here?
Absolutely. We have to have that for both on here. He's getting ready to step on the scale soon here. It's a very exciting morning for UFC 303. But we're here, and holy smokes, did you see the crowd sprinting in here this morning?
Yeah, they're early risers here in Las Vegas for sure.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
People saying it's like a Cowboys game where people just flooding the gates. I love it.
Yeah, no, and we were talking about the weigh-ins a moment ago. You had some late-breaking news, is that right?
So apparently Diego Lopez, Brian Ortega, co-main event will now be contested at 155. I think Ortega had some difficulty making weight. I think this per Ariel Helwani, but I guess 3:30 in the morning they reached out to Lopez saying Ortega's not going to make weight. I think he was about 151. And it was either going to be, the fight was going to be offered, it's going to be at 155. So you can be sure Diego Lopez wants to fight tomorrow night.
Well, it's interesting that it's going to be at 155 and we don't have like a catch weight instituted of 152 or 53. The fact that it's just a straight up lightweight contest, I mean, you would like to think that this is an even and fair fight, but when it's not a catch weight, I think that the advantage goes to Brian Ortega a little bit, being that he doesn't have to cut down to pre-agreed upon weight. It's just 55.
Well, Dana doesn't like catch weights. That's well documented.
Right.
So the 155 didn't surprise me. But my concern going into this fight for Ortega was really where the cardio was at, where Diego Lopez coaching, training, just he's going to be in shape. I don't love when these things happen, but it is what it is. The event is still together. So we'll take
exactly. The fact that the fight is still together, that shows how serious, how confident Diego is in this fight. The best news that actually came out of this is that he contacted him early, and so that way if Diego wasn't done cutting his weight, he was able to quit the weight cut, which obviously it takes a lot out of us, but it's a very interesting addition, so to speak, an obstacle in this fight here. But at the end of the day, both men want to fight, so we get to see it regardless.
You guys talk. I'm going to go turn on the speaker because it's driving me crazy. We're getting a little woo-woo effect.
You don't like TJ DeSantis blasting throughout the building?
I don't necessarily care. I just don't like the whistling, the woo-woo, the wah-wah effect. The whistles, they go woo-woo. Remember that?
Practice then my bow while
Yeah, practice.
All right.
All right.
I am curious if those guys have weighed in yet. Maybe we can get some information as to what they actually came on the scale.
I was going to shoot the camera guy. You want me to shoot you?
Yeah, shoot the main man, Steve. So you've clearly figured it out. With the bow and arrow.
Why are you shooting at the man who's defenseless?
He told me to. I wanted to shoot the camera guy.
Shoot Steve.
I did.
He's got eye protection on.
Yeah, send him back. Send him back.
All right.
Yeah, go get that, please.
So TJ,
I was fine getting it until you commanded me to.
I said please.
That's true. You did.
Sorry.
All right.
Can I just
My
so
turn.
TJ, did you have a mustache last night at the Hall of Fame?
No, I had just a mess going on, and now we groomed it. So this I kind of feel like my guys did me dirty here because I suggested we go mustaches for UFCX, and I wanted like a 2-week head start, and they said no, we're not doing it. So the minute I shave, our producer Steve goes, we're doing mustaches. So this is only a week of growth here.
Random question. Is that called a dirty cinch?
Yes. I was going to say, when you used the word dirty, I was like, yep, you look dirty. No, I love you.
Thank you.
But is that what that's called?
Yes.
Okay, good.
It's just gross. That's what it is.
You pull it off.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, John was rocking the mustache for a while.
He was.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's no longer. But I told him, if someone got a razor, you shave me into a mustache right now. And I say, I got white all over my face, but for some reason the mustache is like mostly black.
Yeah.
So
It's interesting how that works.
Younger.
Yeah.
It's a nice dynamic. It really is. The salt and pepper is so in.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I have a question. Why did you cut the hair?
It's on its way growing back. My hair looked a lot like yours.
I remember.
So it's growing back. I got a couple daughters. They sort of wanted me to cut it. I don't know. I did an event. And I came back in town. My wife picked me up from the airport. I get in the car, and she's like, it's time.
Really?
And so, but I grew. TJ said to me, long or gone. So now it's gone, but it's on the way back.
That's my motto, long or gone, you know.
Yeah.
That's why it's gone.
That's fair.
Because I don't want it long. I wish I could make it long. You have no idea how bad.
Really?
Yeah.
You'd rock it?
Dude.
We can get wigs. I mean, wigs are so real.
So I thought about that. I thought about getting a wig and just showing up to my next commentary gig and be like, yeah, I got a haircut.
Yeah, you could, or you know they have the toupees that you can. There's a guy that I watch on Instagram that is viral, and he puts toupees on. It's really.
They're
cool.
expensive. They're
Are
really
they?
expensive. Yeah, like for ones that you want. Like I've looked into it, unfortunately.
So TJ was an FM DJ
Yes.
growing up, right?
Correct.
So if you were to get some hair, would you go like spikes like you had back in the day in high school, or?
Oh no, I'd have it longer. Yeah, not like long where like I have to tuck it behind my. Yeah, but you know, something. I'd brag about it for a little while, like
do
you know,
this?
yeah, just
Cross the face?
sit my eyes, you know. Maybe like a terrible emo haircut for a while.
Like a
something
Justin
like that.
Bieber vibe?
Sure, why not?
Oh, look at that, Mike Styles.
Oh yeah,
Hello,
one man
Mike.
gang right there.
Morning.
He's on a mission too.
Yeah, he is.
All right. So how's International Fight Week been for you guys? I know our time officially started yesterday. When did you get into town?
I got into town Tuesday, Hall of Fame ceremony last night, and I see you two beautiful people on the UFC Fight Pass set. No invitation for me, and then I see my brother gets the invitation. I'm like, what's up with that? But I enjoyed seeing you guys last night. How was that for you guys?
It's great. I love talking to anybody that we can that is getting that honor to go into the Hall of Fame, because we were talking about it last night. Like, we are so focused on the here and now and what's right in front of us. Obviously, 303 tomorrow, that's always going to be a focal point of International Fight Week. But I like to sit back, and the more we can reflect on the past, I think the better, and that's what the Hall of Fame's all about.
No doubt. Well, Frankie Edgar, too. I mean, seeing that, when it was announced to him and he didn't know, and he gets surprised, right, and he's in the arena, right? That moment for him, like he's almost not ready for it, and then you get some time, and then you see his boys, right? Like I've sat with his boys watching fights down the stretch of his career that didn't go so well. So it was really nice for me to see them in that moment. Amazing career, but Joanna, that was a stacked class last night.
Yeah,
She was
absolutely.
incredible last night too. Oh my
Pound for
goodness.
pound might be the most talented class. Seriously.
Yeah.
You know.
And Chael Sonnen on a microphone. I mean, I
Oh
can't
my
take my
gosh.
eyes off the screen, no matter what he's doing.
Yeah.
Did you see his son though on the side? How adorable was that standing there? I loved it.
Shadow boxing.
Frankie sat down with us and had 5 or 6 minutes with us, and his boys were messing with him, in the background, and I was just like, man, first off, if your dad is Frankie Edgar, you're the coolest kid in school. Are you not? Like, you got to be. But also, like, he's so patient. Like, he's got the temperament of the guy who you think he is. He's exactly who you think he is. Like, what you think Frankie Edgar is, through the television, he's exactly that and even better. He's phenomenal in and outside of the octagon.
I'm always interested because there's so many young fans of this sport, right, that maybe saw the tail end of Frankie's career or whatever it is. And a lot of these other professional sports, there's a 5-year waiting period for the Hall of Fame. So it's interesting to me how some of these guys, Jose Aldo elected in the Hall of Fame and then competes a year later. So I think as this sport goes on and with the different wings, it's going to be interesting. It's still a young sport, and this Hall of Fame. I was talking to my brother John last night. I was like, we need a hall.
Right.
We need an actual Hall of Fame. We need a building. We need brick and mortar. We have it there and sort of build it. But it was a fun night.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine if it was inside T-Mobile? If there even just a concourse that they, did something. Because, it's a fight capital of the world. I would love it to be able to go visit the Hall of Fame.
No doubt.
So,
especially for guys like you who are historians.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too. Like, I think that maybe there's some room down the road eventually for actually having a ballot. Because we always talk about the term first ballot Hall of Famer. Like, I feel like there are guys that maybe aren't top of mind, aren't always, given the, immediate nod, that maybe there is a media pool or even just a fighter pool. Maybe you have the roster, vote on it. I would love the idea of an actual class vote.
I agree, and it's obviously Joanna and Frankie Edgar would be first ballot Hall of Famers, but there's been a lot of talk about a guy like Jim Miller or whether 40 or however many fights, and is there a spot there? I don't necessarily love the fact that Chael Sonnen, when he gets in, it's for a particular fight, right? A great long career. So, but it's still a young sport. The Hall of Fame in other sports, like football, basketball, the criteria can be analyzed in different ways. This sport's still young and up and coming, so you can get very varying opinions on who belongs and who doesn't.
Right, no, 100%. And that's the thing, too, that I really like about the Hall of Fame is Frankie Edgar, a guy that doesn't really go out there and command attention like Chael Sonnen does, right? Like, whatever Chael does, people are going to pay attention. Frankie's a guy who goes under the radar a lot more, and he's kind of thrust into that spotlight, has to do an acceptance speech, he has to sort of embrace the love because, he's not a guy that goes out there and necessarily demands it. I like the idea of demanding it from him. Like, look, we need to shower you with adoration because you deserve it, kid, you know?
No doubt about it.
So, do you have a favorite Hall of Fame speech?
Yeah, Chael Sonnen. Just because I can't take my eyes off him.
Yeah.
It's electric.
Yeah.
And
How long
my
was
guess,
that speech?
good question. Not was it short, right? Or was it long?
I watched a little bit of it on Fight Pass posted something this morning, so I saw it seemed pretty long.
Well, and I guess Joanna had some length to her speech apparently as well. But
Really?
Chael, I don't know if he had a prompter, right? A lot of people had their speeches.
Yeah.
Oh, he did.
No, I mean, he had it available to him. I don't know if he used it.
No,
yeah.
doesn't need it.
Yeah. Because that's the thing, too. We were talking about this with Forrest Griffin yesterday. Chael is one of the guys that made a blueprint for the future stars to be like, this is how you can sell a fight. But you can't follow it step by step unless you're Chael Sonnen, right? There's only one of a kind in Chael. And if you come off trying to act like Chael, you're going to come off disingenuous. But at the same time, like, you hope he inspires, you know, the next generation. And
He absolutely does. I mean, just watching what I did watch on that speech, any fighter, any combat sports athlete can go and take away from his speech, even at the Hall of Fame, the things he said. I think he said he'd beat anybody in the crowd, and if they thought differently, they could come test that out. It was amazing from start, and then his son is just standing there. It was so now he's incorporating the son and teaching and training the son. If you really think about it, yeah, anybody can take away from that. It was amazing. I definitely want to go back and watch that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's available now for you on UFC Fight Pass. Check out the entire 2024 Hall of Fame class. You can do so right now on UFC Fight Pass. You know, we touched on it a little bit. UFC 303. It is tomorrow inside T-Mobile. Poetan, man, like we were talking about this last night. Like, he's a guy that, like, what, by his 6th UFC fight was already destined for the UFC Hall of Fame. Like, he's going to make that walk one day, and we're still, you know, seeing him pen his legacy. And it's interesting. Obviously, this was supposed to be the weekend where Conor McGregor returned to take on Michael Chandler, and I understand it's really hard to replace that. But if you're going to get people interested in a new main event, Alex Pereira's the guy. Like, he's doing something in such a rapid pace. He's having this career inside the UFC where, I mean, he's long in the tooth in combat sports. This is an unlikely run in so many ways, and running it back with Yuri, like, it's phenomenal. I know it's not the year-long build you normally get for a rematch, but I don't really hear anybody complaining about this rematch. This is a fun fight from top to bottom.
Such a fun fight, top to bottom. I feel like you have Poetan, who, to me, if he didn't fight, would probably be a serial killer. And then you've got Jiri, who makes, like, kung fu, karate, like, cool again.
Yeah.
He's like that traditional, he really embraces the traditional martial arts. And so you have these two unique characters that are coming together. And I saw this on Twitter, and I just can't get over it. They said it would be amazing if the UFC allowed both of these fighters to enter the arena on opposite ends and hunt each other.
Yeah,
and that's like the storyline.
Seriously. But Yuri, you know, I watched the first fight back, and I don't know if we're delving deep into this fight right now, but if I'm being honest, it's a little bit difficult for me to envision his path to victory per se, right? I almost feel like he's got to go just crazy at the beginning, all sorts of unorthodox stuff, and get that leg out of the way. I mean, he's just his leg that chewed up in the last two fights, even against Rakic, you know, where he came out of it. So I'm very interested in it. But Poetan, whether it's UFC 300, UFC 303, he's just there saving sort of these cards. But who doesn't want to watch that dude?
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
the most popular guy in the sport right now.
No, 100%.
Absolutely. And I think that what he's really embracing right now is to be in the moment, because our careers as fighters are so short. It's such a short window, and he's living it. He's taking the opportunities as they come, and that's why he's the most popular man in the sport at this point, because of that reason. And so many people, oh, the timing's not right in this, and sometimes you just got to go. And that's what makes, I think, this fight so exciting, the fact that both of these gentlemen were like, let's go, I'm ready.
Yep.
I think you have a really good point, though, with the path to victory. You know, the thing, Jiri is so dangerous at his range. When he finds his range, he's so creative with the way that he finds his angles and entries on his strikes. They're not a traditional 1-2. The rhythm is off. He comes from different angles. He doesn't throw traditional punches. And so he did have some success in that fight with Poetan, but I think like Bolton's just that guy. When he lands,
Yes.
someone doesn't pay the lights and the lights get cut out.
Well, and those leg kicks, oftentimes just a little flick, it's so much impact. I mean, there was, in their first fight, like 4 leg kicks, and Yuri's leg was done.
That's true. That's very true.
Do you expect that to be the focal point early on in the fight?
You know, Poatan is just so technical, so poised. Even his fight against Jamal Hill, it's just you can just clearly see his mind working and his range and distance. But for me, Yuri, he just got to get that leg out of the way. He doesn't look, everyone talks about his switch stances. He doesn't look comfortable to me when he fights southpaw.
Right.
It doesn't look natural. It doesn't look like he can do the same damage. But I think he has to be a maniac. You can't be in front of him. And your points are very well taken about the range. Certainly have to get in that range. But for me, when he gets to that close range, Poatan picks him apart. And I think he needs to keep the range. But I think he needs to get on a bike and go crazy and keep that leg out of there. He can't check. I haven't seen him check these kicks well. And I don't like seeing fights like determined by leg kick. I hate when a fighter's compromised so early in a fight, you don't necessarily get to see it. So get that leg out of the way so we can really see something, I think.
Prochazka plus 120 underdog line, straight up on the money line. Your thoughts on that? Is that the right line?
I don't, it's moving. Poatan, minus 155?
142 right now.
Yeah, I mean, it stayed pretty close to there. Hard for me not to see value on Poatan at that number from a gambling standpoint, given the first fight. But I don't like betting on mixed martial arts. You think Yuri Prochazka can't find a way to connect with a knee or a high kick and put Poatan down? I do. But the line, I think, is, if you have to ask me what I think of the line, I think Poatan should be a little higher in favorite, but
yeah, I think the reason he's not is he was like on a vacation / PR tour. You know what I mean? And that's one thing that I think about too is like, there's obviously pressure every time you step in the octagon. There's pressure, but he's in a situation now where he's kind of saving the day. Coming in and filling on short notice. He's already owns a win over Yuri, so like I feel like as much as the pressure could be off in a championship fight, the pressure's kind of off. If he does come up short, we're going to have a trilogy, which will be even bigger than both, previous fights. I just think that there's, don't get me wrong, nothing to lose, but there's not a lot to lose for him here.
I agree with that, but he did find a path to victory, right? And if we also take away from Glover Teixeira, his coach, who also found a lot of success in his fight with Giri. That was a very close, that was a back and forth fight. So I think they've got a lot of notes. They have a lot of notes, a lot of the timing, hands-on notes from Giri. And I agree with that the line is a little closer than it should be, but I mean, Giri hurt him in that fight, and the way that Alex Poatan fights, and I think this is why he's one of the most exciting fighters, is he gets in the pocket. He puts his hands down. He likes to move his head as you throw, and it's such a risky way to fight because if they connect, they can put him down, and he likes that style of fight. And doesn't really come out of pocket too often. So he's a very risky fighter in that sense, and that is why I think the line is kind of where it should be.
TJ, when you talk about him being on vacation, light heavyweight certainly different for him than middleweight in terms of a cut, right? So obviously at middleweight, I don't even think we'd be having a conversation. I don't know if he's not there anymore, but for him at light heavyweight, I think it's pretty doable still at this stage.
Yeah,
he's always training. Very hard worker. He's always training. He's always working.
These speakers are going to drive me crazy. These speakers going on over here.
You all right there?
I'm fine. I just got to press buttons and talk amongst yourselves for a second. I'm going to fix this.
You got me, you may not got me. But for me, right, with some of these UFC fights and where you have to sort of fill in, right, where you have, even Whitaker was supposed to fight Hamza, and that doesn't happen. And then you have another where you slot in another guy in Ikram, and it's a closer fight on paper, right? So the UFC just has all these options with the roster. But then Ikram goes in, and it's not really, not much of a fight. So I think when you have the ability to pivot from Conor McGregor to the biggest star in the sport, it's like such a luxury that this promotion has. Why they just remain on top,
Absolutely. That's what I said. They always deliver. They always find a way from the top of the executives to their champions. They always find a way to deliver, and how amazing is it that both these men stepped up to take this exciting fight at such a short notice. You all right?
I mean, you can't put a radio guy in a live audio environment and expect me to sit still when that's happening. I still don't know if I've quite fixed it, but I'm trying.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there's a video component too, and you look great. You got the mustache going. So,
I look great.
Yeah, we knew that. That's why you're in the middle.
That's true. We got a whole bunch of things going on here today at UFCX. So hopefully, if you're in the area, make sure you come out and see what we got going on. We got prizes, we got flying arrows, and we got a psychic today. Psychic's coming in a little bit.
Really?
Psychic,
Yeah.
So, guess what? The psychic is going to tell me who my future ex is.
No way.
Yeah, you like that?
It's a little scary.
Yeah, absolutely scary.
I'm ready. I'm excited for this.
No,
I
I
want to know
get
who
it.
my next future
Yeah, you're
ex
not
is.
afraid.
I mean, the psychic's going to be able to fill out that restraining order. Oh, God.
Oh, see, I'm telling you.
So close.
So the future X, though, it's like that's sort of setting up for failure, right? Not the future.
Yeah, who wants to think about that? We want the future ex. That sounds so much more exciting. Tell me it doesn't sound more exciting.
No, it does.
I mean, that's the news story, right? The future X.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah,
That brings,
absolutely.
that brings excitement. How does it end? Ooh, you know what I mean?
You're way too excited about the psychic. I don't know. We talk about that the co-main event changing a little bit. Let's take a look at the odds.
Fun fight, man. Such a fun fight.
Minus 135, Diego Lopez the favorite. You think that stays in line with the weight miss? Or the weight change, if you will?
It is scary. The weight change is interesting. I'm not going to say scary. I'll use a better word. Interesting. It's really intriguing.
Well, you know, and when you look at last week, I believe when Daniel Rodriguez was already down, cutting to welterweight, and then he's, creeping back up to fight Callum Walsh at close to middleweight. It still ends up being a loss. I understand that UFC rewarded him with a new contract, but Diego Lopez, where was he at? And maybe we can get some information if they weigh. I don't know if they've weighed in yet.
Right.
But to me, it's Diego Lopez is such a killer. I find it hard to believe that he's going to lose this fight. But I got so much respect for Brian Ortega and what he's done. And Diego Lopez never been in there with someone with that type of experience. Brian Ortega's a dog. If Diego Lopez can't get him out of there, like Brian Ortega can be tough. So. But I don't know, the weight, when it's 145, 155, it's not like a 5-pound miss at light heavyweight. It's different, right? It's 10 pounds, a decent percentage of the weight. So
yeah.
I'll be curious, but Diego Lopez, to me, I mean, when he fought...
Tell me why you say that. It's hard to see...
About Diego Lopez?
It's hard for you to see him lose.
So there were a lot of people that loved Sadiq Youssef against Diego Lopez.
Agreed,
and
incredible fighter.
Diego Lopez, and no disrespect to Sadiq Youssef, but for me, I'm not a mixed martial artist. To me, there is some eye test stuff going on. And when I saw Diego Lopez fight Evloev at short notice and lose, but I've never seen someone lose a fight and come close to winning it. It was such a win for his career, even though he lost the fight. And I just think he is an absolute killer. And Sadiq Youssef, I have a lot of respect. I just think Diego Lopez is on a superstar path. I don't care who's in front of him. I don't. And I have mad respect for Brian Ortega. I think it's going to be a tough test. But I think I'm going to wake up Sunday morning with Diego Lopez continuing on this track. I'm glad I don't have to bet on it. But I have so much respect for Ortega. Like, I don't want to,
Which is what makes it so interesting to me, because I feel like, Ortega, we know he's a dog. We know he's not going to quit. You have to stop the fight for him. But I think he's so creative in so many ways, and he's so experienced.
Yes.
And he's looking better, and he's still growing, and he's still evolving in his career. I am just intrigued that you think that he can't win this one.
I definitely think he can win. But I oftentimes say I want to see them on the scale. Diego Lopez at 5'11". I think Ortega's 5'8". I think there's a little size there. But for me, Ortega has talked about, he took this fight. I think he's going to make a massive donation to a church, right? So this was sort of an opportunity. I think he was maybe bulking up to 155 at Noche, and this is a little spot. Make a couple $100,000, donate to a church. I'm not saying that he can't. There are times where this sport, where veterans prove that there are levels to this shit. And
absolutely.
You can be sure Diego Lopez could get in there, and I could be proved wrong. But there are often times where I find very smart people, like in that last fight, talking to me all about Sadiq Youssef, and my maybe, not coming from a fighter standpoint, but just coming from sort of watching. I didn't see Diego Lopez losing on that night. You know what I mean? And so, I see the same thing.
Another up-and-comer that's been doing everything right, despite maybe the fans, giving him a little bit of the stink eye. Ian Gary is back. He takes on MVP Michael Venom Page. This is a phenomenal fight. I don't know what it's going to look like. It could look so many different ways. But, man, honestly, no disrespect to anybody else on this card, but if you say, I only get to watch one fight from this card, I think it's Gary and MVP.
It's so interesting. I went up to MVP yesterday. He was in the workout room cutting weight. Poor guy's in all of his sweats and stuff. And I was like, can I have a video, please? I was totally fangirling, and he was in such great spirits. He said that the weight cut obviously is his least favorite part of the fight, but he was in such great spirits there, and he looked great. And gosh, I love that he's here. I love that he's in the UFC. I love that we get to see his personality, and he brings that out. And Ian Gary, same. He's got a fantastic personality. Did you see MVP playing with his baby yesterday?
I did not, no.
Oh, it was so beautiful. MVP was playing with Ian Gary's baby, and it was just a beautiful moment, and that is like why you love the sport so much, is these two really have said some crazy things about each other, and I don't think that they like each other personally, but the fact that they were able to come together.
Yes, and I love it too. It's like that martial arts connection. However, there are plenty of people that hate that stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
That they're like, they want them talking shit to each other. That fight is so fascinating to me.
It is.
Michael Venom Pate, watching him compete in the UFC, it just blew my mind. I was electrified. Every movement, I couldn't watch. Just his movement blew me away.
Right.
I'm curious if this fight is going to be incredible or and they're just dancing around. Like, I feel like it can kind of go one of two ways, where it might be absolutely incredible, or they might just offset each other a lot and sort of dance around a little bit. What do you think?
I mean, any fight that has that unorthodox feel that could go different ways, a lot of the early moments, the early stages, is a feeling out process. How long that feeling out process will be, I don't know, but they're both so capable of doing insane, crazy things that eventually I think we're going to see the respect sort of go by the wayside, and you got to go for broke. And maybe it's MVP that gets a little reckless and careless and maybe gets caught with something, or maybe Ian Gary gets overconfident and finds himself, on the wrong side of a highlight reel. All of that is possible.
I think that MVP has a very methodical way in his movement and his positioning in these fights. He does such a fantastic job of positioning himself. He has a very linear stance, right? But when you look at Ian Gary's, I wouldn't say more traditional, but he has more of an MMA style stance. And we saw with Kevin Holland how difficult it was really to find the angles and to find your way with MVP. I'm curious if Ian Gary will be able to solve that puzzle, because that is a very difficult puzzle to solve. When you have the movement of MVP along with the way he positions himself in that stance, how difficult is it to find your range, to find your target, and keep it and continue to find that throughout the night? That is what I'm really intrigued. Can Ian Gary solve this puzzle? Because it's a very, very difficult puzzle to solve.
How does Ian Gary get over with the fans, Jason?
Oh, it's a great question. Those are some great points there, by the way, and we'll piggyback onto some of those because it is just so fascinating to me. You want to know how Ian Gary is with the fans?
Yeah, how does he get over with the fans? How does he become a guy that is cheered rather than a mixture of boos?
I love the guy. I love him on the microphone. I think he's an incredible human being. It surprises me a little bit. I love how he continues to sort of say things. And Bo Nichols says similar things like, you'll like me, you will like me.
Right.
I love Ian Gary. I saw him yesterday, gave him a big hug. He's like, I love your energy, right? And I'm like, I love him. I don't understand it with the fans. I think it's going to come. What's interesting to me, there's so much at stake for a guy like that. And, there are a lot of fighters, whether it's Ian Gary, Bo Nickal, where the UFC is very calculated in terms of who they give them at certain spots. And I think this is a very interesting matchup for Ian Gary because this sort of championship trajectory or whatever it is. John, my brother, always says a loss is really like a 2-year setback in terms of this. Ian Gary finished as Michael Page. Who knows where he could be in the welterweight picture? I believe ranked 7th overall. So to me, it's very interesting in taking these matchups. One loss as you're chasing that championship can be, really a big setback. Whereas Michael Venom Page, 38 years old, I don't necessarily look at him as tracking for a championship, but he could be with a win. So
yeah, I mean that's the thing about this sport. It is a meritocracy and it isn't a meritocracy all at the same time because look at your guy Bilal Muhammad. Look at what he's done to get a fight. He's finally got that title fight. But you can also have 2 or 3 fights back to back in any division. If they're highlight reel type stuff, then the fans start buzzing. And I think that's one thing about this sport more than any other traditional sport. Dana White and company want to give the fans what they want more than any other sport. They go out of their way to do that. And, MVP, if he's able to pull off some highlight reel stuff, never say never, man. That's what's exciting.
I agree. From your standpoint, right, when I watch a guy like Michael Venom Page, and there's certainly some unorthodox fighters in the UFC, but I don't know if I've ever seen someone quite so unorthodox where it really like works. Some of the stuff you talked about where the distance management and just right, it's like it looks maybe a little wacky, but it's not. It's like super calculated. I can't wait for that one. That really is at the top of my list in terms of this card.
Yeah.
Watching that fight.
No, phenomenal stuff. Another fight that's getting kind of buried, Andre Feely and Cub Swanson. Like, it's a prelim fight, but like, that's a phenomenal fight for so many reasons. I'm very happy this is a fight that's happening on this stage in that arena. It's a fight that the energy is going to be through the roof, and I can't wait for that one. So.
I agree. And Feely tough certainly against Ige last time out, if I'm not mistaken. So good opportunity to bounce back quickly. And then you get these guys like Cub Swanson, and you're like, wow, how long has he been competing? It's just insane. Like, I remember a recent fight where it was at the Apex, his whole family's there, and he had a huge win in front of him. It's like, I see a lot of these guys. I'm an old man, and you see their careers evolve. It's like Cub Swanson's still doing it.
Right.
You know, and he's an underdog, and a lot of sharp handicappers like him at that price.
Yeah.
But I like Feely. He's a good kid. I'd like to see him sort of get back on the right track.
Yeah.
So
I love this fight, too, because of the characters of both of these. They're kind of gangsters, but they're not gangsters, but they're the Cali gangsters or the Cholo. Maybe it's like more Cholo vibe. But they both bring a little flavor of, a little Latin flavor and heat into this. And you love that. You love to see that. I think this is a great matchup, and I love the characteristics, too, that are meeting up as well.
Yeah, it's on my short list for fight of the night. I really think it could.
Interesting.
It could be.
I like that. Okay.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. What are you going to do here today, Jason? I know we got stuff going on. We got a busy
We're going to be
schedule,
walking around, sort of seeing some fans. I might pretend not to be myself. I have an identical twin brother who's a little more well-known around these parts. So I may pretend to be someone else, see if I can get some people confused. Maybe some trivia going on a little bit later. But I may try and mess with some folks.
We got
crowd.
to film this or something. I think
We'll be filming it.
Phenomenal.
I guess we're going to have camera follow me around, so we'll see.
I like it.
Hey, guys, can I have some arrows?
Someone needs to keep a camera on you so you don't wind up getting in a lawsuit.
If they've got the little sucker things at the end, it's okay. If I hit you, can I try to hit you in the head?
No.
Why?
She wanted to soccer kick me yesterday. I'm not kidding
I said
you.
I wanted to learn how to soccer
Right,
kick.
and then volunteered me to be the dummy.
So where would that kick be, though? The dome.
Yeah.
We were talking about Shogun Hua and just the way that he put together his grappling and his ground and pound, and how like the way he transitioned. I mean, he would go from a punch to a soccer kick to a knee to the head. I mean, it was so beautiful, his ground and pound and the soccer kicks. And so who are we talking to that we asked about how they trained?
Khalil Roundtree.
Khalil Roundtree that was his first coach was Wanderlei.
Vanderlei, yep.
Wanderlei. And so, he was saying that the soccer kick was one of the things, so his most memorable things learning from Wanderlei. So I asked if I could learn from TJ. I feel like he's got a great head. Look at his head.
Absolutely. And I think you could take it.
Yeah, you're a tough
Whose
guy.
team are you on?
Oh, I'm always on your team, but I was giving you a little toughness, right?
Yeah, you're a tough guy.
Like when I shaved my head, my wife, I was like, do I look tougher? She's like, if you want to look tougher, lift weights instead of running. That was the response. So. But I got mad respect for you, you know.
You see, running is a smart move because it's practical in a fight situation. If you just run, that's the smartest move.
Yeah, right.
You can either fight or run. I will run.
You're
Not far,
run?
not far.
I was going to say,
not
where
far
are you
or
going?
fast.
Where are you going?
Why are you so mean to me?
I'm not. I was just joking. I was just trying to be funny. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You could get in your car and drive, and your car's really fast.
That's true. That is true. All right. I'm TJ DeSantis. That's Pearl Gonzalez, Jason Anik, hanging out live from UFCX. We've got a full jam-packed day today, and come on out. It's this might be the best value of International Fight Week, UFCX. Not much to get in here. There are legends of the sport walking around everywhere. You can do so much in such a short amount of time, and I think UFCX is a must-do IFW week.
It's unbelievable. You know, in this sport, it's like we talk about the growth of the UFC or mixed martial arts in general, but I'm focused on the UFC. Every year we come here and it's bigger and something else has happened. The way this sport blows up. Well, just went to Saudi for the first time.
Right.
Sphere, Dana White spending just crazy money, right? It's like it continues and it continues. And I have so much respect for Dana White as a businessman and how he's built this. It blows my mind. It's constantly moving, it's constantly churning. And for someone who grew up as a sports fan, but not necessarily a mixed martial arts fan, whether it's basketball, football, baseball, hockey in this country, the UFC is sort of filtering itself into that list of major sports. And every year it's just bigger and different and younger.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. And you're young. you're younger than me, but as we get older, it's like it's the young fans that are just, it's only going to get bigger every year. It blows me away.
You know, it's beautiful because I think that at this point in time, especially for women, I can speak for women, it is so realistic if you start training at a young age that you will be in the UFC. It is so realistic. It's not impossible. It's not like the NBA or even MLB, for instance, where it takes a lot of work. And if you start training at a young age, if you start your children at a young age and they're committed and they're dedicated, there's no doubt that they will be fighting in the UFC in 15 years from now.
I love that you said that, and I couldn't agree more. There are certain sports where athleticism, there are plenty of athletes in the UFC who could probably play other professional sports, but there are also a lot of fighters in the UFC who aren't world-class athletes that did it the way you describe. I'm with you.
Yeah, you know, we're starting to see elite level wrestlers think more about MMA than the Olympics too, you know, or trying to, continue their career in the collegiate wrestling realm. And I like that too, you know. Also, like a lot of high level wrestlers, they were thinking about the NFL before they were thinking about MMA. That is changing, and we're better off for it. You know, we've had some elite, phenomenal athletes. You talk about the world expansion, like what is going on overseas now. I think the sport's hotter than it's ever been right now.
It's unbelievable, you know, and the NBA National Basketball Draft a couple nights ago, It's like I think 3 of the first 4 players from France drafted. Yeah. That wasn't happening back in the day. So it's
exciting business.
Can I
you know, and I talked to, go ahead, yeah, shake up that magic
so I want to ask, am I going to meet my future ex this weekend? You guys ready?
Okay. This isn't the psychic, is it? We get a real psychic?
No.
A real psychic.
Okay.
Could you imagine that bait switch? That may be the worst bait switch in the history.
All right, will I meet my future ex this weekend? Let's see. Concentrate and ask again? What kind of shit is that?
Because you got a real psychic coming to give you the answer.
It's true.
Fine. Okay, you got a question for it?
No.
Do you have a question?
I mean, I have a question for it, but it's not a yes or no question.
Will Pearl Gonzalez meet the one?
The one?
You're talking about the ex. Meet the one this week.
Yeah.
Well, the psychic going to give you what you need to know.
Will she find her king?
Same answer. Cannot predict now. We need the real thing. The Magic 8 Ball ain't going to work on Pearl Gonzalez.
All right. I'm afraid to let you go, honestly.
Why?
Because you got a bow and arrow. You have it on your mind that you're going to meet.
Wants to kick you in the head.
Yeah. See what I mean?
It's just an exciting week. I'm sorry.
It's true.
I'm always in the gym. I don't get to get out much, so when I'm out, I'm having a blast. I got to live it up.
All right. Well, I'm going to think we good? I'm talking to Frankie over here. Frankie, we good for the next show? We are. All right. So we're going to press this button here. I made this song that you're going to hear in your head.
Oh,
this
was where this fell.
This is an AI song about Fight Pass.
So we don't have you on vocals, huh?
No one would want that. But, listen to it. Sign up, UFCFightPass.com. And stick around as our day continues live from UFCX. It's International Fight Week. TJ, Pearl, Jason, we'll be back right after this.
Jiu-Jitsu, the fight pass, invitational, FBI, Polaris, Bravo, invitational, log on, UFCFightPass.com, UFCFightPass.com. Events, cage warriors, world, FFFC, sports library, PFC, strike force, extreme cage fighting, boxing, Hollywood, fight night, jiu-jitsu, the fight pass, invitational, FBI, Polaris, Bravo, invitational, log on, UFCFightPass.com, 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 UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, step into a world. UFC, UFC, fight, ass, ass. Step into a world, step into a world, UFC, fight, ass, ass, fight, ass, ass. Step into a world, step into a world, step into a world, UFC, fight, 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 fight. Step into a world.
We roll on live here at UFCX. It is International Fight Week in Las Vegas. TJ DeSantis along with Pearl Gonzalez. The Predator, Don Frye, kind enough to join us all the way down there. How's it going, Don? How are you?
Good, partner. How you doing?
Good, man. Good. It's nice to see you here at UFCX among the people. How's your International Fight Week been thus far?
So far, so good. I haven't been knocked on my ass yet. You know,
that's good. I mean,
it's always a plus.
Pearl's here with arrows and a bow, so
she can knock me on my ass.
It might happen. Yeah.
I got him. I was able to land.
I'm terrified for you. I'm terrified of you, I should say.
Why?
She's loaded up again. We got a psychic coming on here in a moment. How do you feel about that? You got to feel better than that bow shot right there.
I hope you drive better than you shoot those.
You're going to hurt somebody. That's okay. No one's going to pick on you when Don Frye's sitting here.
She can kiss and make you feel better.
Exactly. You know? Right. Yeah. Are you good with the bow, Don?
I'm excellent at the bow.
Yeah?
Would you like to try?
I gotta knock the sweat off a fly's ass at 50 yards.
There we go.
Shoot the camera guy.
Yeah, I don't know what to aim for. I feel like the camera guy's not the smartest.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
You might want to keep him alive, you know, if you want to keep the show going.
That's what I'm saying.
Come on, you can do this. You can do. Oh, he's shooting that camera guy.
Oh, no.
Ah!
Nice. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Just knock the sweat off of him.
Yeah,
there you go.
Thank you.
I feel like if we were living in... Yeah, I do, actually. I feel like if we were living in the desert, Don would make sure we were well fed. All right. How do you do this?
Where you shoot, yes, and then you just pull it.
We're going to go this way, though?
Oh, that's fancy. You're going to shoot it that way?
I don't know.
Oh,
maybe.
Yeah.
What should I shoot at?
Where'd Steve go?
I'm going to shoot at Marcos right there.
Shoot that knothead.
Woo! That was close.
That wasn't good.
That was a good one.
Room
that
for
was
improvement.
Very accurate.
Room for
a lot of room.
Very accurate.
Yeah, a lot of room. Have you ever met?
Like she says, there's gonna be a lot of room, or gonna be this much room. She just wants the improvement, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever
you say.
It ain't hitting.
I agree. Have you ever talked to a psychic before?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Back in the day, like at a 900 number?
No. When I first met my last ex-wife, you know, you're going down the road on a date, and you say, hey, there's a psychic, sweetheart.
Right.
Let's go see her love, you know, her future, all that. So I pulled in there.
That's an interesting date.
Yeah, it was.
Did you learn anything?
Not as much as I wanted to.
I'll tell you actually a great story. My girlfriend and I went to go see a psychic last week.
Last week?
Last week. And she didn't have any availability, but I'm so excited for this. Because I did. I literally went to go talk to a psychic.
She didn't know you were coming?
Apparently.
No, it was meant to be. I know it.
All right, we're ready to get our first psychic up here.
All right.
I think she's going to give you a reading, Don.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what that means or what we're going to find out.
I'm excited about it.
Two psychics here today live at UFCX. Excited to meet them.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm a hugger.
Alrighty.
All right, press this button here. Hello.
Hi, guys.
Welcome to the program.
Thanks.
I'm TJ. This is Pearl. That's Don. Your name?
Nice to meet you guys. Adriana.
Adriana, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So tell us a little bit, Adriana, about what kind of services you offer and how you came to find out that you had these psychic blessings.
Well, I'm a third-generation psychic.
Wow.
It all started off when I was about 3 years old. I blanked out for about 3 days, and everything was different.
I used to blank out a lot when I was a kid, too. Yeah. I still do as an adult.
It's a gift that I can't return. Definitely.
Oh, I love that.
For better and for worse, maybe? Would you like to turn it off sometimes?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's a blessing.
So kind of clarify this for everyone. When you say psychic, what do you mean? You're not like a mind reader. You can't hear what people are thinking. Or maybe you can. I don't know.
No.
Okay.
A psychic is somebody who's born with a second veil. Everybody's born with one. So people in the supernatural world is born with two, and we can see beyond energy.
So is that why I keep making terrible decisions in men?
No.
That's because you're a woman.
No. You're a beautiful woman.
Oh, thank you.
They make bad decisions.
Okay, fair.
It's inherent, you know. It goes with the territory.
But yeah, we've been in Vegas for about 30 years now. We have
Okay.
our business, and you know, we help many of people from all over the world come in to see us.
What about that guy right there? He's people from all over the world. He's been all over the world.
Scary, huh?
Definitely. But a lot of energy. Your
Lot of
energy is
energy.
very strong.
All right.
Very
See,
strong.
she's smart. She knows how to sell a car.
You have a great aura. Are
Yeah.
you familiar with auras?
Pardon?
Are you familiar with auras?
Yeah.
Yours is like an orange.
An orange?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Very happy, outgoing person. You have a very, very bright spirit. But you also have a lot of past lives. Do you believe in past lives?
Yeah.
Many.
Yeah, I
you
do.
have many of them, meaning that you've been on this earth for many, many, many years.
Yeah, I'm tired. Might be my last run, huh? I'm tired.
Maybe not. Maybe
Ah,
not.
Shit.
There's been a lot of things that you experienced on this earth.
Yeah.
A
yeah.
lot. You went through a lot.
Yeah.
But you're still standing. You're still here. But there's been many of people that are picking up on the past that did not want you to be standing where you're at today.
Are you psychic, or have you just watched his fights on UFC Fight Pass?
You know what? I've never watched the UFC.
Okay, well, there's a first time for everything.
Yep.
Yeah. Smart.
Yep. But you're a great person. You have a tremendously big heart.
This and that. Now you're shoveling a little thick, you know.
You do. You have a very big heart. You come from a
I
very
got no
big
heart,
family.
Erna. I got no heart. I'm evil.
No, you're not. You're a big bear.
Huh?
You're a big teddy bear. You are.
Who you talking to, lady? It might be her. She
You
might
are.
be coming over here.
You come from a very big family. I'm seeing a very big generational family, but you're cut very different. You've always been cut very different. And they all see that.
Yeah. I am cut different, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody else around.
Yep. But I'm picking up this year is going to be very, very positive. 2024,
Good, I need it. I
it's going to
deserve
be good.
it.
It's going to be good.
Good. Knock on wood.
I'm seeing a lot of traveling coming up.
Oh, I hate traveling. Oh.
But it's going to be the good traveling. It's going to be something that you actually enjoy doing. You need a break. You need to relax.
And I get to go to the moon or Mars or...
Maybe. Maybe. It's definitely out of this world, I'll tell you that.
How would that be?
That
I'm
sounds
the
fascinating.
ambassador to Mars. How
yeah.
would that go over?
That'd be great.
I can see you in Mars, definitely.
They said, let's not go to Earth.
It's going to be good. Now, is there any other questions that you want to ask? 'Cause there's a lot. Like when I go into a reading, there's so many things coming my way that I have a very little bit of time to pick up the big picture.
Yeah?
But there's a lot.
How my bulldogs? I got 2 bulldogs and 2 daughters, you know.
You are an animal person. Animals just come to you. You're like a spiritual animal person. But they're good.
They're going to be good?
Yes.
Do you see a spirit animal for him?
Another animal?
Like for him, is there an animal that comes
A spirit
to mind?
animal? I'm seeing a tiger.
A tiger. Hey, baby.
Definitely a tiger. Definitely.
Yeah, baby, you know it. I'm a tiger.
Yes. Now, what month was you born in?
November.
Okay, that makes sense. You love to be around water.
Oh, I hate water. Are you crazy? I hate water.
Water.
I'm a mountain guy.
Yes, but water recharges your spirit.
Really?
Yes.
I don't bathe for like 4 or 5 days at a time. I hate water so much.
Is that the first time that a woman has called you Tiger, Don?
No, it's not.
Probably won't be the last time.
Oh, no, it won't be the last. My babysitter used to call me Tiger. Oh, yeah.
Now, did you ever do acting before?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Good enough to where I haven't done it in a decade now.
I'm seeing something coming up in the future. I'm seeing some type of, I don't know if this is a short film, but I'm seeing a lot of producers around you. I'm seeing something.
Short film,
happening.
what are we doing, porno?
That sounds like fun.
Not yet.
Not yet. It'd be real quickie. Yeah.
But there's definitely going to be a lot of new beginnings.
All righty.
A lot. That's going to be very, very spontaneous.
Well, that's me, Mr. Spontaneity. You know,
Yeah.
I can't plan 5 minutes, man. Shit.
No.
My ex-wife, she had the divorce planned out for like a decade. And I didn't know what I was having for lunch. You know, shit. I was like, what?
Do you feel enlightened, Don? Do you have anything you're going to do with this newfound information that you're a tiger and you're orange, apparently?
I've always known as a tiger, baby.
And you're doing short films soon.
Yeah, short pornos. quickie pornos. Yeah.
Now, are you with somebody right now?
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you been with this person?
About 5 years, 6 years.
Very good. I do feel like this person could be your twin flame.
To be my what?
Your twin flame soulmate. Do you believe in soulmates?
No, I don't.
You should, because you definitely found her.
I was told, my last 2 divorces were supposed to be my soulmate, so I don't believe.
You know what? Unfortunately, I feel like the last 2 relationships was something that you had to go through for yourself to kind of learn from the experience.
and give away a lot of money.
Unfortunately.
I had to learn how it's like to live broke.
Sometimes just the price that we pay.
Yeah. I paid a lot. Always a big price.
Yes, but you're better now. Your energy is much better. Those people really drained you, it feels.
Yeah.
They drained you.
All right, Don, we're going to let you get out of here and get another fresh face up here.
Thank you, baby.
You're welcome, love.
More psychic readings here live from UFCX.
Thank you.
TJ DeSantis along with Pro Gonzalez. We're going to get the king, Callum Walsh, up here. See if we get a...
Oh, wait, where's my arrows? Maybe he wants to shoot my arrows. Let's grab them.
Okay, so now we're doing him.
Yep,
Okay. And his name is
Callum.
Alan.
Callum Walsh back on Extra Rounds, live from UFCX. TJ DeSantis, Pro Gonzalez. Got our psychic with us.
Hi, Callan.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Now, have you ever had a reading before?
No, never. That's why I just seen Don was getting this, so I said I might as well join in.
Nice.
I'm nervous. I don't know why. I'm just nervous.
A lot of
Did
energy.
you see me coming? No. See me coming.
I did not.
There you go.
But it-
Keeping you on your toes.
Yes.
Keeping the psychic on her toes.
There you go.
Well, there's definitely a lot of energy coming through.
I'm a bit nervous now, actually. I'm feeling actually kind of nervous
A lot of
now.
energy. I'm picking up there's a very big transitioning happening in your life. Very big.
Going to MMA. That's it. I'm transitioning.
Oh, not yet. Not yet.
Now, is there like a very big event happening in your life now, or is this something that's coming soon? So I'm seeing 2 things.
I'm hoping there's something big coming soon.
There
But
is.
hasn't been announced yet, but I'm hoping.
Where are you originally from?
Ireland.
Okay. There's going to be something happening back home.
Oh, there is.
That's going to be kind of lingering on into the States. Something big,
Something big.
yes. But I feel like this is somewhere where you're supposed to be. You were always supposed to be in this environment. It just took you a little longer to get here. But now you're here.
You know, I don't want to say I wasn't a believer, but you're saying some things right now that are making me go, dang, did someone tell her that Callum Walsh might be going back to Ireland for a big fight? Because that's the rumor.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's the word on the street. All right, yeah.
It's happening very soon.
That's it.
very
They're going.
Yeah,
We don't need Dana White anymore to know.
And you're definitely going to bring the heat.
Definitely. Am I going to win? I am.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I do feel like this is something very big that's going to be bringing a lot of new opportunities. So this is a very good thing.
How do you feel about that, Callum?
That's it. No, that's it. I'm going to announce it on my Instagram.
There you go.
Now, I'm also picking up on designing. You have a very good eye on creating things. And I'm picking up that there's something that you might be doing like on the sidelines of designing. Or something like some merch or something.
I have no idea. You might know something that I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe it hasn't happened yet. You know,
maybe,
that's
maybe. Yeah, that's the
To be
thing.
continued, definitely.
Maybe, yeah.
Now, you were talking about with Don that he was kind of like an old soul. He's been around. Do you get that same sort of vibe with Callum?
You know what? We all have so many multiple past lives, and you definitely have a lot.
I do.
You do. And I do feel like in one of your previous past lives, the last one from this one, I'm seeing like Vikings, the Viking times.
Yeah.
And you were a very like strong soldier.
A warrior, like.
And that's why in this life, it's like when you put your mind to something, you have to conquer it. You have to do it.
Yeah,
if not, it'll drive you nuts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I can't do anything that like I'm not good at. Or,
No.
like, if I do something, I have to be like the best at it.
Yes. And this is why you have this intuition, this energy. But that's a good thing. You know, not a lot of people have that energy.
Nice.
I'm freaked out a little bit. I'm not going to lie.
This is awesome.
It was so spot on. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ireland thing.
No, but there's a lot of new beginnings. A lot of doors are going to definitely open up for you very soon. There's many that opened up now, but I am picking up that there's a lot of people that do not want to see you succeed. A lot of people from your past, but they're going to be very surprised very soon.
Yeah, that's true.
That is interesting because we talked about that in the pre-fight interview before your last fight. There are a lot of more people that are kind of vocally, not necessarily cheering against you, but there are some opposition out there for you, Callum. Like, I don't want to say the word hater, but like there are people that are vocal about you as you get more and more
Definitely.
of the spotlight. They tend to get more vocal about how you don't deserve it. And you know, there's that old saying: once you get enemies, that's when you know you've really made it.
Yeah, you know, I think that's because I just showed up one day. You
Right.
know, it was like I just came out of nowhere and just showed up, and a lot of people don't know what I've done to get here. You know, they
Right.
just see me as like, oh, this Dana White just brought him in, and he has a Dana White privilege. You know, he just showed up. You know, people don't. They just see me online. You know, they don't know what I've done to get here, and I think that's a big thing. You know, if people actually look into what I've done and what I've achieved, you know, to get to where I am, I think they would understand a bit more. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course.
You let Dawn ask questions.
Yes.
Do you have any questions for her, Callum? Anything you want some insight on?
Do you have any insight on the casino?
Do you like to gamble?
Yeah, I lost a bit of money last night already. Yeah, I always lose though. I always lose.
I feel like you're good with numbers.
Go with numbers.
So craps.
Craps. Yeah, I don't know how to play. I was playing roulette.
Roulette? Yeah.
Can I bring you to the casino with me? No.
I'll go with you to roulette.
Can you see the numbers coming? No.
Sometimes. Sometimes. But I try to stay away from gambling.
Well, if I could do that, I would be in the casino every day. No, I can't. I can't think of any questions really. I think.
Is there something that you want to achieve in this year? Is there something that you want to accomplish? Something that you want to complete at the end of this year? Because there's a lot that I'm picking up on that you are going to complete, that you are going to achieve. But I feel like right now there's just so much on your plate that you're trying to figure out which one to do first.
Yeah, no, there's definitely one thing. You know, like you mentioned the Ireland thing. That's the one thing I want to get done this year. A fight back home in my own country. That's something I want to get done this year.
Oh, you will. You will. That's no doubt about it. That's a guaranteed shot.
That's good to know. So I'm coming home this year for the Irish people.
Yes.
There we go. Awesome. Well, I appreciate you giving Callum a reading. And
My pleasure.
Callum, it's always fun catching up. And it sounds like we're going to Ireland.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's it.
Awesome.
I'm going to text Dana right now.
There you go.
Yes, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Just, you know what you have to do, just the fact of getting it done at this point. And you got it down pat. You do. Just don't let the haters and block them out.
Definitely. Thanks very much.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to cycle in both of you guys out, get a new psychic up here as well as Chase Hooper, who's coming off a huge win in his mixed martial arts run. Again, this is Extra Rounds. I'm TJ DeSantis, Pro Gonzalez, hanging out live at UFCX. It's International Fight Week.
Thank you.
Thanks, Callum. Always a pleasure. All right.
Hello, how are
I'm
you?
the mom.
You're the mom?
Yep.
Can you put this headset on? Thank you.
How are you? I'm good.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to the show.
How's it going?
Pretty good, my friend. I pick up on a lot of good energies around you.
Oh, thank you. I'll take it.
Yes, and I pick up that the universe is on your corner. I do see many, many things for you, for your future, for your destiny. You work very hard.
I try.
Yes, you've been working very hard, but I do see a lot of destiny through your health is good. Very long life ahead of you.
Oh, hopefully not too long. We'll see.
You're going to be okay. Any questions you want to find out about?
I don't know. What do you guys think some good questions are? What?
Oh, this is all you, dude.
Oh.
This is your psychic reading.
I should have prepped.
Yeah.
Is there any colors I should be trending towards? Any favorite colors I should have?
Favorite colors?
Yeah.
Well, I do see that there's going to be some purples. Purples are good. It's like amethyst.
Like your shirt.
Yes. Amethyst
Very
is
observant.
a very good, strong crystal for you.
Ooh.
I do pick up on good energies. I do see like a rainbow around you. So that's very good.
Pride Month. I'll take it.
Yes. How about
Hey.
your romance? How's romance been?
I don't know. What do you think?
Well, you've been busy working. I know that.
That's fair. That's
And
fair.
there's really not enough time, but I do see a soulmate in your future.
Sure.
So I do feel that there's somebody for you. This is somebody that was in a past life, somewhere around the 1900s, that you did have a twin flame.
What does that mean?
A twin flame is more like a soulmate, somebody that's supposed to be meant only for you.
Okay.
And I do pick it up in this universe, in your present life, and also for your future. This person is going to follow you, look for you. So I do pick up on that. I'm also picking up later on in life, I do see 2 children.
2 children? All right.
First a boy, then a girl.
All right. I'll take it.
That's later on. I'm also seeing some type of, like a business of your own also you're going to be doing. The universe is telling me you're going to be opening up with a little business or do something else on the side also.
All right.
Pick up on that. Future looks fabulous. It looks great. I don't see any negative energies around you as of right now. You know, there is some people who could be like good to your face, but sometimes behind your back, kind of like a little jealous. You know.
All right. I
You know
got
how
you.
it
I
is.
got you.
But your family wants to see you to do well. They do worry for you. They do love you. You're a sweetheart. You come from an old soul. You have an old heart.
Sure. Yeah. I'll take that. You think TJ's talking trash behind my back, or you think he's one of the good
No,
ones?
he's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good. All right.
I see TJ being very, very good.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure on that one.
Yes,
Got
he's
it.
a good friend.
How dare you?
How dare you?
Yeah, just kidding.
what about Pearl, though?
Pearl is a sweetheart also. She's a sweetheart.
Am
that,
I?
Mama?
I
Yes.
said I'm so ready for my reading. Tell me,
Oh
tell
my
me.
God. Okay, baby girl. What I'm picking up for you is that there's a lot of traveling for you also.
Yes.
Yes, you work very hard also, but I'm picking up that there's someone around you that has a bit of high temper, high blood pressure.
High what?
A little high blood pressure.
Your pressure?
No, high blood pressure.
Oh, okay.
That means you drive me crazy, Pearl.
Do I drive him crazy?
No, you're fine. You're a
Okay.
sweetheart. He loves you. He cares for you very, very much.
She just called me a liar.
Good friend.
Am I going to meet my future ex-boyfriend soon?
I do pick up on that, but there is some negative energies around there.
Ooh, because I pick
Like-
bad men.
Yeah.
Make bad choices, don't
Okay, yeah.
I? Okay, so I'm going to pick another bad one?
Not this time.
Oh, I'm going to pick a good one.
This time, a good one. You
How long
deserve
will
it.
this last?
Picking up, well, I do see something between now and 3 months that this new person is going to be coming into your life, but this is going to last your whole life.
Oh my goodness.
Whole
will
life.
I meet him this weekend?
Yes.
I'll meet him this weekend?
No, next week.
Next week I'll meet him?
So she doesn't know him now.
No, not really.
Not really.
There's a new person coming in your life, baby girl.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I do feel somebody new, somebody fresh, somebody that wants to make a life, somebody that is loving and caring because you had bad relationships in the past.
Yeah, for sure. I like to pick the bad ones.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, I do pick up a narcissist guy you had before.
A narcissist.
A little bit. You're a little narcissist.
A little bit? Yeah, I like those ones. Those are fun.
She likes
Those
those
are the fun ones. Do you see a healthy life for me?
Your health is fine.
Yeah.
Yes,
A long life?
long time.
How about my ancestors? Are my ancestors near me?
Yes, you also have guardian angels around.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
And you also, I pick up that your energy is like your intuition is very strong, and it's like you're psychic too. You sense things, you feel things.
I do.
So that's good.
Thank you. So
Comes
that's a
from
good
your
thing.
ancestors.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you see anything in my professional career?
It's showing me professional career is going to be okay, but you're decided there's two different things you want to do.
There is.
See? So you don't know which way to go. Like, you're stuck, and do I go this way? Do I go that way? What do I do? You know? You have a lot of friends. You know a lot of people. But you only pick a few.
Okay.
And there's also times I'm picking up that you have a bit of a high temper.
That I have a high temper?
But it doesn't last long.
Okay.
20, 30 minutes, you're okay. You put it to the side, and you move on.
Okay. Is there anything I need to prepare myself for?
As of right now, no.
No?
You're fine.
Okay.
Many good things. Your universe looks very bright. Your aura looks very bright.
Thank you.
So I think you're going to be okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you too, baby.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got anything for me?
You're a fun-loving guy.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. People love you. You have good energies. I do see that. I do see that there's going to be many good things for your future also up ahead. I do pick up on that. You're a hard-working guy. But then again, you like to kick back too. You got to enjoy yourself. You come first. You come first. Finances look very good for you. Not rich, not poor, but satisfying.
Okay.
You know, I do pick up on
I like that. I like the part where you said I enjoy being lazy a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah. I like that. But I work hard.
I know you
But
do.
I'm also lazy. I like it.
It's a good split.
It's moderation.
Definitely.
Yeah. Variety.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I am a fourth-generation psychic, European psychic.
Wow.
I've been doing this for 35 years. I own and operate my own business here in Las Vegas. Voted #1. Mostly all the events that we do, they call us, you know, to help them out. We love helping people. We like helping people, giving them advice, you know.
Have you ever had a reading or a session where you're like, I can't even be honest with this person. It's like it's so dark or bad.
Sometimes,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and if they want to know, we have to tell them.
Right.
You know, we don't keep anything away from them.
So you can read people like a book, like you just.
Yes, it's called like born with a third veil. It's like a veil, like a layer of skin on your face. My grandmother, who is 95, going on 80, 90, 100,
Wow.
she still gives readings.
Wow.
No kidding.
Mostly girls in our family. I have 4 daughters, and they all give readings. I have
That's
one
amazing.
in Los Angeles. I have one in Florida,
Wow.
and we all give readings.
That's incredible.
Awesome.
It's something we were born with. You know, people are born being doctors, lawyers, movie stars, actors. That's what we do.
Awesome. So how do people get in touch with you if they're in the area and want to get a reading?
Call me on my business line. It's under Psychic Readings by Angie or Psychic Solutions. I'm located at 2925 West Sahara, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Perfect. Angie, appreciate the time.
God bless you guys.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much, Angie.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank
God
you.
bless you. You're a
Thank
sweetheart. Let me give you a hug.
Thank you.
God bless you, baby girl.
Thank
And
you
you.
very much. You too.
Hi, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Dapping up. Hey, for real.
You're going to be okay. Hard-working guy. Do what you got to do. You have no
Right.
problems.
All right, I'll take
Okay,
it.
thank you, guys. God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our time here continues on live at UFCX. It is all part of International Fight Week. I'm TJ DeSantis along with Pearl Gonzalez. Chase Hooper, you're here hanging out. How you look massive, by the way. I know you move up a weight class, but you look like you look healthy. You look good.
I'm
Dad
a little
weight.
bummed. I
What?
was supposed to meet my future ex this weekend.
She
Next weekend.
Next
she said.
weekend.
Next weekend.
Maybe you met your future husband this weekend.
No, she said no.
Well, it doesn't mean that you're gonna like go in that order necessarily. You know. She really wants to like drama in her life. Do
I
we need to go to the
do.
8-ball?
Yeah, let's see.
Ask
you
the
go.
8-ball. Am I going
What?
to meet my future ex this weekend?
All right, future X this weekend for Pearl.
By the way, how's your wife gonna feel
As I
about your?
see it, yes.
Yes!
How's your wife feel about you
See?
meeting a soulmate in the future? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully I already met her.
Yeah.
That being my wife. I
Right,
just realize it, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she'd be too happy.
Maybe you haven't realized that she's your soulmate yet.
That's
you
fair.
know?
I don't think she'd be too happy to hear that either.
No.
So.
And you got some more kids coming too, apparently.
Yeah. He's got one more coming, right? Because you've got a new baby.
Yeah, she had the
Congratulations.
girls, so we'll see if the boy pops out next.
Aw.
Good 50-50 on that one.
Mike.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
no.
Mike.
Incoming, Mike. Look out. That was terrible.
Okay, wait. I'll try again.
Need a little more tension on that.
I feel like I could
More
get Mike.
tension? All right.
Get more arc.
More arc?
Yeah. So there you go. Oh, jeez. That actually,
Let me try again.
Maybe it wasn't
There's
great.
the charm. All right,
here we go.
That's terrible.
Yeah, let me show you how it's
Here,
done.
you
I got
do
it.
then.
I got it. I want to hit Mike perfectly. You watch.
Okay, hit him. Let's see.
Look out, Mike.
Get him.
Oh, that's a good. Yeah.
Yes!
That was great. I'm mad now. Now I gotta shoot
I just beat you in the competition.
Yeah, I'm mad.
UFC's official archery competition.
Yeah, 100%.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
number one.
Thank you. I'm the
First
champ
comp.
right now. I'm gonna be dethroned. By the way, we got pretty cool howler head bottles. These for the Homes for Heroes. Dana White signed these. You can go over to the howler head
Thank
booth,
you.
and for everyone purchased, $1 goes to charity for finding homes for our veterans. So check that out. You been sleeping much? I know you got that newborn. No,
yeah. I got some pretty good sleep last night.
Yeah?
But,
Oh, I bet.
yeah, I woke up in the middle of the night still to see if there was any texts.
Is this your first trip away?
Oh, yeah. Our
Yeah.
baby's 2.5 weeks old.
Wow.
Oh, little
Yeah.
baby.
So when you travel, you're going to realize like that the first night is always great. Like you get a nice, good catch up and sleep, and then immediately when you wake up the next day, you're going to feel guilty for not being at home.
So that's fair. I'm already feeling that.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'll make up for it when I get back. I change all the diapers anyways.
There you go.
So I'll just keep that going.
You like being a dad?
Yeah, it's pretty easy so far.
Yeah.
But, you know, anytime she's crying, either wants a diaper change or she wants some food. So I can only help with one of those things. So
Yeah.
makes it pretty easy on my end.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you guys take turns with changing diapers?
Pretty much all me right now changing them.
Oh,
'Cause-
that's so sweet. At nighttime?
Oh, yeah. She's the one feeding her, so, you know, I got to pick up the slack. And not
That's
too bad. I don't know.
beautiful.
Pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the sleep factor, I feel like puppies are harder than infants.
Really?
You know what I mean? Yeah, puppies, like, they need a lot of attention constantly. Babies sleep a lot, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? So,
The baby's already crate trained, so. Just
Exactly.
kidding. Just kidding.
so what's next for you? Obviously, congrats on the last fight, by the way. You
Oh,
look
thank you.
phenomenal. Career performance, I think, for yourself. You look pretty comfortable out there. You feel
Yeah.
feel great?
Yeah, I mean, the wind felt so much nicer in the packed St. Louis
Yeah.
Enterprise Center. So that was amazing. You know, it was my first time getting to, you know, win with a full audience like that. A lot of my fights have been in the Apex, which is still great, but it was crazy. And yeah, I mean, back to business as usual. Just get some of this dad weight off, and you know, hopefully get sleeping through the night, and then I'm ready to fight again. Hopefully October, November. See what UFC wants. It's on their schedule generally, not mine. So take what I can get.
Are you? I mean, obviously you have the new daughter at home, but are you in the gym still? Are you training? Have you been able to do that since the birth?
Yeah, I took off. She was born on Tuesday. I took off Monday night because my wife was in labor. Obviously took off Tuesday, and then I think I took off Wednesday, and then I was back Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So
Oh, that's awesome.
yeah, I mean, you know, I have a pretty nice schedule. Obviously, the training schedule is pretty good for having a kid. Although I'm gonna only be gone for an hour or two, whatever. So,
Right.
yeah, I mean, back to business as usual. Teammates got fights, so we gotta help them out when they help me out. So that's how it goes.
Well, it's good to have you out here for IFW. What are your thoughts on 303 tomorrow? Any thoughts on the main event?
I mean, it seems like Pahea has not promised to not be using his, you know, magic. We probably should have asked the psychics about
Right,
that.
exactly.
They can sense the energy.
Yeah.
But, you know, if Jiri's going up against that black magic or whatever, it's going to be a rough night. But I'm pulling for Jiri, but I think Alex is taking it.
It's interesting because it's a fight that, you know, happened not that long ago. You know, I feel though like the stakes are amplified. Obviously, you know, it's a big fight and a big weekend. The pressure is definitely there, but do you feel like Alex is feeling any pressure?
I mean, when you look at his face, I don't think he feels much anything. He's a killer through and through. He's an OG. He's fought so many times. And, yeah, I mean, I think he's got more than the tools to deal with the pressure for Saturday night.
Welcome back, the UFC Hall of Famer. We call him Tiger around these parts.
They know it, baby.
Don Frye. How was your first psychic reading? How do you feel about that? Or maybe not your first, but at least your latest.
Well, it looked good, doesn't it? You know? She didn't tell me I was going to die, or you know, or anything was going to fall off.
I think she liked you. I think she liked you.
Oh, what's not to like?
I mean, there's a lot of things to like. I just, you know, calling you Tiger and stuff. I was like, hey.
Okay. You like me, right, sweetheart?
Yes, I do.
You're damn right you do.
I wish I had a reading as good as you.
I like those T-shirt enhancements you got too.
Oh, thank you. My T-shirt?
T-shirt enhancements.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. My fun bags, I like them too.
Your fun bags?
Yeah. I like them too.
Hi, Chase.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Are you feeling as uncomfortable as I am?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
That's all right.
But we're along for the ride. I like that she says you're going to get back into acting, Don. You got a short coming up, maybe.
Well,
do you pursue that much? Or are you trying to get back in that world?
Not back in 2008 or something. I killed Johnny Depp.
I know.
And I haven't worked since. You know. So
I mean, you killed Johnny Depp.
Got to be careful who you kill in Hollywood.
Was that Public Enemies?
Yeah, Public
That
Enemies.
was a great film.
Michael Mann. Yeah, Michael Mann's a great
Phenomenal
director.
film, yeah.
I got to work with him. Had the privilege of working with him on Public Enemies, Miami Vice, and then he directed me in a commercial for a telephone commercial. That was awesome. It was awesome.
No one's called you about this Smashing Machine film, have they?
No.
That'd be great.
Called me and said, stay away.
I'm curious what that movie's going to look like, you know? Uh-oh.
I think he could have picked a better subject, you know? But that's just me.
What about you, Chase? You ever want to do any acting?
I mean, yeah, any way to make money that doesn't involve getting punched in the face is a good avenue, you know, and not a traditional 9-to-5. So, I mean, I don't really know how talented I'd be in the acting department, but
I mean, you might be able to be like Jesse Eisenberg's like stunt guy.
Sure, I'll take that, or you know, I'll be the new Spider-Man or whatever. I'm sure they're.
Oh yeah, I like that. You could totally do. You could be Spider-Man.
Be a spider bitch.
Hopefully not.
Don got me.
Oh God.
You have a favorite superhero besides yourself?
Yeah, besides myself, yeah. Superman, you know?
Yeah?
Okay.
Superman's got it all.
Yeah, I like
Him
that.
and the Hulk, they got it down. It's, perfect.
You know, I never asked, why are you called the Predator? How'd you get that nickname? I mean, was it after the Predator?
Yeah, after the movie.
Yeah.
Because I had an English Bulldog, which I have now, too. I've had a bunch of English Bulldogs.
Are you like a Bulldog guy? Is
I
that
had a Bulldog or Mastiff, that's me.
Okay,
Yeah.
I like that.
And, when he gets ready to fight Arnold at the end of the movie, he takes off his helmet. That's what my Bulldog, you pull a big old Bulldog jowls back.
Yeah.
That's what he looked like. So I was named after my Bulldog, after the family dog. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, it was great.
We gave you a nickname, right?
Which one?
Stumpy.
Well, I mean, you could be the teenage dream.
Yeah.
You know, so.
The teenage dream?
Well, that's what it was when he was a teenager. Like,
Yeah.
you fighting, showed up when you were what, 18, 19?
Yeah, my Contender Series fight, I was 18. So
Yeah.
It just gets a lot creepier after you turn 20.
Yeah.
Getting on the teenage side of things.
Yeah,
but
it does. You want to change it. Well, it's like me, 30 years ago, the Predator had a different connotation to it.
That's true. I never thought about that.
Yeah, I did a Godzilla movie, back in 04, 05. Is the 50th anniversary of Godzilla. I did that in Japan. And when I would go to a Godzilla convention, these little kids, 5 to 10, 12 years old, they come in for an autograph. And all I had was the fight photos.
Yeah.
Me, standing there naked, except for my shorts, and it said Don Frye the Predator. And they didn't know I was a fighter, So
That's funny.
I had to change, had to get new photos real fast.
looking at our schedule, we're here pretty much all day. I've been talking a little bit about you being the new father. I mean, Don's an OG in the parenting.
New father of what?
Huh?
The new father of what?
Just had a daughter.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
I have it too.
Yeah.
Oh, they're a pain in the ass.
Pretty easy right now, but I'm sure once you get to the teenage
Look at this
years,
guy. I bet
like,
your dad thinks you're a pain in the ass
Oh
too.
my God, I was the biggest pain in the ass. I love it. I'll take that award any day.
What is it, Don, about fighters always having daughters? It seems like every fighter has girls.
Because they use all their testosterone to fight, you know, they wore it out. So they didn't have anything to replicate and make another man, you know, so they end up with a bitch.
That's what he just said. He said that.
Oh my God.
I love working with you, Don, because I have no idea where to go after that sometimes.
You're stuck, you are shit. He did it again.
100%. But I actually heard Boss Rutten say that same thing, that you exert so much testosterone in the gym that, you know, when you go to make a baby, you just...
it ain't there.
It's girls, right? It's all
you
girls.
just you know, you produce girls and split tail, you know, so and nothing left over.
So, I mean maybe it's all girls for you.
all the good fighters I know have girls.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
I mean,
all the good wrestlers have girls, you know. That's how it is.
So you got some questions there, it sounds like.
all right.
Chase?
Yeah,
What are we
got
doing? Are we doing dad jokes?
getting some
Not
dad advice.
not jokes, advice.
Oh, dad
Which might
advice.
be all one and the same.
All right.
Okay, I can play this game too.
You're going to give dad advice?
I'm gonna give daughter advice.
Okay.
Getting dad
I was
advice.
raised by a single dad, so I can definitely give daughter advice.
Yeah.
All right. I imagine this question is more about for the kid, but what age should I look forward to the most?
What,
For a kid, like what age should I look forward to the most from them?
well, it just depends on whether you're a good person or a fuck up. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, you end up in jail when you're 5, right?
5?
Yeah, 5. You know.
Okay.
Yeah. There, you know, you can steal one cookie and get slapped on the wrist,
Right.
Or you steal a bag of cookies and end up in jail, right?
These days, you never know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a son who just turned 13, by the way, and I think the teenage years are the hardest because now he's lippy, Don. You know, he gives me attitude. You know what I mean? It's a lot easier when they just love you. The default is for the kid to love you at first, you know.
Yeah.
But then they get to the teenage years, and everything I say, it's, you know, they don't agree with.
Yeah, well, but you can, with the boy, you can whack them. You know, with a girl, it's going to happen the rest of their fucking life. They're gonna badmouth you.
All right.
Trust me, I got 2 daughters. You know, a 2000 and 2001 model, and
Did you say model?
Model, yeah.
Okay,
They-
all right.
Years there, yeah.
Got it.
So that's how I remember how old they are. You know, 2000, 2001.
Right.
Like a car, a good old pickup truck. You know?
Right. Yeah. I like that. What else you got, Chase?
Oh, what's a method you use to calm a crying baby? Just shake him. I mean,
The shake method.
that probably works at some point.
Give the old Dusty Rhodes bionic elbow.
Lullabies and white noise.
White noise.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the fucking bionic elbow is.
Okay. Perfect.
And
Tomato,
they
really.
They lullaby right to sleep, you know?
Exactly.
Shit.
Rockabye Baby. Look into that.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll look into that one.
They take like modern songs and then make them lullabies.
Oh,
It's kinda
okay.
cool.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm actually interested in that. I will.
There you
try
go.
not to forget.
I got you.
All right. What's the most effective or interesting punishment you used?
Punishment.
While you think, I'm going to give you mine.
All right.
Kids now need constant stimulation. So if you just give them the silent treatment, it's like mental warfare. They can't handle it. So, if you just don't pay attention or give in to when they act up, it drives them nuts. Because they're trying to get a reaction out of you.
That's a fair point.
If you don't give them what they're looking for,
yeah,
you win.
No, that's solid.
I would
Solid
cry
idea.
my eyes out when I was in training. and I wasn't able to go to the gym, if I got bad grades, my dad wouldn't let me go to the gym, and it was over. My life was over. So I think taking like your freedom away of allowing you to go out with your friends or even going to training was a really big deal to me.
Got anything, Don? Would you make your kids wash the car or anything like that? Do the manual labor?
No, hell no. My kids they were just doted on the whole time.
Yeah.
They're
they spoiled?
Yeah. Punishing my kid was saying, no, okay. yeah, that was it. A 3-second delay, you know.
Fair enough.
Giving them what they wanted.
What's next?
All right. What do you think I should do when she gets her first boyfriend?
Slap the little bastard in the head as soon as he comes through the door.
Fair enough. I'll
set
write
him down. Set him down. Put a. I can't say DVD because my daughter says DVDs are old.
Right.
Right. So sit him down. Turn on the computer. Let him see a fight. You know, this is me, kid.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Back in my younger days.
I have a feeling like when your daughters brought a boy home, you were like cleaning the revolver or something like that. You know,
sitting there.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Counting the ammo, making sure it's all
I had it all
in
stacked
order.
up on the kitchen table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I found out that I was dating a girl and her dad was Don Frye, I'd be like, I'm sorry, goodbye. I'm out.
You would be like, all right, I got him. We're getting married.
I don't have a death wish, man.
Fair enough.
I feel like it'd be inevitable I'd piss off Don Frye. You know.
I had the firearms on the table, pet the bulldog or the mastiff. You know.
There you go.
Come on in, kid.
Yeah.
Tell me what you're gonna do tonight and what time you're gonna be home at 8 o'clock.
Right, and they're gonna be there by 7:15.
You're damn right.
Fair enough. All right. Let's see. What's one experience you think every parent should give their kid?
A bloody nose.
Fair enough.
Fair. Fair.
You agree with that, TJ?
No.
No?
No.
Are you against that? Or
No, I just
haven't
was.
had the opportunity?
I was so my dad was a biker, right? Full sleeve tattoos, looked like Rob Zombie.
Yeah.
It never got that far. I was scared shitless from him. You know what I mean? So it never got that far. So
That explains why you're so clean cut now.
I'm rebelling, Don. You don't understand. I'm a rebel. So yeah.
Fair enough.
You should look into ironing your clothes. You know.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
would be
Right.
more rebellious.
Yeah, you know, I'd come home and be like, Dad, we really need to vacuum.
Yes.
You know.
Vacuum, iron,
Right.
dust. Dad, this place is terrible.
Right, 100%.
Get on the old French maid outfit, you know.
Ooh.
Yeah, make it
All
real
right.
proud
Easy
of
now.
Getting spicy.
Great outfit.
Easy now.
Dad would be proud.
You know, I'll never forget this. I had an unorthodox father. I would come down, you know, from upstairs on a Saturday morning to watch cartoons. And I couldn't watch cartoons because my dad, we lived in Minnesota, it was cold. He would bring his motorcycle into the living room, get it on the coffee table, and start working on it in the house because it's too cold to work outside. So, strange parents.
No.
Okay.
That's
Friends
what
of
you do.
Don for
Yeah,
parents.
That's
Yeah.
what you do. You got a good motorcycle, you bring it in.
Right.
You set it right there like a piece of art, you know?
Yeah. So I had the same high school teacher that my dad did, and the teacher busted out this worksheet of life goals that my dad filled out when he was 17 years old. And the first question was, what do you want to be when you grow up? My dad wrote an grade A1 dirt ball. That's what he wrote. So
Did he achieve that?
he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see there. No wonder you achieve your goals.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, he reverse psychology me, you know?
Right.
He was a badass biker, so I was a straight-laced kid.
Yeah.
You got to rebel.
Yeah.
All right. What else we got, Chase?
All right. What age should I get my kid her first phone? Controversial one.
One more time? What was it?
What age should I get the kid her first phone?
Oh, man.
Just
Cell
ask the
phone.
woman. Ask the woman.
I got my first pager when I was 10.
Pager?
I'll get her a pager then. Yeah, it's probably a good move.
I got my first pager when I was 10, and I was literally the coolest. But
Yeah.
kids are different. I mean, I see kids, some of my cousins have phones at like 4. I don't know. I mean, it helps, right? It helps them with, like,
Yeah.
there's games and there's really cool things that you can teach them on there. But I think that's an option.
Well, it's a good tracking device too, you know.
100%. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Track the little bastards, see if they're behaving, or you know.
Are they where they
you're
say
like,
they
oh
are?
my God, I got kidnapped.
Right.
Oh look, oh they're back. Shit.
Like I said, my son turned 13 yesterday, and we just got him an iPhone with like a data plan. He doesn't have a phone, but he can like FaceTime us. You know what I mean? So, could you imagine if you just gave a kid a phone, but not a smartphone, just a phone like they could call someone on? He'd be like, "What the hell is this for?"
Yeah, I had a
don't know how to
flip
use a
phone. I had a flip phone
Yeah?
at first. Yeah.
Don, when was your first cell phone? Did you have like one of those brick phones?
No, I had a flip phone. That was my first one, and that's because I was shoeing horses and working at the fire station. You know.
There you go.
Yeah, but so and I was out shoeing a horse. You know, if my customer needed to call me, I'd have it.
Yeah, off topic a little bit, but you were, fighting over in Japan. When you would go over to Japan, did it kind of blow your mind, the technology that they had over there compared to what we had stateside?
Amazing.
Because I remember seeing a Japanese fighter. Her name was Megumi Fuji. She came over in the States and fought. And she had a camera phone in like 2003. And I was like, wait, your phone is a camera? What? What? Is it a camera or is it a phone? It's a camera phone, you know? You probably don't even know a time when there wasn't a camera phone.
I mean, yeah, no, I remember the dial-up just barely. I think.
We used to have phones on the wall. They were stationary.
Yeah.
You know?
I had
a big long cord, and you could only go about 2 or 5 feet, or if you're lucky, a 20-footer.
Yeah, my
So
mom
you
had
go
the
around
20-foot cord. Could go anywhere on the first level of the house.
Yeah.
I bought a.
But they would follow you.
100%.
You're trying to get.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
Oh, there's mom.
Yeah.
I had a '96 Mercedes, probably 5 years back, that had a car phone in it.
Oh wow.
I felt like a
That's
baller.
awesome. Oh my
It
How
didn't
big
work.
was it?
That wasn't too bad. It was like a,
I got a
home
fe-
phone size.
I got a feeling though, if you did use it, it was probably like $28 a minute or something like that.
Yeah, I mean that one they already took down all the cell towers. It had in the contacts it had dealer, so I was like hoping it's a drug dealer, not just a car dealership.
I'm saying.
I think it makes it a lot cooler.
I mean, Pearl's I had a pager. I'm like, what were you doing with the pager? You know, the only time I ever saw people with pagers, they were up to no good.
Yeah.
You know?
You
Fair
guys
enough.
remember the pagers? You could send notes like hello and with the numbers.
No.
You didn't have a pager?
Meet me
No.
underneath the bleachers, sweetheart, at 4. Yeah.
No, I never had a pager. You got any more questions for Don?
Yeah, what's the best part of being a dad? I think that's a good one.
Best part of being a dad. Shit. Slapping a little bitch upside the head, It's target practice.
Target practice.
Got another one?
What qualities do you look for in a babysitter?
Oh, that's a good one.
Shirt enhancements.
Short enhancements.
Yes.
Fair.
I'd hire you quickly right now.
Shirt enhancements. Nice.
Well, what would you look for in a babysitter?
I think it's about character development, so I definitely want someone that's emotionally intelligent and compassionate. But
That's
I don't
a
have any
real
kids.
answer. Dang.
Sure.
But
That's a
I
good
don't have
answer.
any kids, so
So for me, number one quality in a babysitter, do you know CPR? Are you CPR certified?
Fair.
That's smart.
You know?
Fair enough.
You know how to handle concussion? Stuff like that.
okay.
Hire a brain surgeon or what?
No, it's just my kid has my genetics, so it's likely to
They're gonna fall
choke
down.
on something or run into something,
Give me a
trip
spar.
over their own
Watch
feet.
his-
Sparring while you're
here's
gone
my
and get a
kid.
concussion.
Here's his helmet. Put his helmet on him.
You know me, Don.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe your
Exactly.
kid will be a badass biker.
It skips a generation, yeah, so for
Yeah,
sure.
he's coming back.
100%, yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. Just give it a minute.
What should be my wife's responsibilities versus mine with a kid?
What's that?
What should be the wife's responsibilities with a kid versus mine?
The wisest?
The wife, his wife. What jobs go her way and his way?
Oh, the bitch got to learn how to cook and clean, right? Yeah.
Fair. I agree with that. I think
Keep her in
women
the
should know
kitchen,
how to
barefoot
clean.
and pregnant, right?
I don't know about barefoot and pregnant, but definitely keep her in the kitchen. I agree with that one.
Yeah, there you go.
That's it?
All right. We got a couple more if you
All
got
right,
time.
let's do it.
What sport should I sign my daughter up for? Like soccer, softball, boxing, volleyball, something like that.
Well, that depends, you know. Does she look like she's going to be a lesbian or heterosexual? You know, that's
I would say ballet would be a good one so that it teaches her proper posture and how to stand so she can present herself very well.
I've heard a lot of female fighters actually call upon ballet and dance from a young age to learn footwork.
Yeah, absolutely. Or gymnastics is always good for balance and coordination.
Didn't Lomachenko do ballet or something, or his dad made him do
I think
dance?
so, yeah.
One of the best boxers, yeah.
And I think some of the best athletes in the world are gymnasts. You know.
That's why I'm not one of the best athletes in the world.
Well,
oh, the most athletic, yeah.
yeah, for sure.
You know.
Yeah. Doesn't mean they're necessarily going to win a fight, but
Right, yeah.
you know.
Don't mean they're, you know, there's a difference between being athletic and being an athlete.
Right, I agree.
Big time.
Yeah,
You know, yeah, but they are the most athletic, that's for damn sure.
100%.
This one's gonna be fun.
Uh-oh.
When should I give the birds and the bees talk? And how did you handle that conversation?
Sit down, little split tail. Daddy's got something to tell you. This is what you don't do.
Fair point.
I never had the talk. I had a wife. The wife did the talk on that one.
My dad gave me the talk, and it was a very odd one. It was, TJ, you're allergic to penicillin. I'm like, oh, sweet.
Wrap it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair point.
I wasn't going to go that far and say that, but yeah.
Well, it was implied, yeah.
It's true.
If you see anything oozing or running,
Right, yeah.
stay away from it. Yeah.
Avoid needing penicillin because I can't have it. So,
Fair point.
any more?
Last one. What's the ideal number of kids?
I got 2. I think that's too many. Well, that's just because, you know, my daughters are rough. They're rough to be around. You know.
They gang up on you?
No, they're independently mean. You know?
Are they like you? Do they have your personality?
Yeah, they're blessed with that.
Yeah?
But they're also.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
That was not good. You want me to do it?
No,
I can definitely get him.
I want to get Dean.
You're not going to do it.
Let's try.
Wish we could pan on this. Oh my goodness, that was actually pretty good. He has no idea. You out?
Yeah, can I have that one?
I want to do it.
There's one behind
I
you.
wanna
You
do
can
it.
have the one behind you.
I want.
There's 2. Look, you got all my arrows. Give those up. Oh,
Come on.
Getting better.
Oh, you know what? I'm holding it the wrong way.
He's getting away.
Is he? No, he's coming back. Hold on.
Go.
Nope. That guy's in the way.
Collateral damage. Shoot. That wasn't that bad.
I got it. I in. Okay, fine. You can shoot him now.
No, it's the time has passed.
Well, then give me this and
Oh,
I'll shoot
jeez.
it.
All right, let's see where we're at in our schedule. We got a whole bunch
Why
of
not
stuff
just hit
coming
him
up
in the head
today.
with the 8-ball?
Yeah.
The magic 8-ball.
See your future, I guess, huh?
All right.
It's your sidekick.
You got to ask the question first. What's the question, Don?
Hell, I don't know. What's your question?
I don't know. Should we go to break?
Definitely.
All signs point to yes. All right, so we're gonna go to break.
Definitely.
Pearl's
Show-
gonna try to shoot somebody's eye
The
out.
show is dragging.
I don't think so.
Break.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll come back
Can I
live
have
from
those arrows?
UFCX. I'm gonna fall over. We're live on Fight Pass. We'll be right back.
Jiu-Jitsu, Jiu-Jitsu, the fight pass. Invitational, FBI, Polaris, Bravo, Invitational, log on, UFCFightPass.com, 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 UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, step into a world, step into a world. Step into a world. Light facts, cage warriors, FAFC, serious FFC, APFC, the world's largest combat sports library. Pride FC, strike, force library. Pride FC, strike, force, extreme cage fighting bar, boxing Hollywood fight nights, Jiu-Jitsu the fight pass, invitation of the F, Polaris, FFB by the E, Bravo, invitation of the LeBron, UFC, fightpass.com. UFC Fight Pass. UFC Fight Step into a world. UFC Jiu-Jitsu, the fight pass, invitational, VF, FBI, FBI, Polaris, Eddie Bravo, invitational, log on, UFCFightPass.com, 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 UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, UFC Fight Pass, step into a world. Step into a world. Life is fast, cage warriors, Lopez, FAFC, Zuri, FFC, APFC, the world's largest combat sports library. Pride FC, Strike Force Library. Pride FC, Strike Force, Street Cage Fighting Bar, Boxing Hollywood Fight Nights, Jiu-Jitsu the Fight Pass, Invitation of the F, Polaris, FNBIVE, and Bravo Invitation of the Lopez, UFC, FightPass.com. Invitational. Log on UFCFightPass.com. UFCFightPass.com. Live events. Cage Warriors, World, FFFC, UFC, FFFC, APFC, Sports Library, PFC, Strike, Force, World, Extreme Cage Fighting, Boxing, Hollywood, Fight Night, Jiu-Jitsu, the Fight Pass, Invitational, FBI, Polaris, Bravo, Invitational, log on, UFCFightPass.com, 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 UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, step into a world, step into a world. events. Age, cage, cage warriors, world, FEFC, UFC, FFFC, APFC, sports like, PFC, fight, strike, force, world, extreme cage fighting, boxing, Hollywood, fight night, jiu-jitsu, the fight pass, invitational, FBI, Polaris, Bravo, invitational, log on, UFCFightPass.com, UFCFightPass.com. Live events. Cage warriors, world, FFFC, FFFC, APFC, sports like, PFC, strike, force, world, extreme cage fighting, boxing, Hollywood, fight night, jiu-jitsu, the fight pass, invitational, FBI, Polaris, Bravo, invitational, log on, UFCFightPass.com, 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 UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, step into a world, step into a world. Step into a world. Life facts, cage warriors, FAFC, APFC, world's largest combat sports library. Pride FC, strike, force library. Pride FC, strike, force, extreme cage fighting, boxing, Hollywood fight nights. Jiu-jitsu, the fight pass, invitational, the FI, Polaris, FEFC, Bravo, invitational, log on, UFC, FightPass.com.
What is up? Welcome back to UFC Fight Pass Extra Round Set. We're gonna get some fans, a lot of fans creeping around this building. Jason Anik, we got TJ DeSantis running the show, and you all know Chase Hooper, talented lightweight. What's happening, man?
Just hanging out, enjoying the fan expo here, and it's been a hell of a time so far.
So you were just up here with Don Frye. You guys giving some dad advice, or what was happening there?
Yeah, maybe some unhinged dad advice, but I'm taking the positives I can see from that, and yeah. Hopefully not going to raise my kid the same he did, smacking him around and all that, but we'll see.
Yeah, different world in 2024. Well, we're excited to get some fans up here. We got some trivia questions. We got some prizes. We got some punishments, too. Shout out my boy, Bilal Muhammad, who's usually here doing some of this trivia. He's a lot rougher on the fans. If they get something wrong, he's hitting the floor doing push-ups many times. We're going to get things going. Hopefully do we got a fan already started? Let's go. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Throw on that headset, man. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, John?
What's your name?
Sean. Sean from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Sean. So you hear Sean just called me John. A lot of people may confuse me. John Anik is my identical twin brother. My name is Jason.
Jason, I'm sorry.
I don't have the 209 tattoo to prove it. We're going to do some trivia here, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you been watching this sport a long time?
I've been watching it before Dana White owned it. So back in '93, it was only on pay-per-view, so.
All right, so you got a good shot. So we're going to go through 5 questions, all right?
Sir.
You get 5 questions. If you get it correct, you keep moving. So you get question 1 right, we go to question 2. If you get all 5 correct, you get the grand prize, which is a UFC 303 jersey. But you're probably going to get a prize no matter what. You're going to get a spin of the wheel either way. So we're going to go through it. If you get something wrong, we're going to spin that wheel, and we'll see where it takes it.
I just turned 50 Tuesday, so hopefully I get these right.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Question 1. Who was the co-main event for UFC 300?
Oh.
5,
Jeez.
4,
Oh my God.
3, 2, 1. You got to
I'm
throw me
blanking.
a name.
Oh, jeez.
3, 2,
Yeah,
1.
I'm sorry. I went blank.
Oh, okay. Hit that buzzer for me. That is it. All right, spin that wheel, my friend. Let's see where we're taking you. Autograph. All right, so you win an autograph. Check out Steve over there. We got an autograph for what's Hanato Moicano or Don Frye. We got some autograph.
Okay.
So you won something, but we were expecting a little more out of you.
I know. I apologize.
But that's okay. Do you remember who the main event was at UFC 300?
I watched. I know I watched it, but I had to work, so I had to watch it later. Geez, I think I'm just going blank. I don't know why I'm going blank.
That's all right. Well, that main event was also the main event. Poatan fighting again.
Which is number 2.
What's
Right.
that? Exactly.
Right.
But we're not going to tell you the main event. We're not going to tell you the co-main event. Someone else.
Right.
But good to see you, man.
All right.
You can go get your
Thank you. I
autograph. Good to
appreciate
meet
it.
you.
Hey, man, pleasure.
Enjoy the week.
Thank you.
You know, some of these questions, you know, this trivia stuff, obviously you're a young man, so some of this stuff, I mean, you didn't grow up watching Don Frye fight, right? You didn't,
Yeah.
What year were you born?
99.
Yeah, so there you go.
A little behind on that.
But some of these questions, you know, I like the co-main event, a little tricky question on UFC 300, but disappointed we couldn't get it done.
Yeah, I mean, you know what, though? The beauty of UFC Fight Pass.
Yeah.
The beauty of UFC Fight Pass, I can watch all these in retrospect. You know, I can watch back. So
Exactly.
I should be up on the trivia.
Selling it. All right, we're going to get some fans up here in a second. So, Chase, talk to me. Let's talk about you for a little bit. So how you feeling? When you looking to get back in there?
Still thinking October, November. Yeah, just trying to get this dad weight off a little bit and, you know, get a good sleep schedule going.
Gotcha.
And then I'm ready to get back in there. So
Cool, bro. All right, we got another
Good.
fan up here. What's happening, man?
Oh, there we go.
What's your name, bro?
Zach.
Zach,
What's up,
good to
Mr.
meet you.
Haynes? How you doing?
I just met Zach. He thought I was John Anik, so that was a little disappointing for him. But we're here. All right, man. What do you got? So I don't know if you heard what we're doing. So you get opportunity to answer 5 questions. You get all 5 right, you win the grand prize. If you get one wrong, we spin that wheel and see where it takes us.
Sounds good, man. Yeah. I think,
How long you been watching this sport?
Probably 2012, 2013. I like to think I'm a diehard, but the nerves maybe make me look like a casual.
All right. We'll take a deep breath. Moving on. Question 1. How did Arman Tsarukyan beat Charles Oliveira at UFC 300?
it's a softball right here.
Decision.
That a boy. 1 for 1.
Yeah.
Correct.
Although Charles should have tapped him, but it's all good. It's all good.
Question 2. UFC middleweight Bo Nickel was a 3-time NCAA national champion wrestler for which university?
Not Ohio State.
What, did you say Ohio State?
Ohio State.
Pretty good guess. Unfortunately, no. We're not going to reveal the answer. It's time for you to spin that wheel.
Alrighty.
Push-ups for prize. All right, so you look like a pretty strong guy. We're only going to ask, if Bilal Muhammad was here, he'd probably make you do 25. We're just looking for about 12 push-ups.
Okay.
We will be watching your form. If the push-ups are good, in good form, you'll win a prize.
Cool.
Good to meet you, bro.
Sounds good.
Appreciate
Great
it.
to meet you. Thanks so
Thank you,
much,
man.
Mr. Hans.
Yeah.
Hey.
All right, let's see what we got. Let me see. I'm watching closely, bro. 12. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, butts down. We're good. You're good.
Pretty
Oh,
clean,
he's going
pretty
strong.
clean.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Good to meet you, bro.
Hey, Gord.
Grab a prize. Yeah, shout out to producer TJ DeSantis. So you going to the fights or what? Where are you gonna be at fight night?
Yeah, I think I'll be up maybe in the nosebleeds with my guy TJ over here, getting ready to do some extra rounds or something.
Yeah.
That's where I like to be. I like being kind of away, hanging out with the guys instead of be a little awkward. I'm out here solo, so I just be sitting there like a weirdo. So
Little watch party.
Yeah, so
Cool.
getting to hang out. It's
Cool.
always a good time.
Well, hopefully we get some more fans up here because there's a lot of interesting things on that wheel that are there. I believe I see a get the fuck out, which I think means if, come on that, we're just kicking them off the step. So we got a crisp high 5 there. I guess there's some opportunities for us to be doing some howler head shots as well. I might take that for you.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
But so pretty excited here with this trivia. I went through some of these trivia questions, and for guys like me, who don't have the historical perspective maybe of TJ knows a lot of things that happened way back in the day. But you and me, not maybe so much about that history. But our guy Don Frye, you can be sure knows about some of that history. So 303. Let's talk a little bit about 303 so we'll get someone out up here. So forget the main event for a second. are there any fights sort of down on the card, right? You got a kid like Peyton Talbot who is fighting on the card, right? So anything creeping on you. This card is sneaky deep, in my opinion. Any fights you're looking forward to see that may not be main card or something?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Talbot for sure. I was on a card with him, I think, back in November before the Levitt fight. I think we were on the same card, so I got to watch him fight then. I think that was his debut, actually. He's got a lot of potential. I'm really looking forward to his fight for sure. Diego Lopez, Brian Ortega. That, as a jiu-jitsu guy, as a grappler, that's my main event for the night.
Yep.
That's the fight I'm really keen on watching.
Love it. What's up, buddy?
What's up,
Looks like we
guys?
got another
How you
fan.
doing?
How you doing, man?
Rob.
What's your name, Rob?
Rob.
Jason,
Rob,
good to
yes.
meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yes.
Dude, you got that old school UFC shirt. I like that.
Oh yeah, man. Hey, this guy. I met this guy. He made me some money last fight, baby.
Yeah,
I'll
right?
take it.
They you were an underdog. I was like, I'm putting 100 on you.
Yeah, I was surprised on that too.
Were you?
Yes.
The
Slight.
underdog
You
against
weren't a big,
Slava? Yeah, slight. I
big
think.
dub, yeah.
Well, I love the 300 you gave me. So.
So how do you think you're going to do with this trivia?
I
got
hope I
some
do
knowledge
well.
or what?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty old school, you know. Met Chase a long time ago, like 3 years ago. He's barely a rookie. He's
Isn't
out.
that fun? Yeah, he's a teenager,
Yeah.
basically. I love
24
it. All right.
now, right?
Yeah, 24.
Cool.
Moving up there.
So you're going to have an opportunity here to win a jersey if you answer all 5 questions correct.
Yes.
Pretty disappointed in the first 2 guys so far, so hopefully you can pick them up,
Damn.
right? All right. Question 1. Bo Nickel beat Cody Brundage at UFC 300 via second-round submission. Was Nickel versus Brundage a prelim or main card bout?
Which one was it?
Bo Nickel, Cody Brundage at UFC 300. Was that a preliminary fight or on the main card?
Main card.
That boy. Moving on to question 2. We gave you softball there for the number 1. Alexandre Pantoja won the flyweight title at UFC 290. How many title defenses has he had since then?
Well, he beat Brandon. He had Royal. I'm gonna say 1.
1.
2. 2.
First answer was 1. Unfortunately, that is incorrect. That wheel to your right, give it a
sick.
spin.
All right.
Yeah, we won't. Oh, it's kind of the one I was fearing. Host takes a shot. You want to pour it for me?
Yeah.
You can take one with me if you want. I don't know if he's
No
allowed.
problem.
We allowed to have him take one with us or no? Can fan take a shot with us? Are you 21?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How old are you?
39.
39. We're good. You want to take one with me?
I'm not sure.
Chase is taking care of his body, so he's not going to do it.
Chase is good. He needs
All right.
to win more money from me.
By the way, limited Home for Heroes bottle, Howlerhead. Dana White has signed these. You can buy them from the Howlerhead booth over here. And for every bottle that is bought, $1 goes to helping our heroes and veterans find a home.
Thank you, buddy.
No problem.
I needed to hear that, your voice at some point. You know,
I'm
you
here.
sitting next to me not talking. Is that right? I'm used to turning to my left talking to my boy. Anyway, cheers.
Cheers.
A little disappointed in you though in the
I had
trivia,
two.
if I'm
I
being
said
honest.
1, 2,
I mean,
though. I had
oh,
1,
you said
2.
1, 2?
Yeah.
I think you said 1 before you said 2,
Yeah,
though,
I
with
heard 1
respect.
first.
I'll take it.
You know, my twin brother John Anik was lingering around here. I thought they were going to bring him up here.
Oh, I thought that was Jason Anik.
See, exactly. Yeah, he knows. But I tell you right now, if he came up here, people will really understand. It'd be some real. I'd have to really watch my language. We talk some shit. What is up, buddy? How's it going? Good to meet
Hey,
you,
how's it
man. Dude, I like that Strickland jersey, man.
Goes hard, yeah.
What's happening, bro?
Nothing much. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
What's your name?
Jason.
Let's go,
Twins,
Jason.
man,
All right, man.
twins.
That's good. So hopefully, and I used to have a little lettuce on top like you.
We got the same hair, man. We're twins.
Gang, gang.
Yeah, right? All right, so I'm looking for a better performance out of you, especially given that your first name is Jason. So
Yeah.
let's get this going for you here. All right, 5 questions. If you get all 5 right, you win the 303 jersey. If you get one wrong, we spin the wheel. You still could win a prize. Let's see how it goes.
Sounds
All right.
good.
Number 1, there were 2 Performance of the Night awards given at UFC 300. Name one of the athletes given the award.
Mr. Max Holloway with that
Blessed
crazy
is best.
performance.
Yes, correct. Number 2, which current champion beat Robert Whittaker at UFC 290? Which current champion?
I'm trying to think. It wasn't Izzy, was it? No, it wasn't.
Oh, is that a question for me or is that an
No.
answer?
Yeah.
Was it Izzy? No, it
It's
wasn't.
not Jeopardy,
wasn't.
with
I
respect.
know.
So is your answer Israel Adesanya?
Nah, because I know it's not Izzy. It's
Ah,
290.
okay, so you took the hint. So,
Current champion right now.
Current.
Current.
champion. Oh,
Which
Mr. Dreykus.
all right, we're going to give you that one because your name's Jason. All right. Number 3, true or false? Alex Pereira is a jiu-jitsu black belt. True. That a boy. Let's go, Jason. All right, 3 down. 2 more questions right, you win the jersey. Number 4. 3 of Yuri Prochazka's 4 UFC wins have come by TKO in which round?
The second, right?
Oh, dude, this guy's on fire. 5th and final question to win the jersey. Drum roll, please. The Hall of Fame Modern Wing is defined as fighters who debuted on or after November 17th of which year? Modern Wing.
2016.
That's a tough question for a young cat like you. 4 out of 5, pretty good. I wish we'd give you the jersey, but we cannot spin that wheel. Let's see where it's going. Autograph. All right, you won something.
Perfect.
Good to meet you, brother.
Perfect. Good to meet you guys too. Thank you so
man.
much. So close.
You know, a lot of those questions were easy, but that last one is pretty tough. That last one that I got, that Modern Wing, I actually got that answer last night when I was watching the Hall of Fame ceremony. That's how I knew that one. But you know, it's interesting with trivia, right? So TJ, who knows a lot about sort of the history, TJ has a certain stretch of years, like 30 years, or like 30 fights. What's up, buddy? Where he knows everything that happened. What's up, man? How you doing, buddy? Throw a headset on. What's happening, buddy?
What's up, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good.
What's your name?
Justin Niles.
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too.
How long you been watching UFC?
Since I was probably 6, probably.
I love it. How old are you now?
13.
Good man, 13, I love it. Well, you're not gonna be doing any shots of Howlerhead. How confident are you in answering questions?
I feel pretty confident.
All right, here we go. You ready?
Yes.
So if you get all 5 right, you win a 303 jersey. If
Got
you
it.
get one wrong, we spin the wheel, see where it takes us.
Got it.
All right. Alex Pereira beat Jamal Hill at UFC 300, advancing to his UFC record is 7-1. Who is Pereira's only UFC loss to?
Adriana Sandia.
Of course it is. Moving on. Question 2. Which UFC legend had their last UFC fight at UFC 290 and a TKO win against Nico Price?
Robbie Lawler.
Dude, you knew it before I finished the question. Moving on. Number 3. Alex Pereira versus Jan Blachowicz was the co-main event for UFC 291. Who won and how did they win?
Alex Pereira by unanimous decision.
Tell you what, man, I like your chances. Dude, a lot of these young kids, man, it's 13. Man, it's unbelievable. What year were you born? 11?
2010.
Amazing. Question 4. What is Yuri Prochazka's current UFC record?
Ooh, snap.
It's a tough one.
It is a tough one.
3-1? Wait, no, 4-1?
I'm giving it to him. 4-1. Corrected it before we could say you're wrong. All right. Final question. 4 out of 4. You ready?
All right.
This is going to be a little difficult. Maybe you can do it. All right. To win the jersey, name both women in the UFC Hall of Fame Modern Wing.
You want it in J-check?
Yup.
Oh, snap.
One other one.
Amanda Nunes?
Good guess, but no, unfortunately, you're going to have to spin that wheel. But that's as close as we've gotten to the winning the jersey. Spin that wheel. Let's see if we can still get your prize. Unfortunately, and I don't like sort of cursing in front of children, but get the fuck out. GTFO, we got to get you off this. Good to meet you, man. You did as good as anyone. You deserve
good victory
better.
last time.
Thank you, sir.
All right, y'all have a good day.
You too, man.
I thought he was going to get it.
I did too, man. And then I had to tell him to get the fuck out, which I didn't necessarily like. What's up, man? Protect your neck. I like it.
What's up, y'all?
What's happening?
What's up, Mr. Hands?
What's your name?
Jason. Daryl.
Daryl, good to meet you, brother. How
as
confident
well.
are you in your ability to answer UFC trivia?
Pretty confident. I am a little nervous, but we'll see what
That's
happens.
all right. Don't be nervous. All right, so if you get all 5 right, you win a jersey. If you get one wrong, we spin the wheel. They get easy. Start easy and go hard. All right. I like your chances. Marina Rodriguez and Jessica Andrade faced off at UFC 300. Who won?
Rodriguez.
She didn't win.
She did not win?
She didn't win. Jessica Andrade did.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a tough one, but that's all right. Maybe you're just a little nervous. Spin it. Let's see what we get you.
All right, let's go.
Dude, you got to spin that harder. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, he's spinning again. Oh, I thought I'm not going to take another shot for you. Sorry, buddy. Are you 21 years of age?
I am.
Go ahead.
God, damn,
So did you
too.
are you excited about this weekend's fights?
I am very. I think Alex is going to take it, and yeah, I'm looking for him to get triple champ status.
Ian Gary or MVP? Oh, the Howlerhead bitch a little bit. MVP,
MVP all
okay.
the way. I like Gary. His style's awesome. I think MVP is going to be too much with the point fighting.
I got you. All right, man. Well, maybe you go walk around a little bit and then come back, because I feel like we need to possibly give you another shot. You know, let that shot settle in a little bit. Might release the nerves a little bit.
Absolutely.
All right?
Yeah, I'll be back.
Appreciate you, man.
guys.
Good to meet you, man.
Yeah.
I think we got another one coming up. Where's John Anik at? He was just right up here. I'm gonna get his ass up here. I'm gonna talk to him, smack him. So you get the Howlerhead flowing a little bit. You know, what's up, buddy? Come on up.
Mr. Hayes, congratulations on your dominating.
Hey, thank you.
How are you, man?
Pleasure to meet
Nice to meet you.
James. Pleasure to meet you.
James, have a seat. So you're repping Howlerhead right out of the gate.
Oh, yeah.
So you might have an opportunity to stay here for a little bit longer.
You know, I appreciate that. I like what the crowd around here. I like what's going on. I'm really excited.
What's your name?
James. I'm outside of Tampa and coming over here for the Conor fight originally. But now that we got Alex and Yuri, I was there for the first one in Miami. I'm so excited for the second one.
So what was your level of disappointment when McGregor was eliminated?
Heartbroken. I mean, I paid the premium to get, but it worked out. It worked out. Everything worked out. Dana did a great job of helping out the fans and getting us all back here for like a reasonable price. I'm very excited for what's coming. And Diego Lopez. I am so ready to watch him beat Ortega.
And you obviously hear the fight's now at 155.
Yes,
right.
I did hear that.
Yeah, Diego Lopez, man. I've said this for a long time. I don't know if I've ever seen someone win a fight and lose it the way he did against Evloev, and ever since then, just gravy.
I mean, it being a 30-27, I mean, I could have easily gone like 29-28. He showed so much of his skill set in that fight. The way he was constantly putting pressure in the submissions was beautiful to watch. I think, was that the one that was like 6 in the morning for our times?
No, I don't think it was, but maybe it was. I don't know. They all blend together for me a little bit. Anyway, let's move on to the reason you're here. How confident are you going to be able to answer 5 questions?
Really good until we get to 5.
Yeah, I get it. That's well put. All right, let's go. Lock it in. And just know if you get all 5, you get the jersey. If you miss one, we spin the wheel, see where it takes us. Question 1. Aljamain Sterling, shout out Funk Master, beat Calvin Kattar at UFC 300 in his first bout since losing the bantamweight belt at UFC 292. Who'd he lose to?
O'Malley.
Question 2.
That nasty punch.
This UFC 290 fighter fought Max Holloway, Brian Ortega, and Josh Emmett before his appearance at UFC 290. This UFC 290 fighter fought Holloway, Ortega, and Emmett prior to his appearance at UFC 290.
Was 290 in New York?
Oh, is that a trivia question for me? No, I think it was 295 in New York.
Okay. Damn, I'm going to miss that one. Not going to be able to get that.
Sorry to disappoint you. I'm a little surprised, but anyway, we'll hit that X buzzer. Spin that wheel, baby.
All right, let's do it.
Crisp high 5. You get to give the
just one.
You're talking about his hands.
There we go.
Pretty good. That could
elbows, elbows.
No,
that's terrible.
You're a little off.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, standing high 5.
Hold on.
Ready?
All right,
There we go.
that was
Finally.
good. We'll give you 8 out of 10 on that. Good to meet you, bro. You too, man.
And my boy did 10 push-ups, so I just got to beat him.
No, you're good. You don't got to do anything. Oh, you want to beat him. You want to beat him. I hear you. All
right.
Yeah, he was filling out that Howlerhead shirt. He wanted to do push-ups. We got another guy here. We'll let him do his push-ups. Hey, what's happening, man?
Come on up. Hey, how's it going?
What's up, brother?
So the last 3 guys that have come up here, Mr. Hands, right?
Mr. Hands, yeah, you got him.
What's happening? What's your name, man?
Dane from Kalihi, Hawaii, baby.
I love it,
yes,
man.
Sir.
I love it. Shout out. So you live in Hawaii?
Yeah, I live in Hawaii. Moving to Vegas soon, actually.
All right, cool.
There you go.
Cool.
Yeah.
How confident are you in answering 5 questions right, getting the jersey?
Decently confident.
All right, cool. It starts easy.
5 is a lot, yeah.
All right. We're going to get it going. If you get all 5 right, get the jersey. If not, you spin it. All right.
Cool.
Question 1. Which athlete made their UFC debut in a second-round submission victory over Holly Holm at UFC 300?
Judo Kayla.
That a boy.
Yes, sir.
Moving on. Question 2. Name the fighter whose last 3 fights prior to UFC 290 were Davison Figueiredo, Kai Kara-France, and Davison Figueiredo.
Shit.
Prior to 290, his last 3 fights were Figueiredo, Kara-France, Figueiredo. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Damn.
Sorry, buddy. Spin that wheel, baby. You're going to kick yourself. We're not going to tell you the answer.
I
was actually on the card.
Autograph. All right, you win an autograph.
Moreno.
What's that?
Moreno. Fuck.
Yeah, you
I
got
mean,
it, man.
you're right.
Hey, you're right, man.
Ah, damn.
Come on. That's all right. Hey, you get an autograph.
Was
You
it?
still won something?
Cool.
Good stuff, man. Good to meet you.
Appreciate it.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, buddy. All right, we got another one. Maybe, yes? Yeah, we do. Oh, and she's wearing the Modelo jersey. We need to get her a Bud Light jersey. That's switched over. How are you? Yeah.
Walkman up to no good over there.
That's 4 in a row coming up here saying, hi, Mr. Hands. I love it.
People don't know what they're saying, but.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
What's your name?
My name's Megan.
Megan, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
We were just saying as you walked up that Modelo jersey. Bud Light is now the sponsor for, the beer sponsor for the UFC, so we got to get you another jersey. But
Oh, no, okay.
anyway, we've got 5 trivia questions for you. If you get them all right, you win a jersey.
Okay.
Are you confident? How long have you been watching the sport?
Since I was small, but kind of fell off when I got a little bit older, but I'm here again, so.
Still young. No older ever in your life. All right. First question. Alex Pereira beat Jamal Hill at UFC 300, advancing his UFC record to 7-1. Who is Pereira's only UFC loss to?
I think I forgot his name.
That's okay. You can say some things that maybe you'll describe him if you forget his name. Alex Pereira's only lost 1 UFC fight. Who did he lose to?
If we had a male contestant right now, I'd be like, is he going to get it?
She's like, I don't know.
He just gave you a hint. He just gave you a hint.
Is he going to get it? Is he?
Is he? She got it. Israel Adesanya. Hey, all right. Question 1. All right. Moving on. Question 2. Which UFC legend had their last UFC fight at UFC 290 and in a TKO win against Nico Price? We did have this question earlier.
Let's say
5.
His last name
4.
rhymes with holler.
Baller. I don't know.
All right. Spin that wheel.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you didn't get it done.
Damn it.
But you still win an autograph. Congratulations. You get an autograph from Money Moicano or Don Frye. Appreciate it.
Can we take a shot?
Would you like a shot?
Yeah, I'd like a shot.
You talked about getting older, but are you 21 years of age?
22.
Really?
I'll be 23 this year.
Happy birthday when you turn 23. You want me to pour it for you?
Yeah, of course. I was like, I don't know if I should use it.
We'll give you a little guy. We'll give you a little guy. We got another bottle up here, too.
All right.
Cheers.
Cheers. Woo!
That'll get you going in the right direction.
Cool, thank you.
Good to meet you. Thank you.
You
UFC
like my-
Fight Pass Extra Rounds Live. What's happening?
You like my hints?
I do.
I like doing rhyming hints.
I do.
you know?
I also like when your microphone is hot.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, well, we got another one? Yeah, I see another here. What's up, man? Yeah.
He's like, wait, me?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man?
Hi.
So it's a 5th straight. We'll let him get his heads up before I talk shit to him. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Mr. Heads, 5th in a row. I love it. I'm good, man. Just to let you know, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I am not John Anik. I'm his twin brother, Jason, but it's all good.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good, bro. So how long you been watching the sport?
I've been watching for about a year and a half now.
I see a look in your eyes. I got some confidence in you. So we're going to take you through 5 trivia questions. You get all 5 right, you win the jersey. If you miss one, we spin the wheel. All right?
Perfect.
Question 1. Some of these are repeats. Forgive us if you've heard these, but I don't know if you heard it. All right, number 1. How did Arman Tsarukyan beat Charles Oliveira at UFC 300?
He beat him by a split decision? was it?
Correct. Wait, well, you said the right word, decision. I don't know if it was split, but a decision.
Pretty sure.
I think it was.
Yeah,
unanimous.
it was.
Anyway, UFC middleweight Bo Nickel, 3-time NCAA national champion at which university?
Penn
you know
State.
it. Yes, correct.
Oh.
That a boy. Question 3. Alex Pereira is now a 2-division champion. Name 3 other athletes that are also multi-division champions.
Multi-division, just 2 champs?
Name 3 other double champs.
We got DC.
We do.
Cejudo. And who else? Let me think. Connor.
That a boy.
Who's
Got
supposed to
3.
be-
Yeah, and many more. We don't need any more. All right. Question 4. Who did Yuri Prochazka beat to win the light heavyweight championship at UFC 275?
Glover Teixeira.
I'm telling you, some of these young cats are smart. It's like Jeopardy where I don't even have to finish the question and he knows.
That's all I watch, man.
That jersey is yours if you can answer this question correctly. Which fight in the UFC Hall of Fame fight wing represents the greatest statistical comeback in UFC championship history, with the victor having a -60 significant strike differential before finishing the fight?
I believe it was Anderson and Chelsea.
We did it!
Let's go.
Yes, correct. UFC 117. We got a winner. Congratulations, bro. That a boy.
I get to wear this? I get to wear this?
Yeah, man, that's yours, man.
Oh, it's mine?
That's yours.
Woo. Thank you very much.
And you say you've only been watching the sport a year and a half.
Yeah.
Locked in.
That's all I
Impressive.
watch.
All right, so now since you answered those right, I'm going to ask you a little bit about this card, because clearly you know what's going on.
Yeah.
So who do you like in the main event?
Main event, I like Alex, but I'm not doubting Yuri.
So if Yuri gets it done, how does Yuri get it done?
I believe the fight's going to end by knockout, no decision.
Okay, so fight inside the distance. Which fight on the card are you looking forward to most?
Andre Philly and Cub Swanson.
I like too. This kid
Good
knows.
fight. Good fight.
Oh, so you've only been watching this a year and a half, huh?
About.
And that was like your first. And so how did that happen? How'd you get into it?
My parents over here, shout out to them. They've been watching it for years.
Dude, and shout out.
Yeah, shout
I
out.
wonder if they know more than you. No,
Maybe.
you're the
Not
encyclopedia.
sure.
Good,
Not sure.
good stuff, man. Good to meet you. Congratulations,
Yeah,
bro.
good to meet you too.
Yeah, man.
Good to meet you, Mr. Hands,
Nice
too.
meeting you.
You guys take care. Have a good day.
You too. How about that? I'm telling you, these young kids, it's unbelievable. How do you know all that if you only watch it for a year and a half? All right, we got another one, I think, maybe. Yo, LA, is this kid coming up or what? What's up, man?
What's going on, gentlemen? Mr. Hands, it's a pleasure to meet you. How's it going, everyone?
Dude, I like the energy. You come right on the microphone. It's like you're right at home. I also like the LA hat. Shout out.
Sir, yes, sir. Got to make the most of these moments, you know?
I love it. And what a little Cheech and Chong
Yes,
shirt?
sir. Yes, sir.
I like
you know
it. All right. So how long you been watching this sport, man?
About 2 years now.
You're young. How old are you?
I'm 24, believe it or not.
Cool. All right. I like your chances a little bit, but tough act to follow.
Hey.
All right. 5 questions. You get them all right. We got another jersey for you. You miss one, we spin it. Question 1. Bo Nickel beat Cody Brundage at UFC 300 via second-round submission. Was Nickel versus Brundage a prelim or main card fight?
Main card fight.
That a boy. Question 2. Alexandre Pantoja won the flyweight title at UFC 290. How many title defenses has he had since then?
Let's see. There was Brandon Moreno, then Brandon Royval, and then versus Steve Ercik. So I'm going to go with 3.
Unfortunately, title defenses only 2. Title defenses, yes. It was a
That's
little
right.
technicality.
Brandon Moreno won it, or he won it against Brandon Moreno. I'm sorry
Technicality,
about that.
right? And I'm sorry to get you on the technicality,
no
but we
worries,
did.
no worries. It's
So
my
we're gonna
fault.
need you to spin the wheel. Yeah,
100%.
you know it is your fault. And but
Rookie
what do we
mistake,
got? What do we got?
rookie mistake.
Push-ups for a prize. All right. So if you want a prize, we're like now. If Bilal Muhammad was here, he might make you do 25. We're gonna just look for 10 push-ups, but we're looking at your form. So if you can execute 10 push-ups with good form, keep the abdominal muscles tight, lower the butt. Let's go. Then you win a prize.
All right. Hey.
Good to meet you, bro. Good energy. And we will be watching your push-up. So
Let's see him. Let's see him.
let's go. We got another one corner. Yeah, we got another one.
3 right there.
4,
5, halfway.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh,
One
that
more?
was 9. That was
One
9.
more. One more.
Got
There we go. Good job.
boy.
Solid 10. Solid 10.
How many more questions you got?
So we got 12 sets of questions. We got some different things, but I got questions for days. I got
All right.
questions for days. And you probably know the answers to most of these questions. I could be
I
sure.
don't know. I don't know.
We're gonna really fuck with you tomorrow, though. Just so you know.
I'm very scared, actually.
What's up? Okay. Cool. What's up, man?
What's up, Mr. Hands?
How's it
Nice to
going?
meet you, man. What's
How
up?
are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are yourself? What's up, man?
Dude, how about the star power of Chase Hooper, man?
Something like that.
Gotta love. Yes, no, more than something like
Hands,
that.
eat 'em
24
legend.
years old, this cat, conquering the world. All right. So, how long you been watching the sport, man?
For a while, I want to say for like 7, 8 years.
Cool. All right. So 5 questions, you get them all right. You win the jersey, otherwise we spin the wheel. I feel like there's been some nerves up on this set, right? Where people maybe knew but maybe sitting next to Chase Hooper making them nervous, but
He's
a
making me
nice,
nervous right now.
Don't know. Come on. This kid is as nice as anyone. They should not be making you nervous. First question. We're going to start easy on you. What UFC veteran has appeared on UFC 100, 200, and now UFC 300?
Jim Miller.
Correct. Question 2. Name the fighter whose last 3 fights before their appearance at UFC 290 were Davison Figueiredo, Kai Kara France, and Davison Figueiredo.
Can you repeat the question?
Yep. Name the fighter whose last 3 fights prior to their appearance at UFC 290 were Davison Figueiredo, Kai Kara France, and Davison Figueiredo.
Brandon Moreno?
Correct. Yeah, it's a little tricky, but not.
Yeah.
3. Who did Alex Pereira beat to win the UFC middleweight championship?
Israel Adesanya.
Okay, another softball for you.
Yes.
It's going to get very difficult after this one. I think you got this one. Who did Yuri Prochazka beat to win the light heavyweight championship at UFC 275?
Easy, Glover Teixeira.
All right. This is maybe the hardest question I think we have for a cat like you, but hopefully you'll get it. 5th question, chance to win a jersey. Name 2 members of the UFC Hall of Fame contributor wing. Non-fighters is your hint. 2 members of the UFC Hall of Fame contributor wing. 7 of them altogether. Yeah, none of them, huh?
Yeah,
See, I knew that was a tough one for you.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Get him out of here. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was a tough question, man.
Thanks
tough
for having me up.
Hey, you're good.
Spin the
Wait,
wheel.
hold on. Spin the wheel, man. You still can win something. Spin it hard, man. Give it a little juice.
Can I do it again?
Hey, you got the good
got a
result, man. You got a
prize.
prize, man.
Oh, okay. I'll take it.
And that's the first time we've had a prize, so,
Yeah.
so I think you're going to get a choice here, right? We got a little battery charging pack with UFC Fight Pass branded on it. Got a little fanny pack, a little shoulder bag.
I'll take the shoulder bag.
Yeah, man. Good choice. Good
Thank
to meet you,
man.
bro.
Heck yeah.
All right.
Nicely done.
Good to meet you, man.
Even when you lose, you get a kick-ass prize.
Exactly.
I mean, if the wheel goes your way.
Exactly. I hope we get another high five because I'm still looking for better execution on the high fives.
Especially
you know?
for Mr. Hands over
Hey,
here.
it takes
Exactly.
2 to tango, and it's not all my fault. That's all I gotta say.
I think we have someone who's a little hesitant, but we're going to make her feel nice and warm. Come on up, sweetheart. Don't worry. Come on up. Come on up.
Hey, how's it going?
Whoop, other way.
How's it going?
Other way around with the headset. There you
That's
go.
all right.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Nice to meet you. What's your name?
My name's Holly. I can't believe I'm meeting you guys right now. This
Well,
is crazy.
I'll make you less nervous because you're not meeting John Anik. I'm his twin brother. I'm fucking nobody, so you're good. And Chase is nice, so you don't need to be
He seems
nervous.
awesome.
Exactly, so you're good. All right. So, are you a diehard UFC fan?
I've been watching it for so long.
I love
but
it.
I'm really nervous, so I might forget some stuff.
That's okay. I'm not good with trivia. The guy behind me is a total G in terms of trivia, so relax.
I'll help you out.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
But
You do have a soft spot
love
for the
UFC,
women that.
like every pay-per-view, free fight, all of it. I watch everything.
I love it. Good for you.
Yeah.
Good start.
Cool. All right. Question 1. Marina Rodriguez and Jessica Andrade faced off at UFC 300.
Yes.
Who won?
Was it Andrade?
It was. It was.
Okay.
It was.
Because she's been doing pretty good, but on and off. But
I hear you. No, I hear you.
Good start.
All right. 1 for 1. Question 2. In what round did Robbie Lawler defeat Nico Price at UFC 290?
I know he won that. That was the best retirement. Well, I can't remember if it was the end of the 3rd round, the first round.
It was one of those rounds.
The first round. Yes. Okay.
Correct.
Because I remember the retirement.
irony,
Like that's the way he should
The
have won.
irony is what came out of your mouth was, I think it was at the end of the 3rd round, where in fact it was actually at
End
the
of the-
absolute beginning of the 1st round. But
I'm
either way,
happy for him.
But
That's
hey,
awesome.
and we're happy for you that you made it through question 2. Question 3. Alex Pereira is now a 2-division champion. Name 3 other athletes that are also multi-division champions. 3 more double champs.
Current ones or old ones?
Any of them.
Any of them? Well, I think GSP was. Oh, he did
Correct.
2.
Nice.
GSP
No one can,
and
nice.
Conor McGregor.
So you got 2 of 3.
The next one.
There's many more to
Alex
choose from.
Pereira. John Jones.
Well done. Well done. Shout out my boy DC. Got to shout out my boy DC. But anyway, we're good. 3 for 3. Question 4. 3 of Yuri Prochazka's 4 UFC wins have come by TKO in which round?
TKO. 5th round? I don't remember his like championship fights.
Good guess. I mean, hey, that's a tough one, man. There's
Yeah,
no way I
for
could have
sure.
pulled that. But either way, good having you. Spin that wheel. Give it a hard spin. See if we can win your prize. You did. Again, you win an autograph.
Oh, cool.
Get an autograph from Money Moicano over there. Good to meet you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. It was nice meeting you guys.
too.
Thank you.
TJ, you definitely have a soft spot for the female contestants.
I have a soft spot for everybody, for the record.
Right, but a lot of hints for the females only.
I do what I can.
I like it.
Do what I
All right,
can.
we got another one. No, yes, we do. Is she gonna say Mr. Hands? Probably.
I hope not.
Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, put the headset on. What's up?
Hello, how are you guys?
How you doing?
Good, good.
What's your name?
Alejandra.
Alejandra, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, an honor.
You know this cat? Of course. Yes. So, how do you think you do with UFC trivia? Are you confident?
I'm confident.
Good. Yeah, I like that. Without hesitation. All right, we're gonna ask you 5 questions. If you get them all right, you win a jersey. If you get one wrong, have some fun.
Okay.
All right. Question 1. Yeah, I'm gonna skip that. Yeah, no, we'll go with it. Aljamain Sterling beat Calvin Kattar at UFC 300 in his first bout since losing the bantamweight belt at UFC 292. Who did he lose the bantamweight belt to at UFC 292?
Sean O'Malley.
Correct. Question 2. This UFC 290 fighter fought Max Holloway, Brian Ortega, and Josh Emmett prior to his appearance at UFC 290. So this fighter fought on 290. Prior to that fight, he fought Holloway, Ortega, and Josh Emmett.
Is it Volkanovski? No, right?
Well, you're in the right division, but unfortunately, we're going to spin that wheel. It is not.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Oh, I don't like saying this, but that you know what that stands for.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out, but it's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
I didn't give any hints that time.
No, you didn't.
Just to prove you.
That's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
just to prove me wrong. All right.
Yeah.
You know, the trivia stuff is really interesting because some of these questions, like plucking around, you know, to remember. Some of these people have steel trap brains. What's up, buddy?
Nice to meet you,
Hey,
Mr. Hands. John Anik, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. What's your name?
I'm Jonathan.
You're Jonathan. Good
Yeah.
to meet you. So I'm not John, actually. My name's Jason. I'm John's twin
Jason.
brother.
Oh, you're...
But he is Jonathan, too. If you don't know.
Yes,
No
I
H,
know.
he's Jonathan. All right, cool. Good to meet you, man.
Yeah, good to meet you.
How long you been watching the sport?
Like 2 years now. I'm a new fan, but I love it too.
I can tell. You're junkie, so you have some knowledge. All right. We're going to ask you 5 questions. You get them all right, you win a jersey.
All
If
right.
not, you might win something, too.
Awesome.
Which athlete made their UFC debut in a second-round submission victory over Holly Holm at UFC 300?
Kelly Harris.
Yeah, you had it on the tip of your tongue. 1 for 1. Question 2. Name the fighter whose last 3 fights before UFC 290 were Davison Figueiredo, Kai Kara France, and Davison Figueiredo.
Brandon Moreno.
Correct. Yeah, he's confident.
Yeah,
all right,
right,
2 for
right.
2. Question 3. Alex Pereira is now a 2-division champion. You heard this recently. Name 3 other athletes that are also double champs.
Daniel Cormier. Who else? Conor McGregor. And let me see a third one. Amanda Nunes.
Attaboy. All right.
Yes,
You're getting
sir.
close. Question 4.
Right.
Yuri Prohaska hails from which country?
Czech Republic.
Correct.
Yes.
All right.
One more.
All right, last one. I really like your chances here. Question 5. Name both women in the UFC Hall of Fame modern wing.
Sorry, what?
2 women in the UFC Hall of Fame modern wing.
Modern wing?
Modern
Oh.
wing. The 2 women. You name them, got a jersey. I'm not. Yeah, go ahead.
Amanda Nunes and
Yeah, we'll just hit that now, unfortunately.
That's all
but
right.
yeah, hey, you did well, but unfortunately you didn't win
Yeah.
that jersey. Let's see if we can win you something else. Spin that wheel.
All right, let's go.
Push-ups for a prize. You can handle that. Give us 10 clean push-ups, good form, you win a prize.
All right, where?
Right out front.
Front.
So everyone can see you. Good to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
Chase is the judge here.
Yeah, exactly.
That was good. That's really good form. He's keeping the elbows in. I like it. 3.
Yeah, that last guy doing
4,
push-ups, his feet were a little far apart. You didn't like that, I could tell.
6.
I'm allergic to push-ups.
7. 8. 2 more. 9. 10. Great
Good
form.
job.
Great
All right,
form.
man.
Slow and deliberate.
Best
That's
form
great.
we've seen today.
Yeah.
I've got
I
to
like
say.
that. All right, there's question set 1. Get all this in order. Got another cat coming up here.
Hey, what's going on?
Dude, it's like a trend. First couple people didn't say anything. Now everyone Mr. Hands all day. I love it.
It's as if someone's trying to, make a joke on the outside over there.
No, that's
No
hey, no
subliminal
jokes, man. No
messages.
jokes. Yo, who signed your hat?
Michael Chandler and your brother. John
Oh, my
Addy.
brother. He's got a shitty signature. All right. So how confident your trivia or what? A little shaky like
Yeah,
me?
a little bit.
All right, we're going to start you easy, all right?
Okay.
5 questions right, you win a jersey. Question 1. Who was the co-main event at UFC 300?
Zhang Wei Li versus Yan Xiaonao.
That a boy. That's a trick question right out of the gate. You got it right.
Pronunciation,
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Chase Hooper's not tough to pronounce.
No.
That's an easy one. All right, number 2. In what weight class was Alexander Volkanovski versus Yair Rodriguez UFC 290 fought in?
Featherweight.
That a boy. Who did Alex Pereira beat to win the UFC middleweight championship?
Israel Adesanya.
Right, so 3 easy ones. You're totally locked in. This one is really tough.
All right.
What is Yuri Prohaska's current UFC record? Right?
30 and
Whoa, whoa,
4.
whoa.
UFC record.
30 and
UFC record.
current UFC record. 30 and 4.
Not pro record.
Oh.
Before you give an answer, think about this one.
He's counting on his hands, which to me shows that he's totally locked in. I couldn't do that. He's thinking about the opponents.
4 and 1.
Let's go. That a boy, dude. When you're going the fingers and your brain works like that, where you're tracing back, it's like, I'm impressed. All right, you win a jersey if you get this one correct. This is a tough one for a young kid like you. Who was the 2021 inductee to the UFC Hall of Fame contributor wing? Put some respect on this man's name. Contributor wing. It's a tough one, man.
I don't know. Mark Coleman? I don't know.
Oh, all right, wait, hold on. You got the first name right. Contributor wing means someone who is a non-fighter. First name is correct. If you come up with this last name, you win the jersey. Mark is correct. This is tough. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You can go look that up, find out the mark of 2021, but we're not going to tell you the answer. Spin that wheel, let's see if we can win you something. All right, we got another opportunity. Crisp high five with Mr. Hands. Yeah, come on.
Warm up for it.
Let's go.
Are you ready for a crisp high five? All right. I try to look for the elbow. Right? That's not. I don't think you're.
Oh, that's not good form there.
You gotta load up.
Yeah, there you go.
Ready?
That's good.
Pretty good. That was pretty
Pretty
good.
good. Yeah, pretty
Ow,
good.
My hand hurts a little bit.
So real good. Yeah, Mr. Hands hurt. Good to meet you, man.
How are you too?
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
I thought he was going to pull that contributor.
What's this, Secret Juice? Is this you?
I'm pulling a Lyoto Machida. Actually.
No, you're not. If that's the case, you need to go to the doctor. 'Cause that is yellow.
It's B12.
How you doing, man?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
Hey, how's it going?
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Jarrett.
Good to meet you, bro. How long you been watching the sport?
Probably about 10 years
All right.
now.
I asked this question because a lot of people really haven't been watching the sport necessarily all that long, and a lot of people are a lot younger than me. So we got trivia questions for you, 5 questions. If you get them all right, you win the jersey. Question 1. How did Arman Tsarukyan beat Charles Oliveira at UFC 300?
By knockout? No, that's wrong, isn't it? Submission.
Wrong twice. Submission? Knockout? Submission?
Oh, it's decision.
Spin that wheel. Come on. I had some confidence in you,
Already?
man.
I was expecting answers for this
You
card.
still win an autograph, but I bet if you sat down and thought about it, you knew that answer to that question, right? Chase Hooper makes a lot of people nervous. I get it.
That was the one card I was away on vacation for, so I didn't watch that card, and then...
That's a good excuse. We're keeping you up here.
Okay.
We're keeping you up here.
Okay,
That's a good
okay.
excuse because I believe you. All right. Brand new
Okay.
set of questions.
Yeah,
First time
brand new
anyway. I guess I like you. Question 1. Bo Nickel beat Cody Brundage at UFC. You weren't there, right? The same card, UFC 300?
Well, I was on vacation, but I know a lot of the main, I know the main event, all that kind of stuff.
So this should be good for you. Bo Nickel beat Cody Brundage, UFC 300 via second round submission. Was that a prelim or main card bout?
That was main card.
Yeah, big story. Attaboy. All right. We give you a little momentum now. Question 2. Alexandre Pantoja won the flyweight title at UFC 290. How many title defenses has he had since then?
1 defense. What?
Hey, don't be afraid to give it a couple seconds and think about your answer. He defended twice. Royval and Urseg. Spin it. See if we can win you something. All right, you win an autograph.
Perfect.
That a boy. Good to meet you.
Yeah.
Cool.
People think they know the answer and they just go with the first one that comes to mind, which they say you're supposed to do on like a test. But I think you're supposed to give it a beat.
Well,
I agree.
You know, in this situation,
I think
give it
they're
a beat.
proving that you probably shouldn't do it on a test. If
That's true
it's
too.
not
I'm with you.
Working out like this.
What's up, man? Good to meet you. Throw on that headset.
Like the shirt. Like the shirt.
Howdy, Mr. Gates.
It is amazing. I've met a lot of fighters, right? And Chase Hooper, right? There's probably a group of, you know, you might be in that Wonder Boy department with the nice, right? So it's like people need to not be so nervous sitting next to Chase Hooper. He's a nice man. Regardless, he's not going to fuck you up right here on the set. You're good. All
He's
right.
the last contestant of the day as well. So.
Ooh, last contestant
Try
of
to
the
get
day.
this
All right.
jersey out.
All right. So
move this right in front of your face if you can. Thank you.
Right there?
There we go.
So are you confident right now in your ability to answer trivia?
I'm pretty confident. We'll
You
see.
watch
I
all
hope
these
so.
events all the time?
Yeah.
All right. All right. It's going to start easy for you, okay?
let's
What's your name to start with? If I...
Harold.
Harold, okay. I've had some howler heads. If I already asked you, I didn't ask your name twice. All right. Alex Pereira beat Jamal Hill at UFC 300, advancing his UFC record to 7-1. Poatan has one UFC loss. To whom?
Israel Adesanya.
Correct. Question 2. Which UFC legend had their last UFC fight at UFC 290 in a TKO win against Nico Price? Last UFC fight, TKO against Nico Price, UFC 290.
He's ruthless.
Robbie Lawler.
Boom.
Was the hint that helped? Was it the hint or
He
you
walked
were?
by.
What's that?
I saw him walk by.
Did he actually?
What? Really? No.
Hey, good.
All right.
No, but you picked it up quick to the point where I thought maybe you got it without the hint. Question 3. Alex Pereira versus Jan Blachowicz was the co-main event for UFC 291. Pereira versus Blachowicz. Who won? How did they win?
It was.
Pereira Blachowicz?
Yes, it was Alex Pereira.
Yep.
And he won by TKO.
He did win. He did not win by TKO. This is our last contestant, huh?
Yeah. We'll give him 3 strikes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to give you a different question 3. You're lucky. All right. I can't be too easy on you because I think you got some skills. All right. Alex Pereira is now a 2-division champion. Name 3 other athletes, also double champs, multi-division.
Valentina Shevchenko, Conor McGregor, and John Jones.
McGregor, Jones, correct. I do not believe Valentina has won in 2 divisions.
I was so confident.
That's interesting. I know. It's like sounds right.
Yeah.
Who do you like in the main event this weekend?
I like Yuri.
You do?
I do.
How does he get it done?
Honestly, I think if he does get it done, it'd be a decision.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. I like it. I like your conviction. You're in Las Vegas. You can go to the window and bet.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yuri by decision might be a nice value there. Give that wheel a spin. See what we can get for you. Oh, I knew this was coming.
Oh, no.
But it's probably a good nightcap. Host takes a shot. Are you 21 years of age? Would you like to take a shot of Hallerhead or no?
Sure.
You're sneaky. You don't want to, but we're going to get it for you. All right.
What's that?
We got a new bottle. Is that what you're saying? All right. I think we can do with this one. We'll give you a clean shot glass, buddy. Take a shot with me. Yeah, we're going to need to crack open that new bottle, baby. Where's Dana's signature on this one?
I don't know if that one's signed.
It's not, but you said it was. Oh, is this
No, I said they're signed at the booth.
I got you.
Go
I
buy
just
one
like
there.
messing with my boy TJ. That's all. All right.
Oh, you're topping that one off even.
Oh, well, it's a full
You mean
shot.
business, all right.
Yeah, full shot. And I'll do one with you.
Congratulations.
Because why not?
Yeah.
Right in the front. Cheers, buddy.
Good way to go out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Cheers, man.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, thank you.
Nicely done. All right.
We're feeling nice up here now. That Hallerhead talking to me. Well, that was fun. You know, it is unbelievable to me how, like, I think the dude who's watching this for a year and a half knows everything. Bilal Muhammad and I host a trivia show, and we once had this kid, his name's Colton, and we were doing this thing on the street, and this kid was like 12 years old, and the knowledge, he knows about stuff that you know about all the history of the promotion. And it's not only your brain wired that way, but these kids go back and they ingest all of it. It's just unbelievable, man.
I always say I was lucky when I first got into MMA. It was around 2002, 2003. I was able to watch the entire 10-year history of the UFC within like a year, a calendar year. Now, I mean, I would never be able to do it.
That's
so much.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
So for your knowledge base, what is it? What are the numbers where your brain remembers everything?
UFC's 40 through 60.
40 through 60.
Yeah.
And so what's happened since? But you're pretty good in the knowledge in these current.
I'm okay. Like the more recent, the less likely I am to remember for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Who main evented UFC 37?
37.
You said.
So that's before 40 and 60. We're going to teach this kid how numbers work.
My bad.
CTE. I can tell you.
UFC 47.
47. Liddell Tito, UFC 47. It's on. Yeah, April 2nd, 2004.
That's insane.
Yeah.
All right.
That's insane to me.
First one was on me. Second one, he's got the knowledge. I couldn't have told you that.
I don't know why I can. I can't tell you much more important things in life, but I can tell you that.
Is there anything more important than that? I don't know.
I like to think not. My wife begs to differ.
That's fair.
So what else we got going on here at UFC Fight Pass today, extra rounds? What do we got going on? I'm going to go into the crowd and pretend I'm John and try and mess with some people for a little bit.
That's fun. That's
what
exciting.
else we got going on?
Well, I can tell you, everybody at home right now, they can save 35% off on UFC Fight Pass right now for a full year. It's like $61 and some change for 12 months of UFC Fight Pass, over 200 live events, plus the archive, the world's largest combat sports library. Go sign up right now. UFC
It's stealing. It's stealing. I live on that website.
Yeah, you should.
Cool. We appreciate y'all joining us for trivia. Overall, a little disappointed in the fans, but we got one winner out of it. For Chase Hooper, TJ DeSantis, we appreciate you. We'll be back up here. Stick around.
Shout out the clipping stream.
Mr. Hands.
Mr. Hands.
UFC, fight, ass, step into a world, UFC, fight, ass, step into a world, step into a world, into a world. Step into a world. Light, flags, cage warriors, FAFC, Furious FFC, APFC, the world's largest combat sports library. Pride FC, strike, force library. Pride FC, strike, force for extreme cage fighting bar. Boxing Hollywood fight nights, Jiu-Jitsu the fight pass, invitation of the F, Polaris, be behind the E, and follow invitation of the LeBron UFC, fightpass.com. UFC fight pass. UFC fight.
Our day continues here live at UFCX. It is Radio Row here, extra rounds or ground control maybe. I'm TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine. We got some PGF royalty here coming off a successful season of PGF 7. Andy Barella, how are you?
Good, feeling good. How about you guys stuff?
We're good, man. We're good. It's good to see you after you ran the gauntlet, came out the other side with that big gold belt. By the way, where did that belt come from, BMAC? That thing is on brand for a world championship, if I may say so.
Listen, I can't disclose that information, but just know the next one's even cooler. We already got the next belt in the works for PGF.
You're no stranger to getting your hand raised on the mat, Andy. Where does that belt rank as far as actual trophies and prizes won? Is that the centerpiece right now?
That's the best one.
Yeah?
Yeah. I love that belt. I went through a lot to get that belt, and it means a lot, and it looks good, so I love it. That's the one.
I mean, you've been on the grappling stage and circuit for a very long time, but PGF is definitely something. It's something different. It hits different, if you will, and I'm sure it feels a lot different. What was it like at the end of that week, going through all the matches and getting your hand raised?
It was a special feeling for sure. I feel like going through that, a lot of people thought somebody was going to win, so it feels good to get that out the way and kind of prove to myself that I am right there at the top with the best guys in the world. And I mean, yeah, I went through a lot to get that, so it felt good, it felt special, and it's always going to hold a place in my heart for sure.
As it was a big win for yourself, it was a big win for you, the commish, PGF, going from, you know, becoming church in Decatur, Alabama to, you know, the fight capital of the world. What was it like for you to sit back? And obviously it was a very busy week for you, but it had to feel pretty damn successful when it was all said and done.
Yeah, there was no sitting back. There was no time to really enjoy it, to be honest with you, until it was all done. It probably took me a week just to come down off the high of being there for the whole thing. You know, like you said, man, coming from very small, humble beginnings and watching it grow into this thing that's, I kind of feel like we started something within the jiu-jitsu community of like these big paydays, which, speaking of that, man, like this dude's playing for $1 million in August for that Craig Jones Invitational.
Hey, what is going on in grappling right now? That's crazy because, like, I mean, a lot was made about the $100,000 with PGF, and obviously Craig coming out and just changing the entire landscape, turning it upside down. You're a part of that. Andy, did you ever in your wildest dreams think that we would see an explosion like this? And granted, it's a long time coming, so it's not like it happened just overnight, but recently it feels like it's just blowing up overnight.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to happen in my era, honestly, like the $1 million. Like, I knew it'd get like to a good amount of money, but I didn't expect it to get to where it is now. Like, while I'm still grappling, so I'm fucking grateful, you know, it happened at a great time, you know.
You know, the bigger the prize, the more money that, you know, is coming in, does it add more pressure to you?
Not more pressure, it adds more excitement and more hunger, and whenever there's money on the line, I always feel like I do better. Like, if it's a cash prize, like
you like when your back's against the wall.
Yeah, I love it, bro. I love hunting that big prize, you know. When it's for a medal, it's cool, but when it's for something that actually is going to mean something in your life, like, oh, I'm about that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think about your run through PGF, and you rise to the competition, no doubt. And I mean, when you and PJ went 3 rows deep.
That was my favorite part.
I mean, that's going to be in a highlight reel forever. That was crazy. What was that match like?
Obviously, me and PJ have history. Like, we're kind of like neck and neck of trying to prove who's the 77 athlete for 10 Planet. And yeah, so me and him locking horns is always going to be like a thrill for obviously the people and for me and him, you know. And yeah, wherever he's going, I'm going to follow him. If he's going 3 rows deep, I'm going to follow him to the end. You know, that's just the way it is between me and him now.
There you go. You know, I was looking at all the social media stuff, and, you know, Jet Thompson came out and was just a star, you know. But they're trying to paint you in a bad light for putting hands on the man. He was pushing the envelope with everybody. And it was like, oh, Andy Varela slapped this kid. I love Jet Thompson. Jet Thompson might have deserved that slap a little bit, though.
Yeah.
What was that match like, though? Because, I mean, you had almost everything to lose. You're going out there against a guy who he had already won in so many ways before he got on the mat with you. Did you feel pressure or nerves going up against such a young savage?
I felt more like everyone in the back was kept on like saying that they were scared of Jet Thompson, like making jokes, a lot of jokes, you know, but I could actually tell they were scared. Like I saw people panic tap a lot of times. And I don't know, it's kind of fueling me a lot more because I was like, man, I'm not going to let this kid punk me, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's covering everyone's mouth, he's kicking people, he's being gnarly, he's missing a tooth. Like, he has the look, you know?
He's about it.
Yeah, he's about it. That kid's going to be a problem, bro. He is a problem, but he's going to have a bright future. But, yeah, I was more excited than anything. I was like, cool, this is a new test. And I don't get to steal life from him, but I get to shut it down a little bit, you know?
Right.
Man, he probably had some of the scariest submissions of anybody we've ever had in the PGF. Like, the way he was, like, rolling into those Aoki locks. Like, was it David Evers? He hit that rolling Aoki and, like, stretched it all the way back. That's a crazy setup. I've never seen anybody else even do that.
No, me neither, man. That kid's something special for sure.
Yeah. And then Canuto hit the rolling Estima lock going the other direction. So it was like rolling Estima lock this way, rolling Aoki this way. It was crazy. There's so many insane moments in the PGF. And November 3rd through the 9th, we're breaking out season 7. It's going to be even more crazy moments. So we're just getting started. The PGF is, I think, going to end up being where the pros play.
I mean, that's the thing, too. You say play. Like, it really is different. It's a season. You play games. You call the matches games. You call, you have the draft. What sort of feedback have you gotten from the community that maybe weren't as familiar with PGF, seeing it on the stage that it was?
Well, I guess the craziest feedback is that we hear from people who aren't jiu-jitsu fans at all.
Right.
Like, they're not even people who train jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
They don't watch jiu-jitsu. They're just, you know, somebody's boyfriend or somebody's wife or somebody's mother-in-law or whatever, that they got caught sitting in there watching it because it was on the TV, and now they're like hooked in because of the storyline or the fantasy or, you know, just the ability to follow the same guy over and over and watch his rise and fall. And so to me, that's been the most interesting part that makes the PGF really special in comparison to basically any other grappling shows. It's repeated exposure to the same athlete. It's an opportunity to fall in love with an athlete that may not necessarily even have a chance to win it. You just like what he's about, or you like his style, or you like his whatever.
What weight is next season?
205 pounds.
205 pounds.
Yeah, we're getting some big boys in there.
Yeah. You plan on doing PGF again, Andy?
Yeah, I do.
We're going to make him fight at 205.
Yeah, nah. I've had a lot of big boy matches, and I don't want no part of that anymore. I mean, maybe, but yeah, not the 205, but when my division comes back, I'll be doing it again.
That's awesome. You know, physically, what were you feeling at the end of that week?
I feel like after I won, I was restored. I feel like someone gave me a whole new life.
Right.
I was just like pumped, you know. But throughout the days, it was definitely like I felt really good, and then I was hurt, and then I felt really good, and then I was hurt. And on the last day, I probably felt like very tired. But yeah, after I won it, I was like restored a little bit. It's crazy.
What do you think about what Craig Jones is doing, this whole CJI? It's creating a lot of buzz, a lot of drama, somewhat behind the scenes.
Somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm putting it lightly. But what's it been like to be a part of that?
It's cool. I think it's great for the sport whenever people are doing these kind of things. It brings a lot of buzz and attention from obviously every type of crowd, and jiu-jitsu needs that right now, you know. So I think overall it's a good thing for jiu-jitsu. I know the timing's a little bit like
right,
but you know it is what it is, and I think it's doing better for the sport than not.
I think that's how competition works, though. I mean, like the timing of it is important to the goal set.
Yeah.
Like that's how competition works. Like they're gonna go head to head and they're gonna force each other to rise. Like, I mean, think about what competition does to you, just the preparation for competition. Like you're a different person on the other side of your preparation, regardless of the results of the competition itself. Like you're a new man on the other side of it. And when businesses or promotions are going to go head to head, they're going to be better on the other side of it. And they're either going to, like ADCC will either take this and grow from it and become better, or they'll shrink to it. And I don't think ADCC is going anywhere, dude. I think that they're going to learn the lessons from this, and they're going to just move forward, and I think it's going to be bigger and better than ever on the other side.
And at the end of the day, I think fans win more so for having these competitions battle one another, because at the end of the day you're competing for the same audience, and this is a rabid fan base that pretty much consumes everything as it is. But as we get more and more outside of the niche community that talks about things, you start to get the casual fans, the people that are aware by association, and then they get sucked in. And that's the thing I think about jiu-jitsu and mixed martial arts and combat sports as a whole, is once you get one foot in, it's hard not to jump all the way in and just get sucked into that world.
Yeah, and Craig's got this incredible, he could end up being the first jiu-jitsu guy who breaks across into the mainstream.
Yeah.
Like Gordon is unquestionably the best grappler in the world. I think that's pretty easy to see. And he's drawing a lot of attention, but it's all like attention from the jiu-jitsu world for the most part. But Craig is starting, just because he's just such a massive troll, he's just so good. He's like God-tier trolling right now, like with the witch doctor thing. Did you see that? Did you see that?
No.
Okay, TJ, he took a picture of Gordon. He was in Craig was in Romania, and he took a picture of Gordon and gave it to this like Romanian witch doctor, and he's like, "Can you heal my friend's stomach problems?"
That's hilarious.
Dude, it was so funny.
Wow.
And then he's giving away the Miata that Gordon gave away.
Right.
That was crazy.
Yeah, he's crazy, bro. He's doing a lot of crazy things right now, but it's good. It's funny.
Yeah, it's funny. It's good. And again, man, it's just putting eyeballs on the sport that might not. might not have been there before, but also any eyeballs that are people who normally would watch jiu-jitsu, or you kind of might be like, I try to catch some matches. All those people are watching.
Right.
All those people are going to watch, plus some people from the outside. Plus, with all the money on the line, it's starting to bring corporate attention and sponsorships for the first time. So I really think that all this competition is just going to be good for the entire industry.
Yeah, and for Andy, it's all right here in your hometown. It's going down in your backyard. The fight capital of the world is quickly becoming the grappling capital of the world as well.
Yeah, I like that all the events are coming here, man. UFC's here, all these grappling events are coming in here now, so it's all good. It's a good idea to move here 5 years ago, you know. It's been a good move, for sure.
You know, I think about what we've seen over the last couple of years. The FPI has been, you know, the focal point of grappling on UFC Fight Pass. You know, you're a veteran of that show. It's cool still to see these events bring in new eyeballs to guys like Andy Varela, you know, to compete inside the UFC Apex. I think that's important too. The UFC's brand awareness on the world of jiu-jitsu, it makes the sport so much stronger.
Well, it's just such a huge deal to have the UFC involved in jiu-jitsu so heavily now, and constantly leveling up more and more. Like the Fight Pass Invitational that we get to go and do. That's an unbelievable event for jiu-jitsu. Like I couldn't have imagined, I don't know, like 3-5 years ago, doing jiu-jitsu events inside the UFC facilities.
Yeah.
Having them broadcast out across the UFC's channels, having the UFC getting behind it is a huge deal for bringing in just regular combat sports fans and exposing them to what I think is the most interesting of all the combat sports, the individual sports.
Yeah, no, 100%. We've seen different looks and different takes on, you know, rule sets, and you actually have some history in competing inside the cage doing jiu-jitsu. Would you like to see that? Would you like to see the environment of a cage to be brought back, like Chael did with Submission Underground?
I think I mean, I would do it for sure. Like, I'll do anything, you know. That's what's kind of cool about competing in the Apex is, like, I still get that feeling of, like, me when I was younger wanting to be in the UFC, you know. It's like, oh, cool, I'm grappling, but I still get to be in the Apex competing.
Right.
So that's always a cool feeling. So whether it's a cage or a mat or whatever, that'd be sick. But, yeah, I don't know if any promotions are looking to do it in the cage. I think the pit's cool, like the alley or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, that's a good idea because you can still view it a little bit and then still get the cornering of trapping people. So that's a cool idea.
Yeah, after Andy and PJ went 3 rows deep on the couch, people talking about the pit, maybe the PGF. You ever think about bringing something in like that?
Yeah, definitely think about it. The only thing that gives me pause, because I do think it's probably the right playing surface to do jiu-jitsu in, because one of the big issues is like people going out of bounds and getting all these resets. So I think the pit is a great idea. The thing that gives me pause is how do you practice in that? Like in MMA, you've got jiu-jitsu, wrestling, striking, and then the fourth element is being able to cage wrestle.
Yeah.
And if you are good at these three, but you suck at cage wrestling, you're gonna have moments in the octagon where you fall apart.
Yeah.
Right? So you gotta have all 4 of those elements. Well, in jiu-jitsu, if we've got jiu-jitsu, gotta have wrestling now, and then you gotta have wall wrestling.
Right.
You can't practice that in a regular MMA cage because that's 90 degrees, right?
Right.
But this pit wall, the alley wall, is 45 degrees.
Yeah, it causes like elevated grappling almost at times.
Yeah, and you're not, like, there's no walking up because walking up the wall. So you're going to have a place where you can actually practice it. And so is that the right playing surface for the general sport moving forward? I'm not sure. I think that's still to be determined. But I do think it's probably the right thing from a spectator perspective. I think it's probably the right move.
Yeah, I just don't even know how you put that thing together. Like what the puzzle pieces are to make that thing work. Like where do you go buy a pit? You got to have one custom
I think
made.
the problem is building it in a way that it's friendly to the spectators.
Right.
Like, because you're going to have to basically build up the entire room so that it's sitting higher than the pit so that everybody can look down in it.
Yeah.
You know, either that or you're going to have to dig a pit in the middle of the arena, which I don't think they're going to do. So I think building up the rest of the the rest of the event is the real problem.
You had to go find that old defunct MMA show, the Yama. Get the Yama pit.
Dude.
Remember that?
Yama pit fight.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. And that was designed to like have people stay on their feet, but
Yeah.
all it did was aid in wrestlers getting takedowns, pretty much. Because you can only walk up the pit so many steps up and then you fall.
Yeah, that's kind of my point with the alley and the pit for grappling as well. Like, you're gonna have to learn to play on that thing, and if you don't have one of those installed in your gym, then you're not gonna be. There's
Right.
gonna be an element of the fight that you never got to
Right.
practice before.
And who has room for a pit? You know?
I mean, you know,
Some
at
do,
one point,
I guess.
at one point, nobody had cages in their gyms either.
Yeah.
So, if it's adopted and it takes off, then it'll be probably popping up in every jiu-jitsu. Oh my goodness!
Look out.
What's up?
Look out! The champ is here. What's happening?
Hey, Claudia, how are you?
How are you?
Good. Thanks for joining us. Just getting here?
Yeah.
UFCX?
Yeah. Was some meetings this morning, right? From business to this.
Right.
Kinda
Yeah,
crazy.
out there running the grappling world, taking it over.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah, fun. We were organizing the next steps for FBI and kind of understanding what's going to happen with the Jiu-Jitsu, UFC Jiu-Jitsu Opens and stuff. So very fun.
You got
Very
any
fun.
info you can leak us?
A little bit.
Give us a little something.
Yeah, we were planning the next steps for the Jiu-Jitsu strategy in the UFC. Dana is fully involved, and we're gonna go heavy in Jiu-Jitsu Opens, UFC Jiu-Jitsu Futures, building the next generation, and also investing more in FBI.
So you're going to be doing opens, UFC Jiu-Jitsu Opens.
Yeah.
Give us some info on that.
That's all I can say for now. We were planning and organizing everything, but the goal is to build FBI as big as possible. And we want to start developing athletes
Like
from a
amateur
very
leagues.
young age to get to FBI.
That's exciting.
Dude, that's super exciting. Is this going to be like a traveling show, you think?
Yeah.
Wow. How many you think about doing a year?
I think one per month.
No way.
Wow. Yeah. So we're gonna go in. You know, from fighting in the UFC to coming to the business world, I cannot just go easy. You know.
Go big or go home, right?
Oh, that's big news. That's huge news.
Yeah.
In the grappling world, that's like breaking news. So you're coming out and giving us the good stuff as soon as
The
you
good
sit down.
stuff. Yeah. Well, I asked if I could talk about it, and they said yes. So.
What about the
Talking
next
about-
FPI?
September. Yeah, we're gonna do one in September, another one in December, and then planning for 6 next year.
Oh,
That's
wow.
huge.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's really big.
It's taking off.
How many PGFs you guys gonna do next year?
Next year, 4.
4.
4?
4 next
That's
year.
a whole month.
We're gonna bust it. We're gonna bust it out every quarter next year. That's the plan.
That's cool.
So we're gonna hit this next one in November, and then hopefully one at the end of every quarter next year.
That's cool. Yeah, Jiu-Jitsu is growing so much, man. I'm so stoked with everything that is happening in Jiu-Jitsu world because I went and fought MMA because there was no opportunities in Jiu-Jitsu, But I was this Jiu-Jitsu crazy kid that wanted to do Jiu-Jitsu and I couldn't, Things played out well for me in MMA, but my kid's dream was to be a Jiu-Jitsu competitor, And I went full circle, right? Like, competed a lot of Jiu-Jitsu, went to MMA, had my career in MMA, and now that I'm out of the game in MMA, I am in the business side of Jiu-Jitsu, and it's so exciting to be part. I bet you feel the same way, be part of developing this sport to the level it has the potential and deserves to be.
Yeah, I feel like it's just the most interesting time to be in Jiu-Jitsu. Like, it's sort of like when skateboarding was first blowing up, like when it was right on the edge of blowing up, and then they get the Tony Hawk game out, and then it just exploded, right? I sort of feel like the PGF and the FPI and the CJI, like all these things are like the Tony Hawk video game that's like throwing it to the next level for the very first time. So it's crazy, man, to be in, to even, I just feel so privileged to even be involved in it, much less to have my dirty little fingers down in the middle of it.
How is it for you, Andy, to watch this whole thing happening?
I mean, it's amazing to be a part of. I feel like it's a good time to be in my prime right now because, I mean, all these things are popping up, so I get to be involved in it in some type of way, you know, the FPI, the PGF, the CGI, ADCC. I mean,
You're in all of it.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to be a part of all of it and excited to see where it goes. And yeah, thank you guys for continuing to push this forward. It's cool to be a part of it for me.
Well, I think it goes back to something we talked about for a long time, Claudia. It's just the idea that athletes like Andy can have a full-time job. You know, it's hard to make money in this sport when it's a fringe niche sport. But now that, you know, with PGF bringing money in, Craig bringing money in, you know, the UFC's, you know, long-term play with jiu-jitsu, this is a viable option for professional athletes to be professionals and not just try to compete to hopefully get seminars and put out, you know, instructionals. Like, you should be able to go out there, compete with the best in the world, and get rewarded for doing so. And that's what's exciting for me as a competitor, because we love the fights, right? But we want to know the stories, and more importantly, we want to know what guys like Andy can do to their own personal lives by being elite in the world. It sucks when you're one of the best top 5 or top 10 people in the world at something, and it's like, yeah, maybe you get gas money to go to the next one. Like, you want to be able to buy a house. You know, spectators want to know that these opportunities are truly life-changing opportunities.
Yeah. And it should be, right? Because the problem for me watching the whole thing happening was like, okay, this sport requires every athlete to live, breathe, and train like a professional. But then the organizations don't treat them as professionals. Like, to compete in the level Andy is competing, like, he has to behave in the same way the guy in the UFC is behaving. He's sleeping well, training like a fucking killer. Yeah. He has to do everything a UFC top guy has to do to be able to win in jiu-jitsu today. But then the organizations they didn't treat you that way, right? That's what we here for. We're changing that. Like, let's give them what they deserve, you know? And that's what I wish I had when I was competing. But
what do you think that jiu-jitsu is still missing, though? What do you think, like, just generally speaking, what's one of the big things that it has to have that it might still be missing?
To me, in my opinion, the number one thing is the excitement. You know, like people like Andy, Renato, you know, like exciting guys that are out there to give people wow moments, like Dana talked about, right? Like he talks about that. I sell wow moments. And when you watch jiu-jitsu, there are a lot of kill time, right? That waiting time in jiu-jitsu is the most boring part of jiu-jitsu. When we watch the younger kids and the guys that go out there to be exciting, I feel like that's what jiu-jitsu is missing, you know, because the reason why jiu-jitsu it's a practitioner sport, it's because it's complex, it's hard to understand. When we solve that problem and turn jiu-jitsu into an exciting, simple thing to understand, now my grandma can turn the TV on and understand what's going on. Now we're changing the game.
Yeah, it has to be simple to understand. And I think that was one of the major things with us with the PGF. Like, we want to have, look, you either won or you lost. You won with a choke, you won with a joint lock, or it went to a draw. There was no other choice. Do you think that it's really like about making it exciting? Is it really more about the athletes making it more exciting, or is it the rule set, or is it some combination?
I think it's both. You know, you're gonna fight or compete like you train. If you know that you are training to go out there and be exciting the whole time, like in the UFC, when you fight in the UFC, you know that if you don't train hard and be exciting, you're gonna get fired, you're gonna get cut, you know? Like,
even if you're a winner, like I think about, like, I won't name any names, but there's been fighters in the past that were on 10-fight win streaks, and then they got cut off a 10-fight win streak, you know, after one loss, because they're not fun to watch.
And this is a business, right? Like, if you're not a good product, you know, and today being a good product, it's not only fighting well. There is that. There's your personal brand. There's what you do with your brand. There's so much today, but, you know, anything good you do in life is hard, right? Like, so you make a lot of money in MMA, and you have to be a good product. In order to make a lot of money in jiu-jitsu today, you also have to be a good product and understand what it takes to be in that level.
It's a combat sport, it's prize fighting, and you have to prove yourself to be a commodity. You are your own brand, and You know, Andy, you know that better than anybody. BMAC, you know that as a promoter, and Claudia, you know that, you know, the biggest brand in combat sports, the UFC, putting its attention onto jiu-jitsu, it's a game changer, and it's a change for the best for everyone involved. You know,
yeah.
so.
That's why we want to develop like kids. Like,
Right.
hey, this is the way you have to train. This is the way you have to behave, because that's where you're gonna go. Like, give kids the whole vision of what it takes to win and make money and change their lives in the highest level.
And every real sport has that. I mean, the NFL has college, high school, little league football. Baseball's got little league baseball. I mean, wrestling's got high school sports. So, you know, like, I think it's going to be super important to find a way to, if the organization is all the way integrated from youth all the way up through high school, college, and then professional, I think that's going to be a big deal, man. That's super exciting news.
And even in MMA, think about the program we have in the UFC. You know, we have the LFAs, we have the Fury UFC. We have like so many organizations that we help and take care of to develop the best athletes for the UFC. You know, like we already do that. Now how we do that to jiu-jitsu.
Exciting times.
Crazy.
Absolutely.
What a time to be in.
All right, that does it for us. Claudia, thanks for stopping by, dropping some news. I like that.
Thank you.
Andy, it's always a pleasure. Best of luck moving forward, and I'm sure we'll see you back on Fight Pass real soon.
Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you guys for having me.
Our pleasure. BMAC, I'll definitely see you back soon. Don't squeeze my cheeks.
It's my little baby.
That's nice. Thank you. All right. Live from UFCX, we continue here in Las Vegas for International Fight Week. We will be right back. Squeeze my cheeks.
guys, thank you for joining us live from UFCX here for a lightweight discussion brought to you by UFC Fight Pass. I'm here with Chase Hooper and Renato Moicano. We just had an entire crowd of people that were asking for autographs that just scattered away, so these two guys are a little scatterbrained, but we're happy to have you all here tuning in for this lightweight discussion. Guys, thanks for joining me today. How you doing?
What's up? Doing great. How about you?
You look fabulous for having just gotten off a plane here in Las Vegas, I have to say it.
It is what it is. They pay money. We are here working. Let's go.
We all know Money Moicano, they're synonymous together. And Chase, how we doing?
Good. I mean, I'm here at the UFCX Expo, and I mean, there's a lot of energy, and like you were saying, a lot of people, a little scatterbrained, but we're having a good time.
Well, you're like the Fight Pass pro, the ambassador, all the stuff. I think when I think of Fight Pass, I actually think of you. So it's really nice to have you on this one. And how has International Fight Week been for you so far?
I mean, it's been awesome. It's like, it's cool to be out here in Las Vegas, and you know, probably about 75% of the people that I'm walking past are all wearing UFC stuff, and it's a huge card. There's a lot of fun energy out here, and yeah, I'm having a great time so far.
And you, no stranger to fighting in Las Vegas. You just fought Jalen Turner at UFC 300. Fabulous finish win. How is it every time you come to Vegas, and what do you look forward to the most when you come here?
I don't know. When I'm in Vegas, it's like almost like I am in a fight week. So I need to find a fight. Hey, let's fight UFC 303. Moicano versus Chase Hooper. What do you think, Chase Hooper?
Gentlemen,
that's a fight to make, brother.
I need that new contract.
That's a fight to make, my brother. Today.
Okay. Look at me. Obey my command at all times. Protect yourself at all times.
No, I'm joking, but I'm serious, brother. I need to get a fight.
Fair enough.
Well, lucky for everyone here, and lucky for both of you, we're going to break down a little bit of the lightweight division and see where everyone sits, what fights make the most sense next. So we got to start with the champion. UFC 302, we saw Islam Makhachev take out Dustin Poirier in the 5th round by Bravo choke. I mean, absolutely incredible performance by both men. But when Islam sank in that submission and actually finished Dustin Poirier in the 5th round, what's going through your mind as someone who fights in that division?
Man, the fight was great, and the fight showed the heart of Dustin Poirier. I don't want to take anything from Islam, but if something that we learned from the fight is Dustin Poirier is still a dog. He is still on his prime, you know. I don't want to see Diamond retiring. So after the fight, I say, hey, he still has gas in the tank, and he's still a contender of the division. So we all know Makhachev is good, he's the champion, but that's why a huge shout-out to Dustin Poirier. Great, great, great fight.
Yeah, and even seeing him backstage, he came and did an interview with Megan O'Leary and was just very open and transparent. And the only thing I could think of looking at him was like heart. He just has so much heart and really embodies what it means to be a UFC fighter. And I think that fight as a whole really showed it. What did you think of the main event 302?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also showed how much better Islam's got, like over this Poirier fight and both of the Volkanovski wins. Like he's definitely jumped up a couple levels since getting the belt. I mean, I'm excited to see where his career goes, and you know, but I do want to see him against more of a jiu-jitsu guy. Poirier has great jiu-jitsu, but I think he's more of a boxer. So I want to see him against a jiu-jitsu guy, maybe somebody with some leg locks. I want to see how that works against the issue of the Dagestani guys and the problem that they pose.
Yeah, definitely. And if I'm not mistaken, one more successful title defense from Islam Makhachev actually sets the record, would make him the most successful champion in the division. So that's really exciting. Whenever that next fight gets booked, we'll see who it might be. Actually, number one, Arman Tsarukyan. They fought each other. It was Arman's debut. He is suspended, as we saw recently, puts it in a little bit of a weird position. So when the number one contender might not be able to fight for a while, what does that do for you guys when you're in a division, you're waiting for the movement to see what fight makes sense for you next so you can get closer to the title? What happens when the number one contender is kind of held up by something?
I don't know. UFC lightweight division right now is in a mess. McGregor is like holding the fucking division. Michael Chandler doesn't want to fight. Dariush is fucking done. And you know, the division, Mateus Ganro, I think he's not gonna fight for the title. He's my friend, but I think he needs to work a little bit more on his popularity. So I don't know who Islam is going to fight next. Some people say Charles Oliveira. I don't want to see the fight again. We already saw the fight. So, I don't know, man. The division is fucked.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I would say it's actually one of the most stacked and exciting divisions. You literally can't make a boring or uninteresting fight in the lightweight division. So, what do you think? I wouldn't say fucked, you know?
Pardon my French.
Oh, yes, pardon the French.
Excuse me, my French.
I mean, there's so many fun matchups, and it's kind of like, it might end up being kind of like the Steve Erceg against Pantoja. Like, somebody a little further down the division might get that shot.
He wants to get the shot, brother.
Not me, not yet. Not on this contract. I want to ask for a little more money for that fight. That's but you know, I think maybe we'll see someone a little higher up in the ranks get it, since all these guys down at the bottom are tied up, and Armin's, you know, got to wait out that suspension. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Again, it's the most stacked division in the sport. So yeah.
Definitely, and you mentioned Charles Oliveira, and after the split decision loss he faced at UFC 300, I mean, where does this put him now?
At a tough position. We saw a couple posts of him fighting Benoit Saint-Denis and Dan Hooker. That fight doesn't make sense for Charles, but he's not getting any younger any day, right? He's getting older, and he still has a lot of hype behind him, even though he's in a losing streak, right? So I don't see right now, I don't think he wants to fight Mateus Ganrot, especially because of, like I say, I think he wants bigger fights. So maybe the winner, let's say Brian Ortega loses for Diego Ferreira, maybe a fight like that, you know, a super fight. Maybe somebody on the 170. He doesn't want to fight Colby Covington. Colby Covington was calling for the fight. So, I don't know, Charles is in a very weak position right now, and I don't think right now he's going to fight for the belt, but I want to see him fight super fights.
You know, I could be mistaken. I could be misremembering this, but I'm actually pretty sure in our post-fight interview at UFC 300, when the fight ended, while we were doing the interview, and you saw that Charles had lost, I think you said you wanted to fight him. Is that still
of course.
The case?
I want to fight everybody. I want money. I'm 35 years old with a lot of debt. I need to pay my bills. But Charles said that he doesn't want to fight me. Like he said, Moicano is coming. He coming off 3-4 losses, 3-4 wins. But I want to fight like bigger names and stuff, and I respected that. But that's it. I will keep fighting. I will keep winning. Eventually, I'm gonna be on the top 5, and they will cannot deny me.
Well, both of you on 3-fight win streaks in the lightweight division, that's no easy task. So when it comes to stringing together these wins and continuing on the streak, is there pressure to do so, or does it really motivate you more as you build the momentum?
I mean, I feel like each fight's its own thing for me. Especially being so long between fights, it doesn't really feel like you're on that same type of momentum. Like, I don't know, I never have any more motivation than the motivation to not get beat up by the guy across the cage who, you know, he's getting paid to try and hurt me. So that's a lot of motivation for me anyways. Like, nobody likes to lose, and that's always been my main factor. But, you know, that's the thing about UFC is your reward for winning these tough fights is even tougher fights down the road. So that's a little more motivation, is just knowing, I guess, these fights are going to get tougher and you got to get better.
Yeah. What about you? Win streaks?
Just to correct you, I'm 5 fights win streak in the lightweight because I lost to Rafael dos Anjos, but that was 165.
You're so right. And how could I forget? Because you stepped in on how many days notice?
3 days.
Notice.
Yeah.
You flew
Worst
from Brazil.
mistake of my life. Yeah, terrible.
Worst mistake, actually, but Renato, I would say that maybe I feel like that fight week really like switched something in you.
Of course, I got beat for 5 rounds. Beat.
Well, no, but you showed so much heart, and then I really feel like this giant personality, maybe that's always been within you, really came to the forefront, and people were paying attention, and you took advantage of the opportunity to really build this personality that you are. Money Moicano, didn't it come from that one?
Yeah, you really watch fights. I was asking you and saying, no, I watch fights.
There we go.
Now.
Well, no, thank you for the correction, because, you know, sometimes you say things and you're like, doesn't feel
No, but everybody's saying that. Everybody, even Michael Bisping, the commentator, they say 3 win streaks. No, it's 5, because if you look at my record, that fight was 165. So on the lightweight, I'm 5 win streaks.
There we go. We love it. We love it. Now, we're jumping around a little bit, but We got to talk about Max Holloway, who is ranked in both the featherweight and the lightweight division, and that BMF fight at UFC 300 was like one of the most badass moments I think anyone will ever witness in all of MMA. So where were you? Were you here?
No, I was watching at my house, I think.
Okay, and
Yeah.
like, what's the reaction when you see Max point and
Yeah.
you're thinking like, oh, it's gonna run out of time before something crazy happens, and
yeah.
then he lands.
That's exactly like that's the definition of the BMF fight, or the BMF title right there. Is like that's what people wanted to see. I mean, that was, textbook Max Holloway, with a nice finish at the end. I mean, he more than earned the belt with that. And I mean, that's a legendary moment. That I guarantee that fight will be in the Hall of Fame someday. That's it was a cool experience for sure.
Yeah, we're really privileged to get to watch these fights as they unfold, and I have moments in my mind where I'm like, oh, it's going to be so cool when I get to watch this fight get inducted into the Hall of Fame, or this person get inducted in the Hall of Fame, and in like a super small way, I'm like, yeah, I was in a back room in T-Mobile Arena, and I got to watch that in real time.
Fair enough.
Did you get to watch the fight, though? Because we put you guys through a lot post-fight. Lots of interviews, medicals, you go to press conference, all of the stuff. So did you get to watch the BMF fight?
I think I was watching, like you're saying, like doing interviews and watching the screams and stuff. But after that, on Sunday, I went and watched all the fights that I missed, like you were saying.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
You took a page out of my book and
Yeah,
rewatched some of the fights.
Yeah.
Well, when you think of Max Holloway and what he's trying to accomplish, where he sits in the featherweight division really kind of depends on who Ilia Topuria is fighting next.
He's fighting Max Holloway, right?
Is he?
I think he is fighting Max Holloway. I have heard about that.
Okay, all right. Well,
100.
as that officially develops, I would love
I think so.
to
Let me see.
it. But until then, I'll let you look it up. For you, what do you think makes sense, especially as someone who has moved up from featherweight to lightweight?
Yeah, I mean, I think Max looked great at lightweight. Like he was mentioning, maybe Charles Oliveira wanting to take some more of the fun fights, maybe have Charles and Max go again. It's been a long time. They fought at featherweight, if I remember right. I think a lot of people would want to watch that one.
That's a good one. I like the idea of that. I like the sound of that. You didn't find anything?
No.
Listen, I'm the encyclopedia here. You know what? I forgot. We are supposed to be in uniform, guys. Throw the shirt on. You want a small or a medium?
I guess I'll take a medium.
The small's for me.
That'll do. That'll do.
All right, and as you guys get these on,
That's all right.
while we're on the topic of Max Holloway, the BMF, I want to just take a second to talk about Justin Gaethje, because he is truly like one of the most badass people, and then also fighters on planet Earth. And for him to engage with Max the way that he did in those last couple of seconds, you guys both know what's at stake in the last few seconds of a fight, and to agree, yeah, let's throw down, let's do it, knowing anything could happen. What does it say about him?
I don't know. Max Holloway is a legend. I have been a fan of Max Holloway for a long time. I was a featherweight back in the day, like Chase Hooper, and Max Holloway is being on the top of the division for I don't know how long. And now he just moved up and beat the shit out of Justin Gaethje. What the fuck is going on with Max Holloway? He's a fucking legend, and I hope he goes back to 145, because he's a tough fight for everybody in 155, even Islam Makhachev. We know how good he is, like defending takedowns. His output on striking is unbelievable. He's a great fighter, and he's not slowing down. He's getting better. We saw that. Usually he was a point fighter, and now he's knocking people out. So that's a tough fight to do.
Be real with me. If Max Holloway, or really honestly any opponent, looked you in the face after 24 minutes of fighting and was like, let's fucking go, what would you do?
Honestly, in the fight, you don't feel much anything. So I wouldn't. I'm not really known for backing up in my fights anyways. I'm usually there to throw down. Max, personally, though, I'd probably just pull guard. Last 10 seconds for the people.
Not the guard pull. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we only have a couple minutes left, and there's a lot of people to talk about. Some people that are at the top of mind for me, we spoke about Dustin Poirier earlier, and I think of in Miami, his fight against Benoit Saint-Denis. Benoit really was on a steady rise.
Easy money. Easy money.
Okay.
Easy
right.
money.
Well, how do you think your styles match up?
I think that's a good matchup for me, actually. And I think he's pretty popular, especially in Europe, right? So, I don't know. Maybe that's a fight that we could make. I don't know what UFC plans, but like I say, BSD, Chase Hooper. No, I'm joking, my brother. I'm joking. Again, I'm just trying to sell fights. No, I want to be active, you know, like I say, 35 years old, I'm on my prime, you know, and I want to fight. BSD, if he, of course, Dustin Poirier got the title shot of him. I'm not Dustin Poirier, but maybe I can beat him and get a fight on the top 5 and then fight for the belt. Let's see. Let's see. I think it's an easy money fight.
All right. Well, you just fought in August. You just fought in April. So what is the most realistic timeline for you to return?
I don't know. I'm ready to fight tomorrow, my brother. Tomorrow.
Yeah, you know what? You've said that a couple times, and I'm actually really convinced that if
I'm telling you, if they say, hey, UFC 303, he needs a replacement, I can make the weight.
He's in? Wow. What are you at right now? What do you weigh?
I don't even know.
Okay, well, if anything, if he doesn't get a fight booked or doesn't get the phone call, there's a jiu-jitsu tournament downstairs.
Let's go.
So there you go.
They pay money. Jiu-jitsu is paying money now.
I don't know. I think it's IBJJF. I'm not sure.
Not IBJJF.
No?
I don't know if it's Money Moicano. It might just be regular Renato Moicano downstairs if you show up down there. When you think about the matchups that make the most sense in the lightweight division to come next. I mean, I'm really putting you both on the spot right now, and you can use matchups with yourself if you really want to, but what is the fight that you really, really want to see?
On lightweight, start Chase.
Ooh.
Because I'm gonna think.
I mean, I think Hooker Holloway would be fun. I'm seeing that on the rankings there. 11 and 9. That'd be a great fight. Maybe you and Saint Denis, I'd watch that for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Personally, I don't know. I want to start fighting some of the higher up guys. Obviously not quite in the numbers yet, not quite in the rankings, but you know, those guys that are right on the edge of the ranks. You know, I got to start looking at those. But I'm pretty open for whoever really at this point.
A Grant Dawson, Drew Dober situation, maybe?
Sure. Or you know, people have mentioned like the Clay Guidas, like those type of guys, like the legends.
He wants easy money. He wants easy money. No.
I don't know if anyone's
necessarily
easy money in the lightweight division.
No.
But
I'm sorry, Clay Guida is a legend, but he's 40.
Yeah. What's the Joe Lozon called me out last year too, which I thought was interesting.
Okay, all right.
You know, something like that.
Yeah.
He's a jiu-jitsu guy. I'd fight that fight.
I think any of those would be fun fights.
Yeah, who knows?
I love it. What is your dream fight currently in the lightweight division?
For me?
Yeah, for you. You had time to think about it.
McGregor, right? I think that's the dream fight of everybody.
Fair enough.
Let's talk about Chandler. 2 years waiting for the fight. You know what I would like to see? Conor McGregor say, hey, I'm not fighting Chandler, I'm fighting Oliveira. That's the fight I want to see. After 2 years of waiting, they put McGregor versus Oliveira. I think that's the fight to make.
I really thought you were going to say McGregor versus Moicano. I'm not going to lie.
That's not going to happen.
I thought you were going to jump on that opportunity. But actually, yeah, I mean, we should spend the rest of the time talking about the fight between Conor McGregor and Michael Chandler. The one that was set to go down at UFC 303 was a welterweight fight. But when you think of what the last 2 years of waiting has done for Michael Chandler, someone who's in his prime still, but a little bit later in his career, what does it do for you to have to sit out for that long and like learn when to peak and not, and like be in mini camps but not do too much because you don't know when you're fighting? I mean, like, how difficult is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely will kind of add some of that ring rust. Like, you haven't fought in 2 years, you haven't competed in, you know, and you're gonna try and go main event against Conor McGregor. Like, he plays a lot of those mind games. So 2 years off might be a big deal, especially for someone like Chandler, like you were mentioning, a little older. But again, yeah, 2 years off is a huge portion of your career. You could have had 4 fights in that time at least, and now you had 0. So it's, you know, take what you can get for sure.
Definitely. Would you wait 2 years to fight someone?
It's tough. It's tough. I don't want to talk too much trash because maybe I would, right? Conor McGregor. Like McGregor was saying that he's gonna make 10x what he's making, so that's huge money fight. But the problem is, that's not a sure thing. You know, that's not a sure thing. McGregor could easily pass Michael Chandler and go to another fight because we never know. Who would imagine that McGregor would pull out of a fight because of a pinky, a broken toe or something like that? I'm not, so I don't know.
I can't speak on that because I stubbed my toe and then I'm out for the count for like literally, like I'll crawl on the floor and be crying about it. I think we might be getting the cue to wrap this up a little bit. Now, if you guys are watching this and you enjoyed it, these two are actually joining me tomorrow for a past, present, and future of combat sports panel brought to you by UFC Fight Pass. That's going to be going down at the main stage of UFCX, which is at the Las Vegas Convention Center. If you haven't headed down here yet, or you've never experienced UFCX, you should definitely change your mind and make the drive down to the convention center, because I know that you're loving it. You're loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. We can't wait to see you tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
Jiu-Jitsu, the Fight Pass, Invitational, FBI, Bravo, Invitational, log on, UFCFightPass.com, 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 UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, UFC Fight Pass, step into a world. Step into a world. Life is facts, cage warriors, FFC, APFC, the world's largest combat sports library. Pride FC, strike, force library. Pride FC, strike, force, extreme cage fighting bar. Boxing Hollywood fight nights. Jiu-Jitsu, the Fight Pass, invitation to the F.I. Polaris, FFB, Bravo, invitation of L. UFC, FightPass.com. Jiu-Jitsu, the fight pass in, invitational, FBI, Polaris, Bravo, invitational, log on, UFCFightPass.com, UFCFightPass.com. Live events. Cage Warriors, World, FFFC, APFC, Combat Sports Library, PFC, Strike, Force, World, Extreme Cage Fighting, Boxing, Hollywood, Fight Night, Jiu-Jitsu, the Fight Pass, Invitational, FBI, Polaris, Bravo, Invitational, log on, UFCFightPass.com, 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 UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, step into a world, step into a world. Life facts, Cage Warriors, FFC, APFC, the world's largest combat sports library. Pride FC, Strike, Force, Library. Pride FC, Strike, Force, Extreme Cage Fighting, Boxing, Hollywood, Fight Nights, Jiu-Jitsu, the Fight Pass, Invitation, FBI, Polaris, FBI, Bravo, Invitational, log on, UFC, FightPass.com.
All right, we are back with the Gambler's Perspective, number 84, UFC 303, Beheda vs. Prohaska 2. I'm Yanni the Greek with Nick Kalikas, and we got a handful of guests for you as well, along with, of course, our best bets. Coming off a winning week for both of us, Nick. That was good. Like we always do, before we go forward, we always look back. Transparency first and foremost. Like I say every week, the only way you could be confident a source of information plus EV is if you have a big enough sample size, and that sample size has produced profit. So far, so good. Nick, you picked up another $50. You're now up 140 for the season, plus 800 since we launched. Nice week.
Thank you, sir. I think you upped that a little bit, though, did you not?
Yeah, I went 2-0, picked up 455, and now up 2286 for the season. Getting lucky as well. That puts me up a little over 1,500 since we launched. And it just shows you how quickly things can change. Because remember, I started this season at a negative, but it's just been a nice run. So
an amazing run, a historical run, let's say. Even on UFC On the Line, he's up huge and is about to break the record, I think, as far as winnings for one season.
I hope so.
And it's halfway through the year.
It's still early. It's still early. With that said, we did do a UFC On the Line earlier this week, but a lot of things have been updated. We are now 24 hours away from fight night. So we're going to touch on the main event and co-main event before we dig into not 3, but 4 of the biggest line moves for Saturday's card and see whether we should follow, fade, or ignore some of that steam. Nick, let me set you up. Start off. We seen it the first time. Alex Beheda opened as an underdog. Okay, we all remember that. Yuri opened as the favorite, but Beheda closed the favorite. Gets the second round knockout after Prohaska had won round 1 on all 3 judges' scorecards. We're looking at Beheda now as a -145 favorite. The over-under is 1.5, with the over now juiced up around -170.75 at our sportsbook sponsor. That's betonline.ag. What do you think? Anything change?
I mean, for me, I think the public will still come in on Pereira. It's going to come in that way eventually. If you see the numbers right now, a lot of the sports books, you're seeing the ticket count is on Pereira's side. But again, the line's kind of moving a little bit towards more Yuri action because the sharper bettors are betting him in. But again, as we get closer, tomorrow on fight day, I think you're still going to see some public action come in on Pereira. So it's going to bounce back and forth a little bit. Pros versus Joes, as we said on UFC on the line, that's what you're going to get here. A lot of the Joes are going to be on the Pereira side. Again, the guy's a special talent, no doubt about it. To be honest with you, Yanni, I don't think anybody has ever had this kind of spotlight, been pushed that fast.
Not that quickly.
Won 2 titles in
and
this
had
short
that
time.
success. That's what I'm saying. Others may have been pushed, but to actually produce those kind of results, I can't think of anybody that quickly.
No, I can't either. So again, all of it is kind of the perfect storm. He's at an all-time high as far as public perception right now. So I think that's why you're going to continue to see that public action towards him. But it's hard to deny Yuri, man. I mean, he's been fighting like an animal. We know that he recovered from that injury, and he looked great the last couple performances. Even in that loss to Pereira the first time, it was very close. He won the first round, questionable stoppage. So I think the steam, everything else is just going to continue to bounce back and forth. It's going to be interesting to see where this one closes.
Personally, I think it's tough to fade some of those trends on the Gadelha side. I touched on it earlier in the week. We know the winner of the first tends to win the second 60-65% of the time. Also, the champ usually successfully defends as well, right around there. But you can't overlook the fact that Gadelha's now 37 years old. And like Nick said, he's won 3 straight fights with a lot of attention on it. Where on the flip side with Yuri, he's coming off a huge win against Rakic, but everyone's talking about the Gadelha fight, not the Rakic fight at all. It's like he got no credit from it.
Dude, he went viral with that knockout. That's what, you know, there's levels. Even though that performance with Yuri was special, I think it was great because Rakic is such a stud himself. So win over Rakic, I think, just, you know, it puts you on a different level. But still, it doesn't even come close to what we've seen in the Gadelha knockout. And the way the storyline kind of built, the disrespect on the Jamal Hill side, and then the finish with that. So.
And bettors have a good taste in their mouth. Every time he's been favored, he's won. He's 5-0 as a favorite. He's 7-1 overall. So it's like anytime that he's gotten bet on, he's been rewarded, except for the one loss he's got, it's Adesanya, where he got caught with that check and that was it, you know. But otherwise, he's been flawless. So I understand why he's favored, but I just think this has to be a coin flip at worst. We all saw it last time around. Not only did Yuri win first round, and I know it's irrelevant when you lose in the second round, especially getting knocked out, but I could even argue quick stoppage. We won't get deep into the weeds with
flip,
that.
Honestly,
but I do think 100%. Worst case coin flip. Plus money, I'm all over it. Next up, speaking about someone that got pushed quickly, Ortega. Remember? Talk about someone getting pushed into the deep end. If you look at Brian Ortega's opponent's record, they are a combined 104, 37-2. They've won 73% of their fights. His losses come against opponents who are combined 32-5. Who've won 86%. So Ortega's not losing to anyone but the very best, and he was immediately thrown into the deep end against the very best, and he's only 8-3 with 1 no contest. So, I mean, he's delivered as well, especially as an underdog where he's 5-1. So I kind of gave my opinion on where I think the value is. Nick, what do you think as far as this line goes? Because, what's it called? Ortega opened as the favorite, and it was the Diego Lopez money that now switched it around. What do you think?
This is a little bit different. I mean, look, it is public and recency bias, everything coming into the equation here on the Lopez side, but a little bit different, meaning that the people that are betting the Lopez side are exactly not your casual fans. They're more the diehard fans as well. So there's some sharper opinions that are betting the Lopez side as well. Look, this guy came in here. What he did to Yusuf was very impressive. Even his debut against Evloev, that's a challenge for anybody, and he had a really good fight there. And then finishing a wrestler at 17 like he did. So all of those kind of just kept on rising. His stock kept on going up with those amazing performances. But like you said, Ortega in this spot, he's been battle tested. He's fought Volkanovski, he's fought the Holloways. I don't think there's anything he's going to see here that he hasn't seen before. It doesn't mean Lopez isn't dangerous, but Ortega should be able to kind of weather that storm. Then I think he's going to impress, man. I think he's got that chip on his shoulder here. He's not going to let it go that easy, his spot. Lopez wants that ranking, he wants that spot, he wants that title shot, but Ortega's here to say something about it for sure. So I think it's Ortega or pass, in my opinion.
I feel the same way as far as I'm going to enjoy that fight. It's going to be a great fight. But if I'm going to have action on it, it's going to be on the dog or pass.
100%. And again, just imagine, Lopez goes out there and finishes him, dude.
Oh, forget about it.
He's going to definitely be
going to fly through the roof.
It's going to be
about
crazy.
it. You'll never get him at a discount again.
Yep.
All right, let's get into 3 this week. 4, since it's a big pay-per-view. 4 of the biggest steam moves, and see whether we should follow, fade, or ignore. Let's start off with the ladies. Great fight, huge line move. Mayra Buena Silva opens a -192, almost a 2-1 favorite against Macy Chiasson. That line did not last very long as non-stop one-sided action on the Chiasson side now has this one sitting at a coin flip. Do you agree with the move? What do we do now?
Again, pricing is everything. That's why the Chiasson money came in from sharp bettors. Look, if you look at her fights as of late, she's getting better. That's the improvement I need to see from Chiasson. At the beginning of her UFC career, I honestly was scratching my head. Take a look at her physical attributes. She's long, she's got decent striking, she's got that grappling to mix in. She could be a really good fighter, but at times you saw some flaws in her game. Maybe I thought she didn't have that will to win as much as I wanted her to, but now she's turned it around. I see some of that I'd like to see in a fighter. So I think she's turned the corner, and that's why you're seeing the sharp money come in. And of course, Buena Silva, she just got in a title fight. She was already at the top of the food chain, getting that shot. So the respect is going to be on her side. But a lot of times, when you don't get that title, when you don't make it to that spot, things start to kind of crumble below you. You know what I mean? Your next fight. So this is the perfect storm for Chiasson to come in here and dethrone Buena Silva and get that spot again. So I understand the sharp money coming in that way. And honestly, where it sits now, it's a dog or pass situation in my opinion. The value probably got mostly extracted on the Chiasson side. So you got to kind of maybe leave it alone. Or again, if you see a plus number pop up, maybe take a stab at that. But other than that, this is very intriguing and a very close fight.
Someone made a great comment yesterday, and they said they believe Buena Silva will win the moments, but Chiasson will win the minutes. I said, I forgot. I wish I could remember the kid's name so I could give him credit, but that makes so much sense. Because that's exactly what's going to happen, where Chiasson wins the minutes, and with Buena Silva, it's like if she has that big moment, if she gets that sub, that's her path. You know what I mean? As long as Chiasson could stay away from that, she should be okay.
She's definitely an electric type of finisher. She can be with her, even with her knockout power, underrated a little bit as well.
Now for some selfish reasons, Andre Fili opens around a -181 favorite, gets bet up to -260. No surprise, you saw some take back on the Cub Swanson side, but he's still at -260. Andre Fili against Cub Swanson coming off a huge win as a 2-1 dog, while Fili just got finished in the very first round. Do we follow this theme here? Is it a telling sign?
Yeah, I mean, this is tough too. You got 2 savvy veterans. I mean, they're capable of a lot. They're capable of a lot. So for me personally, I would not follow the steam on the Fili side, especially not right now, man. Cub Swanson has played spoiler time and time again. So again, it's all about price points. If you got in on the Fili side under -200, I understand it. But now if you're laying 250-ish on up, I would probably stay away from it. I think it's going to be a very good fight. I do lean Fili side, but again, betting-wise, I'd probably pass at this point.
All right, next up, Charles Jourdain. A lot of disrespect. Opens a 2-1 favorite. Nothing but one-sided money on Silva. Now a coin flip. You got to lay -110 either way. Is there any way, any side to take now?
Yeah, I think now the opportunity on Jourdain opens up a little bit. Look, I understand the love on Silva. I get it. The guy's dangerous. He's looked the part so far. He's got some hype on him as well. And in Jourdain fights, a lot of times what you see is a very close split decision type of fight. So that's probably what you're going to see again. If this fight ends up hitting the scorecards, which obviously a lot of people think it won't, but if it does hit the scorecards, we'll probably see another split decision type of fight. So for me, though, I trust Jourdain a little bit more at this point. So all the value on the Silva side, bringing it all the way down to a pick'em, I think you look at Jourdain or you leave it alone at this point.
Love it. Well, I just had to add this fight to the mix. I know we usually do 3, but I had to add this 4th one because this is a huge line move. Peyton Talbot opens -600. Implied win probability a little bit better than 85%. Now sitting at upwards of -1,800. Win probability, 95%. So not only has that increased by 10%, but where's your margin now if you bet the Talbot sign? You have to conclude he wins this fight 100% of the time to bet it and believe you have an edge. Is that what's going to, does he win this 100% of the time?
I mean, at this point, again, all the value's been extracted. One of our guests that we're going to bring on soon actually has a bet he took early side. Look, laid minus 500, I think he got, believe it or not. He got 500 or 600, and then when the line went up, he actually pounced back and got the free roll plus 900 the other way. So, I mean, if you're getting a 400-cent opportunity there, and that's exactly what happened, you got to love it. So he'll come on and probably talk about that as well. But yeah, no, at this point, obviously, if you didn't get on the boat early, just leave it alone. Look, Talbot looked phenomenal. That win over Simon last time was honestly a head scratcher because I didn't think he was going to dominate and look as good as he did over a legit opponent like Simon. So for me, I love the kid, but obviously you can't do nothing with this fight. It's a dog or pass situation at this point. I would just leave it alone.
All right, we got a couple good guests lined up. We actually got 3 different guests lined up for you. First up, we're going to bring up a Hollywood movie producer who's behind that big bet that he got down early on Talbot. We're going to move right into that. Let's get him up here.
We'll get Jonathan up here. We got to get our guests up here 1 second.
Jonathan, come on up, brother.
Nothing like putting Jonathan on the spot here.
Come on up. It's all right. He's used to this, Hollywood. Let's get the 3 screen. This is live TV.
Throwing you right in the fire right away, Jonathan.
Guys, I gotta say, man, I work in the film business. I never get starstruck, but Yanni the Greek and Nick Kalikas, man, I love it. I watch you guys more than anything. I watch you more than any other TV program or movie. I watch you guys on the line and Gambler's Perspective. I love being on here, guys. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. We were told. The thing is, I end up talking to the guests so much before going on. It's like you forget to ask them the questions you really want to know. But tell us a little bit about your background and getting into the film business. And so I don't interject, then take us into becoming the MMA fan and the bettor. How's that all evolved?
Yeah, I would say I am definitely more of an MMA fan than a bettor. I'm an aspiring MMA bettor. I should say an aspiring profitable MMA bettor.
There you go.
I started in the film business. I started my career. Now I work for a company called Saban Films. I executive produce, write, and distribute movies. We do about 20 a year. And that's my primary focus in my life. But MMA, not until COVID. I saw Conor fights before COVID. That's it. And I didn't even know who he was fighting. I didn't know his opponents. And then, COVID rolled around. There was no live programming. And I stumbled upon a card. I think it was Gagey Tony Ferguson. Now think about a card to watch and become a fan of.
Did you ever bet on other sports? Or were you a fan of other sports?
I'm going to call my cousin Jake right now because he's a huge sports bettor. And he didn't watch MMA either. By the way, one of my bets for this show is going to be him plus 120. He shows up in Vegas tomorrow from Detroit. I think he's got to come. So I'm putting it out there so he does come. So I was a sports bettor a bit, but not like MMA.
Gotcha.
I mean, I became obsessed with mixed martial arts. I mean, so much so that I got the job to write the reboot for Lionheart, which was the JCVD movie back.
One of my favorite all-time films.
Right?
Yeah.
Dude, my entire pitch was my knowledge base on MMA. Like in the script, I put in fighters, I put in betting parlance, just because I wanted to be around it. I wanted to be around the sport because once it gets its hooks in you, no pun intended, as you know, I mean, it becomes an obsession. It's such a cool sport, and I think the UFC does a phenomenal job building a suite of programming to really develop the interest in the individual fighters. I mean, I take more from what they do from a storytelling standpoint into my career when it comes to telling the story of a movie from a marketing standpoint. I mean, nobody does it better than the UFC.
And you're going to 303. Now, do you consider yourself, when betting, do you take it for entertainment? Or are you taking it really serious? Because the way you were talking to me before we got on, you're like, I bet side A, then I scalped with side B. That sounds like some of the guys that I've been hanging out 20 years that bet every day.
I was just telling him about your Peyton Talbot bet. This is the gentleman that I was just talking about, where you were able to basically get off the bet and get a free roll, right? You laid 500 and you came back.
That's something most recreational bettors aren't doing.
Listen, I think it's a mythical skill set to be able to look at two fighters and to quantify it from a probability standpoint. But I love to do that more so as a validation of my research into the sport. So I'm watching all this, like when I watch Talbot, I watch him on Uriah Faber's A1 Combat. Like I want to watch all of his fights because it enhances my appreciation of his upcoming contest. But at the same time, putting some money on it, right? it builds more interest for me in the individual fights, and when I win, it validates all that research I did. But even when I lose, I have a tournament poker background. We talked about this beforehand.
Yes.
You're often putting yourself in positions where the likelihood is you will lose, so the discrete outcome doesn't matter. It's really about long-term results and long-term profitability, and I think that's just a natural parallel to poker and sports.
Were you more of a cash poker player or
No,
tournament poker player?
Well, the thing about tournament
So then you're all about odds.
Well, not only that, I like to untether from the monetary value of the chips, right? It's the same, like you always talk about bankroll management.
Sure.
Obviously, that's very important for long-term winning. But for me, it's also keeping my bet size low enough where I'm not stressing about the actual outcome. Because you know what?
Sweat it.
I will not win an amount of money that changes my life, but I will be pissed off with a loss. Like, I will be
100%.
mad. It doesn't matter how much it is. It doesn't matter how small the bet is. I will feel that loss much more than I feel that win. So
100%.
I want to be able to fire in positive EV spots when I perceive them, and to do so, just like in poker, I need to untether from the monetary value of the bet, or from, in the case of poker,
And you're always going to
make
make your worst decisions when you get emotional. That's why I always tell people, set your bet size already and follow that through until you increase or decrease bet roll, bank size by at least 50%.
Totally.
Then the problem's over. As far as if you are running hot or cold, you're not going to change it anyway, unless there's a significant movement. Then, of course, you have to readjust it just like you would a portfolio.
Totally.
If you're seeing it move that much, you got to address it if it adjusts that significantly by 50%.
Well, in the movie business, if you think about it, from the time you greenlight a movie to the time it comes out, it could be 2 years. Think about how much the macroeconomic conditions change. Think about, in the case of the film business, there's been so much disruption with streaming, so you're underwriting a movie into the economics of a completely different macroeconomic environment. And so having that long-term thinking, be able to predict the future a little bit too, is really important.
Nick, dive in here before we talk some UFC 303.
I love
really
listening
wanna
to this,
see who
dude.
you're
This is
on.
incredible because, look, this is not amateur better talk. This is all very professional. So this is obviously, Jonathan and I have been keeping, we met about, what, 3 years ago? I believe,
we met at this event.
And we've been keeping in contact, so I know his opinion on certain things, and he has a very good opinion. So he's kind of being a little bit humble in that regard as well. So you've been doing a great job. So for me, I got to ask every fan on our show that comes on your most memorable bet, or every bettor, I should say. So, and again, it could be a bad beat. It could be something, maybe your biggest loss ever. You don't have to get into amounts, but it doesn't even have to be UFC. It could be, any other MMA league, or it could be any sport, whatever the case may be.
Well, if it's not betting, I have some movies that were definitely bad bets that I wish I could forget or have unbet them. But I'll use Talbot because he's on the card, right? And I think UFC is super smart. Look at the last Conor card. Who was on the undercard of that fight? Topuria and Duplessis fought back-to-back on the undercard, and Sean O'Malley opened up the main card, right? So they know what they're doing by putting stars on this card. So when I see a guy like Peyton Talbot, he has star power written all over him, right? But when I watched his A1 fights, I noticed in the first round he get controlled a lot. Right? He was a high school wrestler. Guy plays 4 instruments. He's got a psychology degree. He's a smart fighter and a smart guy. But for whatever reason, he was a bit of a slow starter. So in his UFC debut, he fought Aguirre. I think he opened at a minus 600 or something. He gets wrestled for 4 minutes and 30 seconds. The live odds flash and it's pick'em. And I'm like, I watched this guy in Uriah Faber's A1. I know he's coming out in the second round. So I fired as a pick'em live bet. Destroys him in the second round, opens the third round, he's something like minus 800 again, and then he clubbed him, subs him for the victory. So for me, maybe it's not closing line value, but it's understanding the history of these fighters and to try to have a thesis of how the fight will play out. And then if you see a positive EV spot in the middle of the fight, I was able to fire on it. So for me, it's not that I made a lot of money. I think it was just great validation to the work that I put in, and I felt like I was thinking like a sharp. To me,
100%.
Which is the ultimate, right? Because and then Ortega, he fights Yair Rodriguez for the first time. I think he was like minus 160, right? He gets hurt, and then I got my man Yanni in my head saying, an extended layoff for veterans is actually beneficial.
Not a bad thing.
Right?
Yes.
And so he comes back and he's plus 120. So what happened between those two fights where there's a 20% shift in applied win probability? To me, nothing, right? So I take that bet, I fire an Ortega, and of course it ended up working out as a dog. And that's why I'm firing him on this card too. I think Diego Lopez is also a star. The guy is big, long for the division, right? He's got so much crack in his punches. That submission he almost pulled off against Divalov in his UFC debut, it was sick. But guess what? Eight submissions for Ortega. He's been submitted 0 times. I don't think he's getting submitted. This fight's going to be a stand-up fight. And if he taught us anything in that fight against Volkanovski, the guy's got a chin, right? That was a Herculean effort in the third round.
God.
When he pulled off those 2 submission attempts, I mean, to me, in that loss, he became a legend, right?
True.
Obviously, if he would have won the battle, it would have been better. I told him that in person, too. He's a really sweet guy. I like the guy. So I'm firing on. I don't see anything in that fight that tells me Ortega's an underdog. So if you're giving me plus money, I think I got him at plus 130. I'll fire on that all day. Now, I know the weight, the missed weight. You know, you'll know better than me how that affects the actual outcome of the fight. I love the over at 1.5 because I think he's a durable guy.
Durable, right.
And I think there's a lot of recency bias on Lopez. He fought at UFC 300. So many
Three
eyeballs.
straight first-round knockouts. There's going to be recency bias on you, whoever you are, let alone when it's Diego Lopez.
And everybody knows. I mean, he could potentially be a start. He's getting a nice push here, but the UFC's not lining him up against cupcakes. I mean, that Yusuf fight was a challenge.
Totally.
And he just destroyed Yusuf like he did.
Listen, this is a proof or promise fight, right? Is he promise or is he proof? I think we find out. I mean, if he rolls through Ortega, I mean, the guy's on a rocket ship, right?
Yeah,
that guy,
100%.
I mean, he already is. And even in a loss, I mean,
he's got nothing to
His
lose here,
losses were
honestly.
against a combined 6-0.
100%. So he loses to Ortega. He gets back on that horse, wins his next fight. He's right back in the mix right away. So this loss, I think, for Ortega is worse because it'll set Ortega back further a little bit than it would Lopez. But don't get me wrong. If Ortega pulls this off, then he just keeps his career right where he wants to. So such an important fight for the division.
Who has Ortega lost to? Take out the Yair one. Max Holloway and Volkanovski.
Yeah.
Those are his only two professional losses, right?
And those were amazing wars. Again, Holloway performance was just, I mean, he has those, that's not even a bad loss. I mean, he has those crazy and amazing performances that we've seen recently against Gaethje as well. So, right. Ortega's been in there. That's what I mean. So I agree with you actually in the Ortega side. And that's kind of a best bet we got out of the way right now.
Yeah, so I was going to say, we got Talbot in the mix. We got Ortega in the mix. Talbot at a much better number, obviously.
Well, I got him at minus 500.
Exactly.
I'm coming back at plus 900 because let me free
How
roll.
can you not? It's a free roll. It's a free roll. Anything else jump out at you before we let you go? You're going to be at 303. Any other tickets that'll be in your pocket?
You know, listen, again.
Or Power Slap. He's going to Power Slap tonight, I believe.
I have a ticket. I have a Power Slap
Listen,
ticket.
I don't know a single thing about Power Slap. I'm going because I want to.
I bet a dime on Van Zandt last night. I bet a dime on her, yes.
See, I want to fade Van Zandt just because I got to imagine.
Everybody's fading her. That's the issue, though. I think people are going to get caught speeding a little bit fading Van Zandt.
She's like the only person that the public knows who's a Power Slap fighter, right? So you see that name on a ticket, of course you're going to fire. Listen, again, I got your voice in my head, Yanni. You look at the main event. You know, 60% of the time the championship retains. If you're favored in two fights, both fights, 80% of the time. You know, minus 160 I think is a little expensive, but I do think that Yuri fights a little different this fight. I think he's a little more cautious.
Makes sense.
He makes
Usually
some
rematches are.
But here's the thing about this fight. People say, you know, the submission is live, right? Or why doesn't he wrestle? Watch every one of Yuri's fights. He does not proactively wrestle. He's a good defensive grappler, right? And even in the Glover Teixeira fight, yeah, he won by submission, but it was circumstantial. He was fighting a 42-year-old guy who was beating him
late in the fight,
who got on top of him, and then he pushed off the cage, and that's when he got the sub.
Yeah.
So listen, I think and I got to give a shout out to my man Jewish Better because I'm part of his Discord. I saw him for the first time on here.
Jewish Better, shout out for he's our man. Yeah.
And he said in our Discord,
shout out to Jewish
you know, there is a knockout equity on the Prohaska side. So I kind of like Prohaska by knockout if I was going to take that side.
But
I like the over at 1.5. I think it's a different fight. I don't think it goes like its predecessor. I think he fights a little bit smarter. And if you're on the Prohaska side, I like him by KO inside the distance.
I like it, man. This
Love
is
it.
awesome.
Love it. Great stuff. Great stuff.
He's got to give us
Jonathan
like
Saba.
everything. He's got his film stuff. He's got his Twitter. He's got his Instagram. Like,
yeah, share that before we let you go.
Yeah.
We got to bring in somebody. Now we're gonna bring in the new sponsor.
we got a sponsor coming up for you. Give you a little hint here,
Guys,
but they'll
thanks
be on in a
again for
second.
having me on here, man. The
It's
best
a problem.
positive EV advice I can give is watch these guys' shows. It took me from a losing better to a winning better, and it's not just the bets; it's the information. It's how to think about the fights. It's how to look at something like analytics and understand which ones are meaningful or predictive, as you would say, Yanni.
Yeah.
And you guys do such a fantastic job of elucidating this stuff that seems so difficult to understand. So thank you for everything you've done for mixed martial arts, and thanks for having me on. guys.
Thank you, man.
Thank
Pleasure
you for
having
your
you
time,
on
man.
here.
Great to finally meet you.
But wait, before we let him go, though, give us your Twitter handles, everything across the board.
You can check me out on Instagram, just Jonathan M. Saba, but don't expect any good positive EV advice except watch these guys or look at Saban Films. You can check out our movies.
Saban Films. Okay, there we go. We got to give you guys some love, man.
Guys, thank you so much for having me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
All right. So sponsored spotlight next.
Yeah.
We're gonna have. We'll bring on the crew from Green. So as you guys know, right? We have Got Smoked is a popular segment on the Gambler's Perspective. And the Got Smoked segment goes in so well, especially here in Las Vegas, with obviously dispensaries, whatever the case may be. So we are proud to introduce our new sponsor here with Green Nevada Dispensary Green Cannabis Company. This is Lucas. I don't want to butcher your last name.
Lucas Cuevas.
Cuevas. Okay, Lucas Cuevas from Green. And you want to introduce the ladies here?
Sure. These two ladies are part of our lovely promo team. This is V, and this is Bree.
All right.
All
V
right.
and Bree. Welcome to the show. Welcome
Both
to
one
the
syllable.
show.
It's exciting to be here.
We want to
All right.
thank you. We really want it. We appreciate our sponsors, especially having a new cannabis sponsor like Green. I've stopped by their stores multiple times and love it. I've been in there a lot. You?
Yeah, me as well. I'll tell you what, the cool thing about them coming on, again, the Got Smoke segment, so I think it's popular. A lot of people like it, but then getting a little bit of a discount or getting an incentive on top of that, and that's what Green's going to bring to the table. So every show that we have will have a promotion code from Green to get you guys a little bit of a discount. But here's the thing I want to say. Like most of the time you said we've been in there a bunch of times, whatever the case may be, you don't even need a promo code in that place, man. I don't know how many friends have been in there, they're thinking, like, it's affordable enough compared to a lot of the, I'm being honest here, 100% straight out. You walk into a lot of these dispensaries in Vegas, it can be a little pricey. You walk into Green, they got the best products there is for a discount anyway. So on top of their already low prices, you're actually going to get a bigger discount on our show, which is fantastic. So I mean, I'm probably taking your thunder a little bit.
No, man.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about your stores.
Well, I'm really happy you said that.
What you guys are doing. What's the plan?
Well, I'm really happy you said that because we do pride ourselves in being lower priced than most of the other dispensaries, and the reason is because we are locally owned.
Local based. That's what I was going to say. Because most take advantage knowing the tourists are here to spend money.
Absolutely.
So it don't matter. They're going to pay top dollar.
Absolutely. So we're locally owned and operated. Many of the dispensaries here, a lot of people don't know this, are multi-state operators.
Yep.
We're completely locally owned, locally operated, so we care about the community. And obviously, we're really excited about this. I mean, the Got Smoked segment, there couldn't be a more appropriate marriage. And as someone who has been on the a victim of some bad beats myself, I thought, you know what? I want to show some love to some people that got smoked, right? So if we can help them out, and like you said, we'll have promo codes. You can get discounts on top of our already low prices. For example, today.
That's what I was going to say. Give shout out a promo for week one. Let's
I'm going to
make it on Twitter eventually. So make sure you check Gambler's Perspective.
I'm going to make this real easy. All you have to mention is the Gambler's Perspective show. All you have to do is say, hey,
I like it.
I saw this on the show, mention the show, and we'll give you 20% off on your total order, okay?
Boom.
Dude, that's huge. And I know there's a lot of people in town right now watching this. Head to Green. It's well worth it. How many locations?
Give a couple locations.
2 locations,
yes.
okay? We have one on the north side of town on 101 South Rainbow, basically Rainbow and 95.
Yeah, near the 95.
Exactly.
Yep, right
and
off
then,
the highway.
And then one on the southwest side of town, 4510 South Wallapai. It's basically 215 and Flamingo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are easily accessible.
Absolutely.
Both of them.
Absolutely. So we're excited about doing big things. Definitely excited about getting more involved with you guys. And we're here for it.
Thank you so much. No, we really appreciate it. And we are looking forward to doing a lot of things, especially with promotions and, like you said, with the Got Smoke segment. And you guys mostly aim towards the locals. That's what we really
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that's important. A lot of times tourists come into town and they want, they migrate maybe to some of those other places. But you can get better deals. I mean, the locals know where it's at. So listen to us and get the better deals.
And look, it's real sunny here in Vegas all the time. So you guys, all right.
Green, thank you.
I got more stuff. I got more stuff for you guys.
And we'll do some giveaways. He knows I like swag. I wanted swag.
No, we got you. We're going to lace you, all right? You'll be taken care of.
And I got to shout out to Minty Betts as well. She's going to be involved with our new segment. We're going to have Minty working with us.
Shout out to Minty.
Very excited to have Minty on board as well, yes. We're excited, guys. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
We look forward to doing this for a long time.
And we're going to have some fun.
Absolutely.
And also, you guys, the website is what? For anybody that can check it out, right?
It's greendispensaryNV.com. You can also check out our Instagram page. That is also Green Dispensary NV, at Green Dispensary NV. Okay, we do deliver. So if you go online, you order, we will deliver, and we have curbside pickup, the works. Okay?
Now, does that is that in-store only for the promo code, or is that account for delivery as well?
That'll be in-store only this time.
Okay, this time.
For future shows, we'll take care of that.
Oh, that's huge, too, as well. You guys are in town, get delivered. Yeah, that's fantastic.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for your time. I want to thank Green. Again, Green, 2 locations here. Our new sponsor for the Get Smoked segment and most of the show. Thank you for your time. We're going to be right back with our last guest before we move on to Best Bets. One of those Plus CV gamblers for you, about to break down a little 303 action. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lucas.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much,
ladies.
dude. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hey, I gave your
she's got some swag. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Ready, Z?
All right.
Bring our boy Z up. In town.
What's going on,
There he
Z?
is.
Got to get a little handshake action in there.
The comp master.
Guess.
Welcome to the show, brother. All right, you guys already know Z. You've known him now for a while. He's one of the repeat guests. He's one of the guys we support, one of the guys that support us. We've actually are friends. We actually met here 2+ years ago, and within 15 minutes of him talking about accounts and Steam, we began working together, and it's been a great partnership since. And one of the young, aspiring plus EV bettors that I really have a ton of respect for, and have absolutely no doubt at all, is just now starting that huge journey in this industry. Because the access to information that he has, coupled with the network that he's building, reminds me of where I began. And I just picture where he's going to be 10 years from now, 15 years from now, the connections he's going to have, forget about it.
Awesome.
Welcome to the show,
behind, guys.
Yes, sir.
Huge fight week, International Fight Week.
It really is. I mean, it's so cool. And you know what the amazing thing is? You were just talking about it, and I was just thinking, Jonathan came on our show. We met him here at International Fight Week. Zayd is back on our show. We met him here at International Fight Week. The connections that you can make here, just coming to International Fight Week and kind of mingling and getting to know people, man, that's huge. That's kind of what this is all about, too. So good relationships made. I just had to point that out because it was kind of going through my head when you were talking about that.
I'm not even going to waste time about history and what you do and all that. Everybody knows. He gets a ton of sharp action. He gets sharp guys their money down. He has access to good information. He's a solid handicapper himself, especially betting his own stuff in MMA. I've seen it myself because we've worked together, like I said. We'll never say this guy's plus EV if I have not seen a big enough sample size. So let's not waste any time with that. Let's just dive into 303 because you're going to 303.
Yes, sir.
And you're sharp enough not to just fire for action. So let me know the game plan, the blueprint, the betting blueprint for Z.
Yeah, so for me, one of my biggest bets on the card is actually the second fight of the night in prelims. Carlos Hernandez is coming in at plus 365, I believe, the second biggest underdog of the night. And this is a guy, I think, when you look at a strength of schedule and his opponent, going on the road to UFC and fighting those guys from Japan, it's not really the same type of competition you're going to see on the regional scene when you're fighting in like the LFA and these other organizations. So I think Hernandez is a side where you have to take a stab on him at that plus 365 price range because
you're the only one that's mentioned that side.
Yeah.
The only person that's mentioned that side. You will be on an island for sure. That's a good thing to be sometimes.
Yes, and look, I just think when you look at the other side, he's had histories of gassing after the first round, and he's really green on the feet. He's not experienced on the feet at all. He's looking for takedowns, and Hernandez is a guy that could really scramble down low. So, he gave Tara a little bit of trouble before he got finished, but this is a perfect example of, buying low.
Yeah, because he was a dog in his last fight, I think, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, and now he's a minus 300-400 favorite.
Dude, and it's just, Hernandez doesn't get that respect, I think, from a lot of bettors, but he is exactly what Zay just said.
I like that. That's worth a sprinkle for sure.
Well, already, I mean, you put your action in, and the line has dropped. I think it's dropping at the sportsbooks as we speak. So I'm not even.
Next
and
up,
again, that's
next up. Keep going.
Dog.
Keep going. The blueprint.
Yeah. So for me,
if you don't mind, if you don't mind.
Of course, I love the Diego Lopez side coming into this fight. Now, when it's it gets bumped up to the 155 pound division, and they're fighting at lightweight, it doesn't really favor me as much. So I think people that were betting on Lopez should be cautious here because this is a fight where Lopez I think is the perfect 145 pounder. But build-wise, but now when you look at a guy in Ortega who has been bulking up to 155, and now short notice they tell Lopez, hey, it's getting bumped up, it's kind of a big disadvantage for him. So I'd lean this closer to a pick-em. I think if Lopez wins, he's going to have to get it done early. Otherwise, he'll get dragged down late into the fight.
Ooh, I like it, man, because look, I'm on a rowboat by myself here, but now Zayd hopped on the boat with me, and that's never a bad thing for sure. Because again, at plus money, we're talking about plus money bets, and I get all the love on Lopez, and he could come out here and shine, and then again, his stock would just keep on rising. But It's about what we're betting now, and the value should be on Ortega, especially at anything around a pick'em or so. I think Ortega should be a slight favorite here, with all due respect to Diego Lopez.
Anything else added to it? Keep going.
For me, the main event, I think
that's what I was going to ask you anyway, even if you didn't have a bet. You tell me main event.
The main event, I see a lot of money, especially sharp money, coming in on the Yuri Prochazka side. It's something that I really don't agree with as much. I think when you look at the Rakic fight at UFC 300, he was landing big shots on Yuri.
He was.
And when you look at the power that Alex has in that left hand and the power that he throws with, if he lands any of those type of shots on Yuri, I think he's going to end up finishing him. I like the Alex Pereira side. I think if you bet him at -140 or better, it's a good bet, and that's what I'm leaning for in the main event.
I can understand that. See, I'll contradict Zayd here in this one because you guys know I'm already kind of leaning towards Yuri, of course, from UFC on the line. But what he said, I think, is a lot of people are going to believe that as well, meaning that look at all the shots he was taking in that Rakic fight. But you know what? The other end of that, though, my defense to that would be he had zero quit in him to the point where the dude was like possessed almost, right? Like meaning that he wasn't going to lose that fight. I had Rakic in that fight, and the guy, his will to win was just through the roofs. And again, it sold me on his injury too. So I think Yuri, there's nothing wrong with that shoulder, obviously, based on those performances as of late. And I think he just has that mission. He's going for that belt. It was ultra close the first time too. You're going to see a lot of like pros versus Joes type of thing, and some pros also backing the Pereira side. There's no doubt about it. So
that usually happens though with pay-per-views.
100%.
That usually happens
100%.
with pay-per-views. Now, before I get you out of here, and we're all meeting for dinner tonight, I'm pretty sure, right?
I think so.
All right. For selfish reasons, I need your opinion. Ian Gary, Michael Venom Page.
That's a very interesting fight, and I think I have to take the Ian Gary side on this. I think when you look at Michael Venom Page's debut in the UFC, he fought a guy in Kevin Holland whose volume wasn't really there. Like Holland was just kind of stuck staring, and you see it in a lot of Holland's fights. It's almost like he goes out there and he spars against his opponents. I think Ian Gary's the type of guy that if stuff is not going the way it's supposed to go for him, he'll make it happen. He'll push the action, and he'll land shots needed to be landed. I think this is a fight where the first round you kind of see them just staring at each other. It's kind of a snooze fest in the beginning, but I think Gary outpoints him to the decision. I do like this fight to go the distance, and I like the Ian Gary side.
Like it. We're both in agreement here, right?
My man Zayd, before you get you out of here, give them your social media handles, and please support those that support us. Give it to them, Bowdy.
Yeah, you can follow me on all social media at Zayd_Hussein, ZAYD_HUSSEIN. And always follow these guys for the best information as well.
Do some damage this weekend, brother. Great to see you. Love
guys.
seeing you. We'll see you a little bit later. We're going to be right back with Best Bets. I got 2 of them myself. What do you got?
I got 3 for you guys.
All right. And we're going to wrap up. Let's go. Best Bets, and we're done, TJ.
All right. We can roll right into it.
Right. A lot of fun.
Okay.
You ready to go?
I'm ready. Let's go right into it. Live here.
Dive right in. Of course.
UFCX.
Bring that magic 8-ball to find out first. It's a lock. No. All right. You know how we do it. We narrow down our top favorite, top dog, top prop. We could bet size between 0 and 300, so we manage risk as efficiently as possible, but we never force anything. If you don't got a favorite, you simply say pass. You don't got a dog, you say pass. You don't force. That's why both of us are not only up this season, we're up since the show launched, and we document every single one. This is now, what, the 83rd, 84th episode. Nick, do you have a favorite for us?
I do have a top favorite, and it's going to be Roman Dolidze at -135. The price is actually getting better for us. We had this bet on UFC on the line. Of course, I'm going to take it here as my top favorite. So for me, it's going to be 200 to win about 348, 15, or yeah, I believe so. 148, I should say. Sorry, messed that up a little bit. $200 to win about $148 or so.
I like
on Dolidze.
I like it. I've got a favorite as well, and I got to zero in on Ian Gary. I just think you're getting him at his stock where it's at its lowest. We forget the guy hasn't lost yet as a pro. He's 7-0 in the UFC, so that's a ton of UFC experience already. And his average closing line is -425. And because he's coming off a split decision, a unanimous decision, it's almost like he's being a little bit overlooked, while Michael Venom Page has looked so phenomenal against Kevin Holland, which is just so, hard to do at times. But that's one fight. And I always say, you can't draw many conclusions off of that. They could have fought 4 hours later with a much different result. The next day, much different result. There's a lot of randomness to that. So I'm going to go ahead and bet Ian Machado. I'm going to lay the 160, a little bit juicy. I got down earlier myself, just to be honest. But I will put 240 to win 150. Next up, underdog. You got a dog for us, Nick.
I do, and I'm going to go with our boy Yuri Prohaska right
Love
now
it,
at
love
Bet
it, love
Online.
it.
He's actually plus 127, so I'm going to take that 200 to win 254 on Yuri. I think he gets that strap back and he becomes a champion again, and we should see a heck of a fight. But Yuri is a side at plus money. Give me plus 127 all day.
I gave you a Yuri on UFC on the line, so I wasn't going to use him as a straight bet here. Instead, I'm going to put in a parlay together that's actually plus money. $50 parlay will win 117.25, and it's 3 favorites. Ricky Simon, first fight of the night, just way too much experience. I can't overlook the experience coupled with the strength of schedule. It's night and day. Then Andre Fili, perfect storm for undervalued versus overvalued. Cub Swanson coming off a win as a plus 200 favorite, while Fili just got knocked out. He's got an age advantage. He's got a reach advantage. Take Fili at minus 250 or better. And finally, Dolidze. I agree with Nick. Another situation where I think Anthony Smith coming off such a big win is a little bit overvalued. And I just think the power of Dolidze is going to be the difference maker here. If you tie them all 3 together, you get a little over 2.5 to 1 on your money. So 50 to win 117.25. I do not have a prop, Nick.
I do have a prop. And again, it's the fight that Zay touched on, actually, the Hernandez-Saruya fight. I think it goes over 1.5 rounds. I mean, you're getting a low price, around minus 200. It's getting steamed up, actually. So this is probably the top point that I would lay it. But I'm going to go 200 to win 100. I think, again, Hernandez has what it takes to at least scramble enough to survive to get this thing over 7.5 minutes. And I don't think Saruya is going to be that type of fighter that's going to get him out of there on the feet. So I do like Zayd's bet Hernandez a little bit, but I like the over even more. So for me, over 1.5, it's going to be 200 to win $100 in that fight.
Love it. Whether you follow, fade, or ignore, I hope you cash him, don't trash him. Nick, get us out of here.
Yeah, as always, thank you guys for the support. Thank you to the UFC. Thank you for Fight Pass. This is an amazing experience. Always glad to be here. And we'll cash your bets this weekend. We'll see you guys pretty soon. We got a week off, don't we?
Yeah.
We got a week off. So we'll see you guys in a couple weeks.
All right.
Jiu-Jitsu, the Fight Pass, Invitational, FBI, Polaris, Eddie Bravo, Invitational, log on, UFCFightPass.com, UFCFightPass.com. Live events, Cage Warriors, World, FFC, Sports Library, PFC, Strike, Force, World, Extreme Cage Fighting, Boxing, Hollywood, Fight Night, Jiu-Jitsu, the Fight Pass, Invitational, FBI, Polaris, Eddie Bravo, Invitational, log on, UFCFightPass.com, 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 UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, step into a world, step into a world. Step into a world. Light, facts, Cage Warriors, FFC, PFC, the world's largest combat sports library. Pride FC, Strike, Force Library. Pride FC, Strike, Force, Extreme Cage Fight. Jiu-Jitsu, the fight pass in, invitational, FBI, Polaris, Bravo, invitational, log on, UFCFightPass.com, UFCFightPass.com. Live events, cage warriors, world, FFFC,
Same soundboard as us. Test.
Test. 1, 2, 3.
Test.
1, 2, 3.
Hello.
Beautiful. What's this? We're all good? Cool. All right. Welcome back to the Show Me the Money podcast. We are here live in Las Vegas. We got so much to cover today. I'm here with my co-host, Gilbert Therino Burns and Anato Moicano. Fellas, how we feeling today, bro? How we
Feeling tired, my brother.
Tired? Then go ahead, take another shot, bro.
No, one is good. No, good. Feeling great. What's up, motherfuckers? What's up? Let's go.
What's up, guys? We're here at UFCX in Las Vegas Convention Center, getting ready to UFC 303. And guess what? Face off in a little bit. We're going to the face off and power slap tonight. For sure, I want to get some guys.
Tell Moicano to come. He's not coming.
Yeah, Moicano's coming, bro. Look at him.
Brother, fuck
get
slap.
paid. You
No,
gotta
don't say that. Dana White is sponsor that shit, man. Let's go.
I'm going, bro. I can't wait to see that live, honestly. I think it's going to be pretty funny.
No, it's crazy. I've been there before last year on the International Fight Week too, and it was fun. It's crazy. Don't get me wrong. I will not do it, bro. They gotta pay me so much money to let the guy slap me on the face.
How much? Let's talk
so
more.
So much.
No, how much?
Impossible. They're not gonna pay.
Paige Van Zandt she's doing.
That's why I'm going. I want to see her. I want to see how she's gonna do.
How much they paying?
I don't know, but I think they paying her good, right? She's not gonna get slapped on the face.
She's bringing a lot of eyeballs,
for sure.
For sure.
How much? How much you think?
Tell me a number, brother.
I think if I had to
100
guess,
at least.
I'll say 150.
At least.
That's my
At
guess.
least, right?
But I don't.
How much to?
I don't have a clue.
To Paige Van Zandt to power slap. At
250.
least, right? At least.
No,
right?
not with this economic, my brother. 250.
But come on, bro. It's humble money. It's Dana White money. Gotta be something like that.
100%. Hey, so.
Show me the money, motherfuckers. Let's go. Easy one.
I love it. All right, we got so much to cover, bro. But I don't even want to talk UFC until I ask Moicano's opinion. What did we watch last night, bro? I gotta ask you.
I was watching the fucking debate.
The debate was crazy, right? I was watching.
No, at the time, like when the debate was live, I was doing a fucking podcast, and then I started to watch, and I could not believe my eyes, my brother. How the leader of the free world, brother, the strongest economy of the fucking world cannot say a sentence, my brother. Fucking unbelievable, my brother. I'm surprised. I think they're gonna.
The one in Brazil was bad. Remember? The
Which
Brazil one, the last one in Brazil, the debate for the president in Brazil, Lula.
No, but Brazil was good because it was funny. Yesterday, brother, even if you hate Biden, you feel sorry for him. I think they are torturing him, you know?
Yeah.
You get a 80-year-old man and say, go over there. He doesn't want to be there, my brother. That's the truth.
Bro, last night was the first time that I genuinely... Wait for the mic. There we go. Last night was like the first time I genuinely felt bad for Biden.
Exactly, my brother. So
you felt sorry for him a little bit.
100%. He was, and I think it was good because there was no fact check and they could talk, right? So people could see that he's fucking dying, my brother. I'm not even joking, my brother.
Could you do a better job than Biden to run the country?
100%. No income tax, my brother. 100%. I will abolish the income tax, my brother. And we have to make they follow the Constitution, my brother. And that's it.
I love it. All right, well, let's move on.
Let's go back, bro. Let's go back to the fight, bro.
Let's go to this UFC card, UFC 303. Unbelievable card here. Yuri and Alex Pereira saved the card here with Conor McGregor out. What are you guys looking forward to the most? Which fight is it? Because I already know my fight of the night prediction.
Yeah, but that fight, the night prediction changed, right? You saw this morning what happened. Brian Ortega couldn't make 145.
155.
He was stuck at 151, and then now it's a catch weight, lightweight, but Diego was already on the way, so I don't like that at all.
Yeah, he's too small, right? No, he's not small.
Big. Both guys are big.
Yeah, he's not small, but he's not his division, right?
Yeah, but I don't like that. That kind of like, I know Diego for sure is getting a bag, but I don't like that.
Diego, how much do you think?
For sure he's getting that 30% out from Byron.
No, I don't think so.
100%. 100% he's getting 30%. The guy didn't make weight. I don't care. He signed the contract.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's 155, my brother.
But he's paying because the fight was scheduled on 45.
Yeah.
So you gotta get paid.
You're doing his job, my brother. You're doing his job.
You want me to do 55? I will, but you gotta pay me, you know, for sure.
Show me the money. Show me the money. Hey, Sean Brady,
easy money.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
All right, well, let's talk about that fight since we're on it. Diego Lopez, minus 150 favorite. Ortega plus 118 is the underdog. I got to be honest here. I think Lopez is the real deal. I think he's got star power, finishing ability. I think round 1-2, he's live for a KO or a submission. But I do agree with what Gilbert was saying. Like the weight difference, I think could be impactful here. Who's your prediction on this fight?
Let me tell you something. Diego Lopez, fucking beast, unbelievable. Yeah. Knockout artist, submission artist, very good, young, explosive. If you see on paper, I think he will beat the shit of Ortega. Yeah. And I fought Ortega before.
I agree.
Gonna beat the shit out of Ortega.
If you didn't see that, make sure you go to Moicano's channel. He break all that fight down. I like the content.
Yeah. Motherfucker is good at promotion, my brother. Well, but let me tell you something. Okay. Maybe, like, it's too good to be true. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of, now I'm feeling, I watch a Portuguese channel talking about that, and I'm feeling, man, it's too good to be true.
You know what it
Three
is?
fights in a...
You know what Moicano's starting to learn, bro? He's starting to learn about the traps in sports betting and gambling. He's seeing my perspective now, right?
Yeah.
Because remember episode like 1, 2, 3, he was like, brother, just put 10,000 on one fighter to win and you make money. I'm like, bro, it's not always that easy. Like anything happens in these fights, right?
But I have a fight to put 10,000 on this. Hey, UFC,
feed me it.
Hey, UFC, you should let us bet, my brother. That's the truth. I would bet the house on Jean Silva as
winning
the
fight.
Underdog, my brother.
Jean Silva, if you guys bet, I don't bet, but if you guys bet, Jean Silva is security, easy money.
All right, hold on. Let's go to that fight because he's like plus 1.
Can you guys listen us?
Yeah, can you guys?
Can you guys listen?
Yeah.
Let's fucking go, my brother.
Let's go to that fight then, because Jean Silva is plus money.
Plus money, and I'm telling you, he's gonna beat the shit out of the other guy. The other guy is good striker, solid grappler, like a kind of well-rounded guy, but Jean Silva is just too good, my brother. He's just too good.
I got it. And I like the other Brazilian guy too. The first fight of the night, that guy is very good too. The guy that threw the high knee. Oliveira. You got him?
He's losing. He's losing. He's losing, brother. He's losing.
All right, so let's start right there.
Hey, I don't like that, bro.
That's the first fight of the
night. No, it is what it is, but
so you get a Rick Simon.
Yeah.
How? Decision?
Decision for sure, my brother.
And
you watch his last fight?
Yeah. I think he can get a finish on the ground.
He might get a finish on the ground.
If you look at Oliveira's last fight, he was seconds away from being stopped on the ground in round 2. And then he rallied, and then his opponent was gassed. That flying knee was ridiculous, but his opponent was completely gassed. I think that Ricky Simon could take the fight.
But that was all the plan, you know. He was, you know what? I'm gonna get here. I'm gonna make this guy so tired.
How much?
Yeah. And then.
How much?
How much?
120 for that shit?
No, it's
UFC is making too much money, my brother.
I like that. I like the big one.
I like. I'm gonna buy, but that's a lot of money. Let's go. In the end of the podcast, we're doing.
Yeah. All right, well, you guys like some good underdogs already. Silva has a even money underdog. There's a couple other good fights. I want to hear your opinion on this one. Cub Swanson, Andre Fili. Andre Fili minus 235 favorite. Is this another?
Hey, brother, you paraibano? Man, that's a nice, but 120 is too much.
It's for free. The guy just gave it.
You gave it to him?
The guy just gave it to me. You did. He said, hey, take it.
It's done, my brother.
That's sick, though.
Nice, right?
Hey, let's buy for the Show Me the Money, brother.
So we got one.
We got one.
Right, Maddie? Can I get one, Maddie?
What?
Sponsor you.
Got you, bro. Going back to this fight, though. Cub Swanson, Andre Fili.
I like this fight a lot. Who you got on that one?
So I got a long shot play. You know I like my long shots.
Yeah.
Cub Swanson by knockout.
Cub Swanson by knockout. Why?
500. It's 5.
What? Give me a thought process on that, my brother.
I like the other guy.
I'm playing the number here. And I'm playing the number here. 5-1 odds. Andre Fili coming off getting starched in round 1 just 4.5 months ago. I think the recovery time's too short. Swanson is older but has a lot of KOs in his career. I'm just playing the number on it. If I had to pick a guy to win, like gun to my head, who do I pick? I go Andre Fili, but these betting odds for a reason. I'm going 5-1 on the knockout, Cub Swanson.
You know the funny thing on the fight, like both guys, they have almost like 30 plus fights on UFC.
Yes.
Cub Swanson 30 plus fights in UFC. Yeah. The other guy is the same, like 2 veterans. I like the fight. I think that makes sense. UFC 303.
Fight,
but I have Cub Swanson winning too.
As another underdog.
I got Andre Fili.
Why?
I know the last fight he got beat. I think he took a little time. He's kind of moving camps. I heard he spent time here in Vegas. He said he might go to Florida. I like where he is right now, and then I like both guys, but I think Andre Fili can bring a lot of problems to Cub Swanson, you know, with the knees, with the lane, with the dishes. If he fights smart, taking this guy down a little bit, if he fights smart, I think Andre Fili wins this fight, but I don't see a finish. I see a decision.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I can see that too.
So I changed his plan.
No, I'm not. But I still feel Cub Swanson gonna win.
Yeah.
He needs that win, my brother. And his last fight, he beat a very good contender like Daodu.
But you saw the decision, though. It was crazy.
Was a bad decision?
Yeah.
I was just looking for the topology, so I don't. I was just looking at the topology.
That's what us gamblers do, bro. We just scroll the topology.
I saw the topology. Say, what? That's a good win, my brother. Yeah. So I don't fucking know.
Hey, we gotta get better on that study, my guy. You gotta look a little bit more.
I'm not making money, brother. So lose your fucking money over there.
Level of disrespect. All right, I got a good next one I want to go over. This is, I think, the feature prelim. Joe Pyfer, Marc-Andre Barriot. Pyfer's a 3-1 favorite. Gilbert, I'm gonna go to you first. You think he deserves to be that big of a favorite, coming off the Jack Hermanson loss where he had some success early, but it was a 5-rounder, and Hermanson kind of just showed he's a vet, you know, and he dropped that via decision, but he was able to survive. This is a little bit of a step down here, but 3-1 favorite. What do you think? Deserves to be that big of a favorite?
I don't think so, and I'm very partial on that fight because I trained in Marc-Andre Barriot, you know.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy, super tough. I think it's going to be a war. I think these guys not going to run from each other.
Yeah.
The only thing, Pyfer hits like a truck, you know? That's the only thing. But Mark can take a lot.
Yeah. Do you think the submission's live here? Because I have a buddy that said Pyfer by sub.
Pfizer. Not Pyfer, Pfizer. Don't you know that? His name is Pfizer, my brother.
All right, well, let's hear if he has. Is he live for the sub or not, bro?
No. Man, but let's be honest. Pfizer lost to Jack Hermanson on the strike.
What's his name?
Wait, what's his name?
Pfizer.
No.
Joy Pfizer.
Jack who?
Jack Hermanson. Is that right? Be honest.
It was close.
Jack who?
What's the one name that he always pronounces so funny on like one of our early episodes? The fighter name that it's hilarious when he pronounces it. Kyle, do you remember? What was the name he used to pronounce? The fighter name he used to pronounce that was just hilarious.
Shavikat.
Say it.
Shakivat. Fuck that. Let's keep going, my brother.
We're moving up the card. We're moving up the card. Big fight here. Ian Gary versus MVP.
Hello, how are you?
I got Ian Gary. I did a good breakdown on my channel for this fight. I think on the beginning I was thinking it's gonna be a very nice fight, Ian Gary and MVP.
Not gonna be.
But when they start talking a lot, those guys gonna respect each other so much. I think Ian Gary's gonna do a little bit more because he understands distance too. I think he's gonna be trying to kicking, punching, moving, good defense. I think Ian Gary's gonna win by decision on a boring fight. Who you think?
You could not be more wrong, my man.
Who you think?
Really? Mike Venom Page gonna beat him.
How?
Knockout.
You think knockout? I don't think so. I think Ian Gary defense is very good. He's faster than people think.
If he doesn't shoot for takedowns, he's going to lose.
He's not going to shoot. He's not. He can. I don't believe he will.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you something.
Charles Oliveira, bro. People are saying that Gary. So let me say it this way: if there's ever a fight, Gary's going to implement the grappling. I think this is the fight. You know?
Who said that?
No,
I
he's
say
saying that.
That's my opinion. I think that if there's any
I don't
fight,
think he will. I think he wants to prove he's the best striker in the division.
Yeah.
And that's a.
Is he the best striker in the division?
I think he's going to try to prove that.
This is a very close fight. Like Gary's a small favorite, but I think Gilbert and Moicano here need to do some sort of bet, something on the line here, because you guys are like very strong opposite in this fight.
bro.
Hey, brother, this motherfucker is trying to set up a fucking
low kick.
Low kick?
Who you got?
Money,
Who you
money.
got?
Put money.
Who you got?
I like the fight to go the distance.
Who? Who?
I go Ian Gary.
See? You don't want to take my
but
low
it's
kick
so close, bro.
just
It's
because
so
I
close.
said decision.
Hey,
Ian
I
Gary.
ate that low kick, bro.
Nah.
Gilbert went easy on me, but Gilbert went easy on me.
I got Ian Gary. So you got MVP by knockout?
Knockout.
Yeah.
Wow. Why?
Because I think people are not realize that the managed distance and the striking of MVP, I think he might be the best striker in the UFC right now. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah?
No, don't you think that striking? Kevin Holland is a very tough guy on the striking.
Yeah.
I
remember my pick on that fight, or don't you?
On the MVP, Kevin Holland? You had
No.
MVP, right?
I had MVP
Yeah.
playing.
So here's what I'll say to back Moicano up here.
Yeah.
You know, Kevin Holland landed only 29 strikes. And Holland's a very good MMA striker, right? Landed only 29 strikes against MVP. Was very frustrated trying to find him. MVP, 55% striking defense on the feet. So I do see your viewpoint here for sure, but I think Gary might implement the wrestling and the grappling.
Yeah, if he does, he can win, like I said.
Yeah.
Because even Kevin Holland took him down, but we don't know. We don't know what they're going to do, right?
Like, I like Kevin Holland a lot. I'm a big fan. I like the guy. Guy's crazy. Guy's fun. Fights a lot. Don't care. I like it. But I don't think that comparison with Kevin Holland and Ian Gary is different.
Yeah.
People cannot say, oh, he did that with Kevin Holland, but Ian Gary's like high. The level of Ian Gary, or
the level of disrespect.
No, but his level of understanding, the level of technique, the level of will. This guy, people kind of saying a lot of things bad about Ian Gary, but the guy left Ireland to train. He went to London, then he moved to Florida, then he went to London. Now he moved to Brazil. The guy's doing everything to get his career to the highest level. So, oh, guy's crazy, talk a lot. Okay. Not talking about his personality, but his professionalism. The guy shows up every single time, and I think, I really believe he's gonna beat MVP.
Yeah.
Let's see, my brother. Do you wanna bet?
I want to see a bet on this.
We cannot bet, bro. Dana's listening to us.
You can't bet money.
Money.
See, Dana's listening. I cannot bet.
We cannot go on the company bet, but $500 bet. What do you think?
They trying to set me up like James Cross. I'm not betting, bro. I'm not betting, bro.
No, so let's go to the next one.
Let's move on to Moicano's favorite fight of the night. Mayra Bueno Silva.
Brother, don't say that. Don't say that, my brother.
Who's your pick here, Moicano? I would say Macy, very good striking defense.
She's my friend, brother. Don't do that.
Who, Macy?
Mayra Bueno.
Okay, all right, so you're picking her then?
Yeah, of course.
By submission?
But it's not my favorite fight of the card.
By submission, though, or decision?
I don't know. I never watched the other girl, to be honest.
So she's very good striking defense on the feet.
Have you watched the other girl?
Yeah. Dude, I'm a gambling man, bro. I got to study.
For sure he studied.
So she only gives up 2 strikes.
The other girl's good.
She only gives up 2 strikes per minute on the feet. She's very good striking defense, but I think it's a big step up. I think she gets submitted.
I think Bueno Silva submits her.
Yeah, I don't know the other girl, but Bueno, she's one of the best of the division. Just fought for the belt, so
Yeah.
makes sense that she could finish the fight.
Yeah. Plus 310, 3-1 odds on the submission, by the way. You like that?
Plus, how much?
3-1 odds on Myra
300 plus
by side.
300.
Yeah.
If you could bet, you would bet in Myra?
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of money. How much
No.
you put?
No,
500?
I'm telling you, brother. I just wish we could bet because
I know, but if you could, how much you put on her? Or what fight? Or what fight would you bet?
No, that's I'm telling you. If I was allowed to bet, I will be a millionaire by this time, my brother. Maybe even a billionaire, my brother.
Your bookie would be knocking
This
your
guy
door
would be
down,
broke right now, but when he says that.
No,
you know what he would be doing? He'd be leveraging his Bitcoin.
Hey, on UFC 300, remember, I bank. I said all of my picks, most of my picks. I
No,
pick.
but I'm not. But one
the
thing is
other
you
one,
saying.
remember-
I think he win. I'm telling you, Jean
remember the
Silva
other
tomorrow.
two?
Jean Silva
10,000.
tomorrow.
I'll lose
10,000 easily, and I would do
I
like.
swear to God, bro. After this, after Power Slap tonight, I'm going to the counter and I'm betting him big. Hey.
No, brother, I don't want inside information over here, man.
That's not inside information. It's
Hey,
I'm
but
not
look,
betting on you.
remember on Incra, I would lose a lot of fights if I come back.
Oh,
but I'll put money on
Yeah,
Incra.
me too. Me too.
I
Man,
would-
people are mad
See,
on my YouTube channel, my brother.
Oh, me too. Why you be
You see what I
millionaire?
go through? I go through 10x that because I'm giving out.
Brother, a lot of people are asking for Matty, the guy that always loses the bet today, brother. Hey, where is Matt, the guy that's
I'm on
losing
a
the
cold
bet?
streak, bro. Let me live. Let me live. I'm coming back with a vengeance this weekend. Let's move on. Anthony Smith.
In the end of the day, you have to do a bet pick for everybody on the show today.
Bad beat?
No, like a pick for everybody, like a free
yeah.
pick.
I got a long shot that I want to ask you guys about. It's actually on the prelims. But I want to go to this fight because this is my favorite bet of the whole night.
Gotta kill this guy with this bag. Go, look, go.
Anthony Smith, Roman Dolidze. I believe Roman Dolidze is the best valued favorite on the card at minus 150.
By decision.
Just money line, win the fight. KO, submission, decision. I'm taking him to win the fight. I think Anthony Smith is kind of like a sell high spot coming off the submission win.
He sell what?
All right, so
Hey,
gambling,
let me
we
call
say
Anthony
we
Smith.
say buy. No, it's nothing. It's buy low, sell high, right? He's coming off just such an easy round one submission
I know
win
what you're saying. Then
that now
next fight he don't
yeah,
show up.
and the odds now are swayed. Like I think the lead say, you know, I just think minus 150. Who's your pick, Smith or Dolidze?
Well, I know what you say. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
That people are very high on Anthony Smith because he got a guillotine on Petrino,
Yeah.
and he was losing the fight.
It was round
But
one.
brother, I just watched one fight of the other guy, Dolidze.
Yeah.
And I
Which
was
one?
fighting
Which
the same
fight?
card against Imavov.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was a
fought so
terrible
bad.
fight.
He fought so
But
bad.
Imavov's real high
Imavov
level
was
striker.
putting hands on him. He was very uncomfortable.
Yeah, but they couldn't get him.
Yeah, and I
Imavov-
saw Sean Strickland sparring too. Sean Strickland.
How was the sparring? Good?
No,
He
it's
destroyed him.
on YouTube, my brother. He was beating the Sean Strickland is fucking crazy.
All right,
like-
so you going Anthony Smith then?
I don't fucking know, my brother. I don't know.
Who you going? Who you going here on this one?
Bro,
I'm going
this
Anthony
is-
Smith.
I'll be honest. This is I don't like this fight. The whole card, that's my least favorite
Yeah,
fight.
me too.
But I gotta go with Anthony Smith in that fight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be opposite on this one. I'm going to lead say. We already went over Lopez Ortega, right?
Yeah, I go
We
Lopez.
got-
But who you got? I got Lopez on
I'm
that
going
one.
Lopez round
You
one,
too?
run or two finish.
We all going Lopez?
No, I
Why
think
not?
he's going to win, but as a betting guy,
you not bet.
no, I'm not. But if I could bet, I think I think Brian Ortega submission on the third round. That happens before. That happens to
You know
me.
what's crazy?
I was winning the fight.
You know what's crazy? What he just said.
The
I
guillotine.
really do think that's Ortega's path is like a late finish. or
Of
decision.
course.
Getting hurt, losing.
Right.
Pull up something.
How many times he did that? He did that against me, against Diego Brandão, against Clay Guida, against Thiago Tavares.
Yair
He was
Rodriguez.
losing
Yair
3
Rodriguez.
rounds, and then he got a
Yair-
finish on the
Yair,
second.
he was getting
Yair-
beat up.
Yair beat his ass in the first round. He
Yeah,
comes
he
back.
killed him, bro.
No, but to be honest,
But
I
that's
think
why I
Diego
like
Lopez is
Lo-
going to knock him out.
That's why I like Lopez
easily.
early, because if you watch the tape.
What do you
on-
think?
I think Diego Lopez is just too explosive.
I'm on Lopez. The main reason, I'll tell you, Gilbert.
But I'm telling you, could
Early.
happen, you know? Could happen. Like,
Watch the tape on Yair Rodriguez versus Ortega. Ortega was seconds away from being finished early, and I think Yair's probably the better striker.
than Lopez, but I think Lopez has more power. And I think Lopez is a freight train early.
Yeah.
He could get a club and sub. He could get a knockout. There could be a crazy scramble in that first
So
round.
you're gonna sprinkle on both? You're gonna sprinkle on
I'm
Diego
I'm
by
taking
finish?
Lopez wins in round 1 and round 2. I'm taking both of them.
But you're doing another bet or no?
That's it on the fight.
Okay.
I'm
I
on-
like that bet.
Yeah, but I mean, minus 150 is expensive to just take the money line. But let's talk the main event because there's going to be so much to talk about here. I will not forget the last time we had Jamal Hill on the pod. Alex Pereira versus Jamal Hill. Jamal Hill comes on the pod.
The guy can sell, right?
As confident
The guy's
as ever.
a seller, bro.
Swayed my pick. I was on Alex
The guy-
Pereira. Jamal Hill comes on the pod, sways my pick. You guys,
Hey, how
Gilbert, I will give Gilbert credit where credit is due. This man was Pereira the whole time. He never changed.
I was a little BF. I was a little.
You're a
no,
little iffy,
I
but
stayed.
you
I
stayed.
I stay at Pereira,
did stay
but
on
man,
Pereira.
this guy give me
But
like.
I gotta ask you because with this fight Pereira, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of similarities. We saw when Adesanya lost to Strickland. I know it's a different division. Let me just make my
No,
point.
I like
Let
it
me
what you're
make my
saying. I
point
already
here.
know where you're going.
Pereira is a superstar now, super active, taking fights everywhere. Is there a point in time where it's like, this is the one he might lose? Like
It is. It might be because I have the same feeling in Florida when he was fighting Adesanya, and then he came with the mentality, oh, that guy's gonna be the same, you know. But these guys are freaking monsters, you know, high level. That guy, you saw what happened when Dana called him, hey, you want to take the fight? You know what happened? This guy was locked on the shed for 3 days, no food, no water, nothing, meditation, going crazy.
Right.
Like this guy.
He's not winning, brother.
He's crazy.
So then I'm gonna ask Morcano, is this the fight you, like you said, when you know someone's winning, you just put 10,000 on it? Is that
No. No, it's not, brother.
This guy's not winning.
You said he's not
But, so
winning,
that's the
though.
fight that I put
No,
money.
but
No,
it's
no,
not.
no.
But it's not 100% sure because you just you see, fucking Pereira was saying, if I lose, we have a rematch. So if you think you're losing, that's not a good sign.
No,
but
no.
but Pereira is better than
Prohaska.
Shavkat. How is his name?
Say
bro?
the name, bro. Say the name.
Xereca. Iri Xereca.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
No? Hey,
Who's he
Durinho, say. Iri Xereca.
Yuri Prohaska.
Yeah, that's the name.
That wasn't even close.
That was not even close.
I'm gonna give you a pass for that.
No, but
I gotta ask you because Gilbert. All right, I'm gonna ask Morcano.
That guy cannot drink anymore, bro. It's crazy.
One shot, he's done. All right, I gotta ask both of you. I already asked you like a week ago, but I'm bringing it up again. Is there any scenario in the world where Alex Pereira wins by submission at 27-1 odds?
It can't happen, but I don't.
It could happen. He showed a guillotine in the Jan Blachowicz fight.
He showed,
Then he showed a guillotine
terrible
in the
guillotine.
Yuri Prohaska fight. All I'm saying is if he hurts him on the feet
I think
and
he
then
can.
grabs the neck.
Because he's training Glover. Glover is one of the guys that I know that has a very good guillotine.
Yeah.
And if he's doing good, for sure the guy is making him doing more reps. Hey, if you get in the same position again, do this, and that. For sure, he figured it out. He put a couple of details.
27-1 odds, Morcano.
Show you.
2,000 would return you 1 Bitcoin, bro.
You putting money there?
Roughly.
You gonna put
2,000?
You gonna put money there?
I'm sprinkling, bro. I'm sprinkling.
Yeah, couple hundred.
Yeah, man.
300, 200.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is you can get round 1 at 50-1, round 2 80-1.
Wow.
By submission.
Round 2, 80.
By submission.
Since you
80.
80-1.
So if you put 100,
8,000.
8,000. Oh my! Wow.
But since you're talking about
That's
a
crazy.
fight that you can like put a lot of money,
Yeah.
the problem are the odds. Peyton Talbot is like plus
Oh, this guy's
1,000.
gonna win
let's
for
talk
sure.
about that fight.
But he's not losing at
These
all.
guys are winning,
Yeah.
100%.
Pull up
You
the
can
odds
put
right
like
now.
These two guys on the whole card, two guys that they're gonna win 100%.
if you put
Two
100,000,
guys.
you're gonna make 10,000, right?
But the only two guys
How
that's
much?
gonna win 100%, the only two
Give me
guys
the
that's
odds.
winning on this card is gonna be Gian Silva is winning for sure, and Peyton Talbot is winning for sure. So
100%
if you guys
agree,
are
brother.
betting, put money on this guy because that's a guaranteed
Agree, brother.
money.
So I just want you to understand what you just said, right?
Peyton Talbot's minus 1,600, so by all
No,
means,
1,000.
No, by all means, that's fair. But you just said that
But-
a plus 100 underdog has no chance of losing. Is that what you said?
Peyton,
No, G Silva.
those two guys not gonna lose. How is
Jean
the
Silva is
double
not
parlay?
losing, my brother.
I'm
How
telling
is
you
those
guys-
two parlay?
No, I like Jane Silva. I like that bet a lot. But you just said that an underdog is not losing, so I'm betting my mortgage on
You
it.
can put a
You don't have a fucking mortgage.
You don't have a mortgage.
Don't. You
The guy
fucking
has
rich
15
motherfucker.
houses in
The
Florida.
level of
I play
disrespect
my
you saying you're gonna put it. These
Guy-
people gonna get mad at you saying mortgage.
Guy
man.
had 15 houses in Florida.
Yeah.
And say, my
Motherfucker has,
mortgage.
I'm gonna put my mortgage. You're not fucking
I don't
peasant,
own
my
any
brother.
houses in Florida, bro. I don't own any houses in Florida. Zero.
You don't have a mortgage in Florida, my brother.
House, but business.
That's different, but I don't have any houses. I don't have any
But how
houses.
many business?
I mean, a few, but
A few. see?
Yeah,
not
so
houses,
that's
bro.
the level of disrespect saying that,
guy,
man.
bro. This
All
guy,
right,
bro.
well, official pick. Are you going Prohaska then? I gotta know.
No, for sure not.
No.
You're crazy, dude. We're gonna kill him back in Brazil.
No, not because of that. Because
That's
Pereira.
you. That's you. That's
No,
you.
no, because Pereira is not losing.
Pereira is not losing, bro.
He has the spiritual things going on. Chama. Chama ou não chama? Chama ou não chama aí, galera? Chama! Chama el patrón. This is Spanish, motherfucker.
No. So I got Pereira, Lopez, Anthony Smith, who is behind that, Maida, then Mark.
Mark is losing, brother.
Mark.
I'm sorry, he's your friend, but he's losing.
My guy, yeah. I gotta go with my guy.
Michael Page.
No, then I go Ian Gary. You go Michael Page?
Michael Page.
Yeah.
Joey Pfizer. I'm gonna change André Fili, Jean Silva, and Peyton Talbot, for sure.
Peyton Talbot. Minus 1,600. That's crazy, bro. I don't know how much time we have left, but we guys get some fan questions from Moicano.
Let's go.
If we got some time. We good on time? All right. Any questions for Moicano? Signatures after, but questions.
I
after.
cannot
I'll sign
answer
after.
that. I don't have a contract, my brother. Easy money for sure, 100%, my brother.
Any questions? Question. Everyone just wants an autograph.
Who?
What's that? The question is, when is Money Moicano going to fight Paddy Pimblett?
Paddy Pimblett is fighting Bobby Green, and it's going to be a terrible fucking fight, my brother. I'm not gonna watch that shit, but eventually, if they offer me the fight, I'm gonna beat his ass.
Raise your hand. What?
Dan Hooker. What about Dan Hooker?
1 second. What about Dan Hooker?
Man, Dan Hooker now is counterfeiting fights. Did you see that, brother?
saw it.
He was saying that he was fighting Oliveira. That makes zero sense.
I believed it. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
believe that,
You
but
did too?
at the same time I say, why Oliveira is going to fucking Australia to fight Dan Hooker, my brother? That makes zero sense. And then he said he make up the fight. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Do you know a fight that I would like to see? If Conor McGregor say, hey, fuck Michael Chandler, I want to fight Oliveira. Right? That's the fight to make. Oliveira and
What is this
and McGregor.
obsession of Michael Chandler, bro?
He just now it's official. Michael Chandler never come on
To the
pod
podcast.
because
Never
of
coming on
Moicano.
now, bro.
Okay, now
you're messing with the man's money.
you
bro.
got that? That's
Yeah,
official now.
He's never coming on.
Michael Chandler never comes to the show because
No, Michael Chandler, I respect you, but
Because Moicano.
the fight to make is Oliveira versus Conor McGregor. You know that, man.
Next question. Gilbert, where would you like to fight next?
Where?
Where?
I would like to fight on the Sphere, but I fight a week before that in the Apex. September 7th, I fight in the Apex. Well, what? Let's go.
Next question.
No
Any other
more.
Everyone just wants an
We
autograph, bro. No more
Let's
questions.
go. Yeah.
All right. We're going to wrap up here. Money Moicano, tell the people what they need to do, bro. Tell
They need
them
to
what
vote on
Hey guys, we finishing the podcast. This is going to our YouTube. So on the 3, everybody say show me.
the fucking money, okay? Let's go. First, that fucking test, just a test. 1, 2, 3. Show me the fucking money. Now let's do for fucking real, motherfuckers. 1, 2, 3. Show me the fucking money. Let's go, my brother. Thank you so much. If you watch this podcast, subscribe. Send some fucking money for us and show me the money for the podcast. Thank you so much, Matty. Thank you, Gilbert Burns.
Oh, man.
Let's go.
All right, brother.
Step into a world, 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 world. Life, facts, cage warriors. The players, FAFC, sorry, FFC, APFC. The world's largest combat sports library. Pride FC, strike, force library. Pride FC, strike, force for extreme cage fighting bar. Boxing Hollywood fight nights. Jiu-Jitsu the fight pass in invitation of the F. I Polaris, FFB by the E. Follow invitation of the LeBron UFC. Fightpass.com. Life, the cage warriors. Warriors, the world in the face. Fury FC, FFC, Fury FC. The world's largest combat sports library. Pride FC, strike, force, street cage fighting. Boxing Hollywood fight nights. Jiu-Jitsu the fight pass in invitation of the FBI. Every Series fantasy is the FFC, sports library. UFCX, strike, force, street cage fighting. Street cage fighting. Boxing Hollywood fight nights. Jiu-Jitsu the fight pass in invitation of the FBI. UFC Fight Pass. Life, the cage warriors. Warriors of the world in the face. Fury FC, FFC, Fury FC. The world's largest combat sports library. FC strike, force for the street cage fighting. Street cage fighting. Boxing Hollywood fight nights. Jiu-Jitsu the fight pass invitational. UFC fight. Step into a world, 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 world. UFC fight pass, step into a world, UFC fight pass, step into a world, step into a world, step into a world. night. Jiu-Jitsu, the fight pass in. Invitational, VF, FBI, Polaris, Eddie Bravo. Invitational, log on. UFCFightpass.com. 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 UFC Fight Pass. Step into a world. UFC Fight Pass. Step into a world. Step into a world. Step into a world. Step into a world. Light, stacks, cage warriors. The players, FAFC, Fury, FFC, APFC. The world's largest combat sports library. Pride FC, Strike, Force Library. Pride FC, Strike, Force, Extreme Cage Fighting Bar. Boxing, Hollywood Fight Nights. Jiu-Jitsu, the fight pass. Invitational, the FBI, Polaris, FBIDE. Bravo, Invitational, LeBron, UFC, Fightpass.com. UFC Fight Pass. UFC Fight Pass. Jiu-Jitsu, the fight pass in. Invitational, VF, FBI, Polaris, Eddie Bravo. Invitational. Jiu-Jitsu, the fight pass, invitational, VF, FBI, Polaris, Bravo, invitational, log on, UFCFightPass.com, 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 UFC Fight Pass, step into a world, UFC Fight Pass, step into a world. Step into a world. Light, facts, cage warriors. APFC, the world's largest combat sports library.
Here we are live and loud from UFCX. It is International Fight Week in Las Vegas. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, Dean Thomas, Pearl Gonzalez. It's Extra Rounds as we are live courtesy of DraftKings Sportsbook. It is pretty much the wee hours, the twilight of day one of UFCX. Dean Thomas, I have yet to speak with you. How are you?
I know. You got me out here in the booty call hours with a bottle of Hennessy in front of me.
Yeah.
Come on, man. What is? I feel like this is kind of like a subliminal message.
You know the assignment.
Yeah.
You're a sure thing.
Yeah, what's going on? Like, I'm having a good time. I
love it. Yeah. How you been? What have you been doing today? I know you've been over there at that Sirius booth.
I've been over there at Sirius, then I've been hanging out in the back and just hanging out in the green room, eating all the food.
Yeah.
Trying to take advantage of free food as often as I can.
Very nice. I might need to consult with you a little bit later because my boy Jason Anik lives this weird existence here where everyone thinks he's John. It doesn't matter if he had a face tattoo, people would still think he's John Anik. I know that you've done some freestyle rapping in the past. I'm gonna make an AI rap song about Jason Anik being John's misidentified identical twin, and we're gonna play it tomorrow right here at UFCX.
Really?
So I might need your help coming up with some lyrics.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I think it'd be good.
Yeah, I got
just
this.
so you know, Dean and I have considered. He's hit me up. We're considering doing some content where he's DC.
Okay.
I'm John, and then we got another guy playing Joe Rogan doing some reaction shots. I don't want to, let the cat out of the bag.
But listen, it's going to be good enough to where that's the premise. Yeah, the premise is not going to matter.
If you need a pudgy, nearsighted Dana White, I'm your guy.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
we got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say.
You're Dana Fright. That's what you're going to be here.
They called me Dana Light before, which is not true because I'm heavy.
Yeah.
But I'm your guy.
Yeah, we gonna fix that.
Yeah.
We'll
okay.
hook you up with Gary Brecka, and you'll be in business,
Perfect.
right?
Yeah, I mean, something, whatever,
Yeah. So have you tried that diet, like the broth? I was like, yo, man, I'm not eating broth for a whole day.
No.
Well, you look lean these days,
so
though, Dean.
easy.
To eat broth? Do you do it?
I fast very often, absolutely. It's so easy, and it's such a cleansing, and you can do it spiritually too.
See, this is the problem. Like when I used to fast too when I was a child because we ain't had no food in the house, and now I'm not doing it no more. I ain't doing it no more. If I got the opportunity to eat, I'm gonna eat.
I intermediate fast for about 25, 30 minutes between snacks. So
yeah, right. Yeah, intermediate. Yeah.
But when you fast, is it like a 72-hour water fast, or is
I've done that. I've done 72 hours. I've done 10 days.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
Without
10 days?
Yes, a 10-day fast. Yeah, absolutely. The 10 days was a little excessive, but the 72 hours, it's like 3 days, a little over. You feel incredible at the end of it. Like you feel light,
lightheaded,
clear. The second day, you're messed up. You're jacked up.
Yeah.
And you're crabby. So, but during by the third day, you just feel so clear. You feel amazing. Your body has like released all of the inflammatories, and like you feel really good.
I don't know about that.
No, there's truth to it. I mean, I used to work like long hours at this job, and if I didn't eat all day, I had great energy throughout the day.
Yes.
And when I ate a big meal in the middle of the day, I'm exhausted. I mean, there's real truth to that. Your body, you break through certain plateaus, and 10 days, it's like, I'm sure day 6 and 7, you're just in the flow, and
So wait, you didn't have to fast when you were cutting weight?
No. Again, it was all based on my finances. I swear it. I used to cut weight literally eating from the dollar menu at Burger King and
Wow.
candy.
Candy. Okay, I
Yeah.
can see that. I can see
Candy.
like sneaking
Yeah.
some candy into some sugar, quick high for
Yeah,
sure.
for a workout, get a candy
Yeah.
bar for a workout.
Absolutely.
And then eating off the dollar menu.
Do they even have a dollar menu anymore?
Well, they don't even have that no more. So
No.
like, it's not even like
It's like a $5 menu.
Yeah, it says dollar menu, but it's like everything's like $3.
Right. Yeah.
Do you know the quarter-cent bag of chips are now like $1?
Really?
You know how you used to go to the store and you get a little quarter bag, a 25-cent bag of chips? They're $1 now.
See, you can tell she's been in the bodega.
You know it.
You can tell she's right in the little bodega in the corner.
You know what's interesting? Walking around here, there's like some health food things, right? Like, but I saw a hot dog roller earlier today, and I was like,
"What do you mean?"
Like a hot dog roller, like you see at the 7-Eleven. Like they got hot dogs.
Oh, really? Like
okay.
Right. But I haven't been over there. I'm pretty sure that it's like a bait and switch. You throw out the hot dog roller, so I see it and I come back, but it's actually like veggie dogs. There's like some weird, you know what I mean? So yeah.
I'll be mad as hell. I come back as a veggie dog.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, man, what?
So, let's talk a little bit about UFC 303. We're going to do, you and I are going to get into the odds, I think, tomorrow. We're going to do a little special. But, Dean, I want to get your thoughts. We can start with the main event. Alex Pereira defending his title. Quick turnaround from the last rematch, if you will. We don't normally get rematches this young in the trajectory of the last fight. What do you think about it?
Well, I love it. I love the fact that it's a quick turnaround because that says a lot about both guys. We're talking about two absolute dogs that love to fight. And there's not a lot of politics involved. There's not a lot of guys trying to leverage this part of the deal and negotiate this and want extra tickets here. These are just guys that want to fight and prove that they're the best in the world. So that's what we're going to get. We're going to get both guys going out there doing their best. And the fact that it was short notice, I think, is even better because they're just like, word opportunity presents itself. It's my time to take advantage of it. So now we're going to get two guys who realize the magnitude of this opportunity. They're going to go out there and swing for the fences.
Is there any pressure, you think, on the champion defending his title? I mean, short notice, he was doing PR and vacationing at the same time when he got the call. Like, obviously, if he comes up short, a trilogy would almost probably be the biggest of the three fights. But anytime you're defending your title, you're the champion, you're the man. In such a short amount of time, he's risen to prominence. Is he risking anything here?
Well, you always risk something, whether it's your reputation, a couple teeth, some blood. Like, you're always risking something. But in terms of, like, him risking the title, I don't think he's really worried about that. I think he's so confident in his abilities. I mean, this guy likes to fight. He's confident in his abilities. And when you see him on the road, who's he on the road with? He not on the road with a bunch of hoes. He on the road with his own boy.
Right.
He on the road with his dog. Yeah, he on the road with his dogs. And they always training. So you can expect him to still be in shape and still be ready to go.
And that's the beauty of Pereira, right? Like, he is a risky fighter. He steps in the pocket. He throws. His hands are down. He likes to try to follow your shot with head movement and take the shot. Like, he's such a risky fighter. So the fact that you bring up risk, I think that speaks volumes because that's who he is. He takes risks, and that's why I think he's one of the biggest stars in the UFC today.
Yeah, 100%. And I kind of wanted your thoughts on that, Dean. You've been around the sport for a very long time. Can you recall anybody coming in and making the waves like Alex has? Because, I mean, he's a UFC Hall of Famer by his sixth fight in the promotion. You know what I mean? Like,
that's crazy. You can't. But timing is everything. And the fact that he said yes to all these opportunities just aligned with the timing of him coming into the UFC. Him coming into the UFC, miraculously meeting his cheat code in Glover Teixeira.
Right.
I mean, Glover's a cheat code. You know, like, from the history that goes all the way back to Chuck Liddell and John Hackleman.
Yeah.
Like, just knowing how that style works. And he got the cheat code, said, oh, okay, Glover, how do guys take you down? How do I stop this? And the fact that he didn't have to deal with a lot of wrestlers early. And he was like, all right, beat guys, never having to deal with wrestlers. First wrestler he faced, Jan Blachowicz, he was prepared for it because he done had 2 years with a cheat code.
Yeah.
So just the timing of it worked out so perfect for him. And that, to me, I mean, we've been talking about his voodoo all along. I mean, it's voodoo. it's true. I mean, it's the same voodoo. It's no different than anybody else who prays to whatever God or Allah that you have, that's just his version of it.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like I've seen some people talking online where they almost get disrespectful about the superstition of that. But it doesn't matter what you think Alexa's channeling; it's what he thinks he's channeling. And when his confidence and mentally, if he's right because of that, that's a scary proposition, man. Like I don't care if it's all in his head. If he's more clear because of his own rituals, that just makes him even more dangerous of a fighter.
Listen, every camp that I had with Tyron Woodley, we would, right before we left the hotel, we would meet in the hotel room, his family, everybody. We'd all hold hands and his mother would say a prayer. This would last about 10 to 15 minutes, and she'd say a prayer. That's a ritual.
Mama would,
That's
too.
and she's bad, too,
Yeah.
boy. I mean, she'd get down. She would get down. And I mean, that is an absolute ritual.
Yep.
And, and it worked most of the time until, the album got involved. The album sales wasn't doing too good, then things changed. But prior to that, it worked.
Do you have any superstitions, Pearl, when you fight?
Yes, my Aunt Denise is really big with, obviously I believe in native culture as well and the spirituality. And so my auntie is always in the back right before I walk out with sage. And she's like, and I'm like, Thea, get away from me. And she's like, saging me down. And so I think
she got a chicken foot in her bag right now.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I have a warm-up that I do, but I think that we, as athletes, we all have something that we go to that's familiar, because when you are getting ready and prepared to fight, the unknown I don't even like to call it nervousness. It's excitement. There's all of that. You just don't know what's about to happen. You know you're going to war, and for me, I know when I know blood's coming. I know that it's going to be fun and crazy and wild, and so knowing that, you have to prepare for that and you have to enjoy it. And so you do things that are familiar and kind of the same to just allow it to flow.
What about as a fan for you, Jason? Like when you're watching the Celtics play in the NBA Finals, anything you do to will on your guys, even if it's just for you?
As I've gotten older, I've realized I've gotten less superstitious. Like I got nothing to do with the outcome. Like my mom, who's like a diehard Celtics fan, bring me like a Celtics beanbag. And she brings it to me last year and they lose. And I'm like, so now I got this beanbag. What am I fucking supposed to do with this beanbag? Am I supposed to keep it near me or whatever it is? So no, I've gotten rid of the superstitions as I may become a little cynical as I get older. But in terms of what you said, routine and things like that, that to me speaks volume. But no, as a fan, just rooting for the best. But no, I've gotten to the point where I don't think I have anything to do with the outcome.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that, especially as a fan for a team or a fight or a game, you have zero to do with the outcome.
Right.
Like zero.
Yeah.
I mean, even the fighter in the fight doesn't have 100% control of the outcome.
Yeah.
Even the better fighter doesn't have 100% control of the outcome.
Yep.
So, I mean, you really have to just come to terms with the fact that there is some luck involved in just timing that you have some control of and some you don't have control of.
I need you to have a conversation with my wife, by the way, because I'm a huge Iowa Hawkeye football fan, and my wife will come in the room and start watching the game with me, and then all of a sudden they're losing, and she tells me I have to turn the game off because as she starts watching, they start to lose. I'm like, just leave the room. Why do I have to turn it off?
That might have an effect on it. Her walking in. Yeah.
Well, I actually heard of a new ritual at my last fight. Is apparently some fighters don't shower a couple weeks before their fight. And
that's called a tactic.
That's disgusting.
That's called a tactic.
It's disgusting, and I had my first experience with that, and oh my
Oh,
goodness.
wow.
Oh, I can't imagine.
With a female who didn't shower for a couple
I don't know if she did, but
It just felt like it.
Oh. And if that is the case, if people do that, why? Why would you ever do such a thing? That is disgusting.
I'm with you. Just do what Nate Landwehr does, where he doesn't take hot showers. He gives himself no comfort in camp, so it's always cold. Just do that. So
Is that what he does? Cold showers
Pretty
in
cool,
camp?
right? Give himself no comfort in camp. I like that.
I just feel like that's a way to get staph infection. Or
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Turn up that heat.
Well, staph infection's pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Like Poirier fasts every Saturday during all his camps. Just one day. And,
Yeah, typically, I mean, that makes sense because it boosts your metabolism and it speeds up the weight cut. It really does help. It gives you time to take a break from food, especially because I'm sure you understand this, Dean. Like, we are obsessed. When you're cutting, food is like the number one thing on your list. That's what you're really thinking about. And so when you fast, it gives you that break. You know you're not eating, and it just helps relax the mind a little bit, as well as boost the metabolism.
Speaking of weight cuts, we had a bit of a change to our co-main event, moved from a featherweight fight to a lightweight fight, as Brian Ortega not able to make the 145-pound limit. Diego Lopez says no problem. Dean, your thoughts on this fight being moved to
I mean, I already, when the fight was announced, I was like, had my doubts for Brian Ortega.
Yes.
It's so interesting.
Because he performs better when he has time.
Right.
When he has a camp. When he can, like, just really materialize everything and just make sure that everything, all his ducks are in a row.
Yep.
He's fighting a guy that would probably fight you in the parking lot. I mean, when you got a haircut like that, you fight people in the parking lot. And Diego Lopez is a savage. We've seen what he did to Movsar on short notice. And we've seen what he done with guys with a camp. He just likes to fight.
Yeah.
He embraces these situations. So, and like, whenever they changed the weight class, Diego probably was like, bet, I don't care. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter what weight. He probably would have took the fight if at 145, even if Brian Ortega came in at 155. That's something that's very dangerous to deal with a guy like that. I don't like the stipulations of this fight for Brian Ortega.
You know, and I know that you've heard some people question Ortega, and for me, it was more about just not knowing where he was at, because he's not my friend, and I don't know what is sort of, and that he was definitely sort of in the process of bulking up and moving up to 55, I guess, with a potential spot at no chair, where, like, his vision was different. But I also, the fact that he wanted to grab this opportunity, because I think he's making an enormous donation to a charity, like, that's not lost on me either. Oh, shit, all of a sudden in 3 weeks, he can make a couple $100,000 donated somewhere. So I'm just curious where he's at. Everybody, as far as we know, everybody training all the time, 3 days a week, but different guys are not as much all the time. And I'm not trying to, I have no idea what he's doing, you know, but I know what Diego's doing.
Yeah, Diego's a savage, man. He stay in camp. He stay training. Every time you see him, sometimes coaching all day. Like, every time I come to the Apex, he up there working.
But it's crazy to think he's only been in the UFC for, what, 13 months? Something like that? Like, he's relatively young in his timeline, too, and where he's going. He's got to be the best breakout sort of personality and fighter over the last year and some change. Like, going from, you know, relatively obscurity to co-main event of the biggest, you know, fight week, second biggest fight week of the year, if you want to say 300 trumps this one.
And he's a superstar, and they're making it. I love that he speaks Portuguese and Spanish at one time, and then he came out with English. Like, he's touching such a broad audience, and his ability, obviously with his abilities and his fighting techniques and abilities there, but the way his personality, he's not very bright and like wants to take the spotlight, but because I think he's so talented, and the way that he speaks, it's amazing to watch him.
Well, it's genuine too, right?
Very
like you said, so that's the thing that really captures people. He's genuine. Like you said, he can speak Spanish. Spanish people love him for that. He speaks Portuguese. Brazilians love him. He speaks English. We're like, word? I mess with this cat. And then, like, when you watch him fight, he's so violent. And like and that just attracts you to him because he's so violent and he fights so recklessly that you're just like, I like that in him. And he checks a lot of boxes without having to do much anything other than be himself.
And then you add the haircut in.
Oh, the haircut. The haircut is glamorous.
You know, like, professional sports, I talk a lot about, like, situations, right? And this kid, as beloved as he is, like, his first, against Evloev, you lose. I've said this over and over again. I've never seen someone lose and win as much over a loss. He was so beloved. And sometimes when you lose a fight that was close and you perform well and you win, it elevates you in an even different way. I mean, his star was born in his UFC debut loss. You know?
I know. That's crazy, right?
So I love the kid. And I met him after that loss, and I hadn't seen any of the wins. And there's such a genuine humility to the kid, too.
Well, at first, like, when he came out and he had that loss, like, I ain't like him at first.
Really?
Well, because, I ain't like, because then that's when I found out he was Brazilian. Because I thought he was Mexican the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, he looked Mexican, right? And I thought he was trying to be I thought he was, like, fooling us. And then I realized what he was doing. He was just touching all of us.
Yeah.
Then I said, oh, I like him. Because first I thought he was trying to fool us.
Yeah, so he was at a combat jiu-jitsu event that we did down in Tijuana, and he was around. And I'm like, wait, is he? Because he trained with like a camp called Brazilian Warriors. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. But is he Mexican? Is he like he was speaking Portuguese, and then he was speaking Spanish, and then like you said, Perlas, now he speaks English. He's like the Shoney Carter of today. He's Mr. International.
Yeah, Chi-Town in the house. Chicago in the house.
So I don't know if I'm going to spend much time with Dean at different spots, but I'm dying to know, MVP Ian Gary, like, talk to me.
I mean, this one's tricky, man. I mean, because we don't really know how good they are.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we've seen Ian Gary in a lot of striking battles with guys, but like in a fight, we don't know how good he is or how good his ability to adapt to situations are. So if he goes out there and let's say MVP starts stunting on him, Is he going to be able to adapt and go, all right, let me change some things up and make this work for me? And then MVP, I mean, we kind of know how good he is. Like against like B-level guys, he's going to murder them. And then he might struggle with some like really good guys that can adapt. So I think it's just tough to tell. Like to me, it just comes down to how good is Ian Gary for real.
I agree. I've heard different people talk about it. You know, some people on the side I think it'd be a very boring fight. We're sort of dancing around and maybe offsetting each other, but then others think fight of the night. I mean, do you see it?
I mean, I don't think fight of the night necessarily, but I also don't think it's going to be boring because in order for it to be boring, there's only one way this is going to be boring is if Ian Gary skirts on the outside the whole time and doesn't give MVP nothing. If he at least just stands in front of him, MVP will be able to try to stun on him.
Get creative.
Yeah. And then in order to beat MVP, Ian Gary got to put pressure on him.
Agreed.
So he's got to engage somewhere. So I don't think it's going to be boring, but then I don't necessarily think it's going to be fight of the night either.
My short list for fight of the night, the top of it is Cub Swanson, Andre Fili.
I mean, that should be on everybody's bingo card.
I think so. You got a pick? Anybody?
I like that fight. I do like that fight. I'm interested. I'm intrigued by the MVP and the Ian Gary fight. I want to see if Ian Gary can answer some questions in positioning. I think that as beautiful as MVP's style is in his striking and his positioning in his fights, I feel like we saw some holes in his fight against Kevin Holland. And so if you can find the right positioning or the timing on when he enters, I want to see if Ian Gary can answer some questions there.
Who knows, man? Who knows? But you know who I'm looking forward to seeing?
Who's that?
Peyton Talbot.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah. Biggest favorite on the card for good reason.
Yeah. And I interviewed him, and he's a darling, right? Like he's one of these guys who is who he is, and he embraces himself, and I love that. He doesn't try to beat anybody. He'll tell you, man, listen, I dance on a pole. I don't care. That's what I do, and he don't care. But he can fight, and that's all we care about.
Like, what can't he do? I watch him fight. Like, is he just good everywhere? I mean, dude.
I mean, I knew he was good, but when he fought Cameron Simon, I mean, that was a breakout performance. Because Cameron's a dog, man. Yeah. Cameron can fight, and he just walked him down and was like tossing him around, like.
Dude, that fight, and Cameron lasted a little bit, in that fight too, but unbelievable.
The thing that I like about Talbot and looking at his career here as a pro, he's been able to blossom before our very eyes, and that's really kind of what UFC Fight Pass is all about. You know, coming up through the A1 Combat, getting the multiple fights there, coming through the Contender Series now, getting the UFC. Like, we have a pipeline of young, up-and-coming talent that is brought up the right way, but also done in a way where we can watch all of it. And it's an exciting time to be a combat sports fan, especially a UFC fan, because Dean, when you were fighting, I remember hearing about old fights between Bob Cook and Tiki Gozen being shown on the Sunshine Network, and I'd wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning because it was a prelim that I never saw before. You know what I mean? But now we can watch these guys like Talbot.
I know you can watch. I mean, it's the access to watch stuff is great. I mean, and that's what I'm doing after this. I'm going to watch film because I have access to it.
Yeah.
Just right in my hand. Like I can get in an Uber and watch fights.
Right.
Just boom, Fight Pass, boom, let's go.
Yeah,
it is unbelievable though, Fight Pass. Like, and I know we're doing a Fight Pass show right now, but it is unbelievable how you sit on your laptop, just like watch fights, everything at the fingertips. It's unbelievable. Subscribe. We got a discount too.
Yeah, 35% off right now for the entire year. So go sign up, and it's the past, present, and future of fighting all in one little package.
Hey, but you know what I watch the most on Fight Pass?
What's that?
Kung Fu movies.
They're there.
I swear, I'll be watching Kung Fu movies like a mug, man. I'll be sitting in the crib like, yo, am I getting lazy? Because I just be watching Kung Fu movies.
Do you got any Kung Fu moves for us? Yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's really good.
That's right.
Now
that's the praying mantis.
Now I want to see if you can shoot that target.
Yeah, go ahead, shoot.
All right, here we go.
Maybe you should take a little bit of that in the cup before you.
No, Dean don't want none of that.
Okay, good.
Does this go over or under? Put it over.
It goes, yeah, and then you just
Get arc to it, though. Get arc to it.
shoot the camera.
Oh,
guy.
got a little
I
arc.
believe in you.
No, that target right there. The target.
I thought you wanted me to hit the camera.
I want to hit the camera.
I mean, Pearl will hit the camera whether she wants to or not. Oh, jeez.
That's TV. I hit Pearl on TV.
Nice job.
Nice shot. That is hilarious.
Hey, man, listen, my fingers are all flicted, man. I got ET hands. Look at this.
I feel like you might have had it backwards, but we're going to try too here.
That's terrible.
Oh,
You've not
come on.
gotten any better at this.
No, she has. She's actually.
Really?
I hit a couple
Okay, maybe
people
it's just the nerves.
Yo,
You
fake
sure?
ass Katniss Cleverdine.
Why is this
Take your
thing not
time.
working? Okay, hold on.
There you go. That's good form.
See?
Nice.
See, that's.
All right, give me an arrow. I want to hit that
All
target.
right,
I'm
all
going to show you
right.
how it's done. I felt really good earlier today. All right. Is it this way?
Yes.
Okay.
What other way would it be?
Well, you're talking shit, and now.
Yeah, right? How dare you?
Well, you go straight over there. You
No,
go
no,
forward.
I'm just.
All right.
Oh, that
Dang
was
it.
close. That was pretty
Give me
good.
another one.
Mine was
Give me
better.
another one.
That was pretty good, though.
Mine was
Yours
better.
wasn't better, Pearl. See, I actually got it to go first. Go. You.
You struggling to get it in the hole. You can tell you a virgin.
Oh, here we go. Here's another one. Who wants
Yeah, you.
Did you hit it?
That's my
One right
peloton.
above,
That
one
was your
right below.
both?
That was good.
Okay, that was good. That was good.
Thank you.
Add a little bass next time, though.
I got
You want
that.
to try, Jason?
Yeah, I'll try.
Yeah.
I got a lot going on in my way. So, like that.
Pull it.
Joe Rogan would be ashamed of
Damn,
us.
I'm terrible with this.
Oh, it's not enough arc. You got to go arc.
But he got too much bend in the thing. Oh, man.
False start. There we go.
This is great television.
Right?
Right?
I think it's great television.
Oh, that's funny.
Pearl, I'm doing what happened. I can't. I'm like you at the beginning. I can't figure it out.
You got this. You got this.
So what am I?
Keep
Let go
trying.
of the fucking.
Oh,
All right.
my God.
They got to pinch it. Here, give me here.
Let's talk about Jillian Robertson.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You take off the headset. You go in the corner. I love watching you do that.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, she's doing really well, and you know, she's very dedicated to her craft, and in terms of fighting, like she loves to fight, and I love to work with people who love to fight.
I hit the target, guys. I knocked it out the chair.
Nice, man.
Too
Sorry.
bad no one saw.
No,
Yeah,
you did
but-
what you did. Definitely did well. First one was a little high. Second was a little low.
Yeah.
Third one hit the target. You know.
But if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, it doesn't make a sound.
Jillian's been around a long time. I think she's only still like 29 years old.
Yeah,
am I
20,
right?
28, I think. I don't know how old she
Sure,
is.
but still, but you know, it's fighters that have been around a while. Sometimes I'm a little surprised that they still got, you know, plenty of years to, you know.
She's got plenty of growth, and she really takes care of herself. I mean, it's her priority in life. You know, most people, they say fighting's their priority, but then they out partying and clubbing and got all this other stuff. I mean, this really is her priority in life. So she knows that the window is open now, so she's got to do what she can right now.
She looked so good in her last performance. You saw the progression in her. You see it as she continues on. She looks amazing, so I'm really excited. And against, you know, Karate Hottie. What a fun fight. You know?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun fight. I mean, I got a lot of respect for Michelle Watterson, and she's been around a long time, and she's a veteran, and she knows how to fight. She's very skilled, but, you know, we're going to have to bring something a little different.
Exactly.
How much do you like being in the corner still? Is that something that you...
Honestly, I hate being in the corner.
Really?
Yeah, I hate being. I like being in the lab.
Right.
I'm a scientist.
You like cooking up the game plan.
Yeah, I like being in the lab, in the gym, being in the lab, like cutting weight. I'm never cutting weight with nobody. We was talking about this yesterday. It was like, oh, Jillian gonna cut weight? I was like, I don't know. I'm gonna look on Instagram to see if she made weight too. I don't know. I don't care about that part, man. All I care about is the execution of techniques.
Yeah.
Being able to string together techniques from the moment the bell rings till it ends. Whether you finish or you just dominated the whole time, stringing together techniques to do that. That's all I care about, is making them decisions. A and B, which way are you going? Here's the situation. What's the answer? That's all I care about.
I like it.
And corner stuff, I only corner her and probably Sean Brady.
I was gonna say it's gonna start. You know, your connections up north. It feels like it might start accelerating.
But I don't want to. I'll be in the lab with them. I don't want to do all the other stuff. It's up to them.
But you mentioned watching tape. Like you were the first guy in MMA that ever said two words that we hear often in stick and ball sports, and that's scouting report. The first time I ever heard someone say MMA scouting report, it was you.
Yeah, because that was a company that me and Rolly Delgado came up with like 10 years ago.
Yeah, but I mean, you actually approach looking at an athlete like, say, a football coach does when they look at defense and try to scout it.
100%. 100%. I got videos in my phone right now that Aljamain Sterling sent me yesterday of his fight, and we're going to be discussing like all the little positions of his fight with Calvin.
Right. And it's the granular nature of those conversations that I geek out about. You're speaking a different language than I even understand, but when I hear people like yourself, passionate, educated people, get that granular about the finer points of the game, like, it's exciting for me.
Well, here's the reason why, too, because I think that, I've been in this game a long time, and all the biggest evolutions have come from technical advancements. And what happens is that people get so caught up in strength and conditioning because it's actually easier to do strength and conditioning than to come up with new techniques that work better.
Right.
So, and then plus, like, there's more strength and conditioning coaches out there than qualified technicians, MMA technicians.
Yeah.
So people just go the route, like, if they have a certain skill set in a certain game, what they want to do is just get bigger, stronger, and faster with that skill set. But from what I know is that all the biggest advancements in MMA have come from technical progressions. And so for me, I'm always looking for better technique and not get bigger, stronger. If you want to lift weights and do all that stuff, it's up to you. But listen, just don't get tired in 15 minutes. That's all. Right. You just can't get tired in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But within that 15 minutes, we want to have the best possible techniques that we can have. Because you'll go, okay, you're in on the move, and it didn't work, and you go, well, he's not strong enough. That just wasn't the move.
Right.
The move was something different, and you didn't do it.
Right.
My job is to find that move.
Solve the riddle.
Yeah.
I like it. If you think...
Sorry. No, I'm just curious if you don't like cornering, like how often, I don't know who else you're with, Jillian, but are you vocal of sure, like in her corner?
Not even that much.
Yeah,
when she comes back, it's just a couple of things because I work with her so much. Because this is one thing that I noticed about a lot of fighters, and this might have been happened to you a few times too, is that fighters learn how to fight in the dressing room. Because like they come from these big camps and it's all like one thing, and then when they get in the dressing room, the coach is like, okay, now if he goes this way, you got to do this, and when he does this, you got to do that, and when he does it, and then you go, well, what the hell did y'all do for the last 3 months? So for me and Jillian, like we done did all the work.
Right.
So all we got to do is get to warm up and go out there, and then then when it's time to go, we already did all the work. I don't got to tell her nothing new. We already did it all.
Right. As John Anik says, the hay's in the barn.
Yeah, it's already in.
Yeah.
No, that's really true. I mean, like John, when it hits midnight Friday night and John's done prepping, it's like a new person. It's like once he's done preparing for then it's all gravy. Then he's in a great mood. It's all about that prep, and then when that ends, he's like, can't wait to get there.
So then we go into the fight. Either it works or it doesn't work, right? Or either it works or it doesn't work, or you just get caught, and then like, there was nothing you could do about that.
Right.
But the work is done.
All right. One more sleep. Right?
One more sleep, baby.
One more.
There you go. You're going to be back tomorrow?
I will, absolutely. We've got to
Awesome.
talk about some gambling.
Dean
We've got to
Thomas,
talk on some fights that I can't bet on. But
what do you got coming up here the rest of the night? And tomorrow?
I'm watching film tonight.
Right. Okay.
And then, but for tomorrow, I'm doing the prediction booth thing down there with John Good and Laura Sanko.
Nice.
And
so you're predicting the fights you're going to call?
yeah,
Right? And
but like. They don't really, I'm not really on the same because like they're not allowed to predict them.
Right.
I am. For whatever reason, I am.
You're not really calling the fight.
I'm not really calling them. So yeah.
Yes, don't even get me started. That's a different kind. Yes, he is.
No, I love his perspective that he brings into the fight, though. It's so different. It really is because you bring. I love like the coaches. Was the coach's voice or coach's corner? Is that what that's called? But you bring in a different perspective. You are not there to tell the story of the fighter and tell the story of the fight. You're there to say what is happening, what's going on, what needs to be changed, and it's such a different perspective that I believe as fight fans and anybody, even just fighters, like we need to hear that. I know in a fight, I don't need to be taught how to fight sometimes. I need to be taught, hey, you're going left, you need to go right, or very specific things, and I love that.
The decisions, right? Like, sometimes you know what you should be doing. You know how to do it. You just make the wrong decision.
It's very easy in a fight to get caught on a wheel.
Yeah.
And once it stops going, or once you start going this way, you just keep going on the wheel. And if you don't have someone that's coming in and saying, hey, stop spinning on the fucking wheel.
Right.
You got to do this. Then you can just keep going. That's just the way the mind works.
There you go. I was going to say I made a lot of bad decisions in my life. Maybe I need to solve them.
I heard about one of them.
I don't know what that means. I'm not going to stand for that. We've been here with DraftKings, courtesy of DraftKings. You and I are going to break down those odds a little bit more tomorrow. But DraftKings Sportsbook is the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets instantly with a $5 minimum deposit. Download the app, use the code FIGHTPASS, and claim your $150 in bonus bets right now. All right, we're shutting down extra rounds from UFCX. We'll be back tomorrow. If you're in the area, please come out. We got a full schedule for you available on our Instagram and all that fun business. For Jason Anik, Dean Thomas, Paul Gonzalez, I'm TJ DeSantis. We'll see you right back here tomorrow from International Fight Week in Las